The Christianization of Scandinavia, unfolding from the late 8th through the 12th century, marked a transformative period in the region's history. This gradual process began as Christian missionaries from the British Isles and the Frankish Empire ventured into pagan territories where the old gods reigned supreme. The shift from paganism to Christianity wasn't just a religious transition, but also a strategic one, often adopted by Scandinavian rulers to strengthen political ties with powerful Christian kingdoms in Europe and to consolidate their own power internally. Thus, the slow conversion was spearheaded by influential figures such as King Harald Bluetooth of Denmark, who declared himself a Christian and played a role in initiating the region's gradual shift away from paganism. In Sweden and Norway, the process was similarly tied to the royal house's efforts to establish more centralized rule and align with European Christian monarchs. By the 12th century, Christianity, for the most part, was firmly established all across Scandinavia. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it is your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you are coming back, it is great to see you again. Off we go on another adventure together. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, links are in the description, or just help me by getting to my subscriber goal of 15,000 by liking, subscribing, comment, all the good stuff. Now, without further ado, please relax, take a deep breath, and we may begin our history of the Christianization of Scandinavia. Missionary activities in Denmark began with Willebrod, known as the Apostle to the Frisians. He ventured into Schleswig, Denmark, between 710 and 718, during the reign of King Ungendus. Despite the king's respectful demeanor, he showed very little interest in converting to Christianity. Willebrod was allowed to take 30 young Danish men back to Frisia, possibly aiming to educate them all and recruit support for Christianizing Denmark. Well, despite these very early efforts, there was minimal success during his time. But about a century later, around the year 823, Archbishop Abo of Reims and Villerik, who would later become the Bishop of Bremen, visited Denmark and baptized a few individuals, though the missions were still largely unsuccessful, and those individuals who were baptized faded into the pages of history. There just wasn't enough popular support yet for Christianity to really take root in Denmark. But it wasn't always to be that way. A significant turn occurred in 826 when Harald Klak, a king of Jutland, sought refuge with Emperor Louis I of Germany after being ousted by Horik I, the other Danish king. In exchange for assistance in reclaiming his throne, Louis I required Harald to officially renounce his paganism. Harald agreed, and he, along with his family, along with 400 Danes, were baptized at Ingelheim am Rhein. Upon his return journey to Jutland, Louis and Archbishop Abo appointed the monk Angsar to accompany Harald and promote Christianity among the new converts. However, Harald was soon expelled again by Horik I, prompting Ansar to leave Denmark. Ansar then redirected his mission to Sweden, arriving in Birka in 829, where he founded a Christian community. His most notable convert was Herigar, a local leader and advisor to the king. The efforts in Scandinavia were further institutionalized when the Archdiocese of Hamburg was established in 831, tasked specifically with the Christianization of the region. In 845, Hamburg, where Ansar had been appointed as archbishop, was sacked by Horik I. Following this, the archdiocese seat was relocated to Bremen, and in the same year, a pagan revolt in Birka led to the martyrdom of Nithard and the expulsion of Bishop Gortbert, the resident missionary. Ansar revisited Birka in 854 and Denmark in 860, aiming to revive the Christian presence. During his return to Denmark, he gained the favor of King Horik II, who had succeeded Horik I after his assassination in 854, and was quite a lot more receptive to Christianity and new ideas in general. Securing land in Hebede for the construction of the first Christian chapel, they moved to convert as many Scandinavians as possible. Subsequently, a second church was established to facilitate this in the vital trading town of Ribe on the west coast of Denmark. By 948, southern Denmark became a diocese, with its seat in Ribe, under the Archdiocese of Hamburg-Bremen. The first bishop of this new diocese, Saint Leofdag, was murdered in the same year while he was crossing the Ribe River. Over time, the Hamburg-Bremen Archdiocese's influence began to wane as the papacy, starting with Pope Gregory VII, began to engage more directly with Northern Europe. A significant move was establishment of a separate archbishopric for all of Scandinavia, which was based in Lund around 1103 to 1104. The historical accounts of Willibrord and Harald Klak blend myth and legend together, incorporating elements from Nordic pagan traditions into their narratives. For example, a syncretic version of Harald's story in Saxo Grammaticus Gesta Danorum depicts him battling Ragnar Lothbrok to establish Christianity in Denmark. This and other tales, like that of Ebbo, reflecting the mythical Nordic figure Ebor, also known as Egil or Vandil, interweave themes of divine struggle, usurpation, and transformation of religious practices, echoing other mythic stories, such as the usurpation of Mithothin and the introduction of Frey worship at Uppsala. These narratives use similar motifs and figures, illustrating the relationship between newly introduced Christian beliefs and established pagan traditions in the region. Christianity's introduction to Denmark was gradual and occurred primarily through interaction during Viking raids from the 9th century to the 1060s. The social structure of Denmark during this period was largely tribalistic, with local chiefs influencing the religious attitudes of their clans. The interactions with Christian captives taken during Viking expeditions introduced many Danes to Christianity for the very first time. the political engagements of Danish chiefs and kings with regions like Normandy, England, Ireland, France, and Germany also played a significant role. Often, conversions among the Danish elite were politically motivated, intended to secure alliances or deter aggression from powerful Christian neighbors. Notably, the conversion of a chief or a king frequently precipitated mass conversions among their followers. I mean, when in Rome. While in some instances, conversions were influenced by the perceived miracles performed by Christians during trials by ordeal, witnessed by kings or other influential figures. Christian missionaries noted that unlike some North Germans or Swedes, the Danes did not idolize stone or wooden figures, which meant that missionaries couldn't simply destroy an idol to demonstrate the supremacy of Christianity. Rude? Well, significant religious and assembly sites such as Viborg, Lere, Lund, and Odense, often located at sacred springs, majestic beech groves, or hilltops, were targeted by missionaries who requested permission to erect chapels at these sites. Over time, the sanctity of these locations gradually transferred to the Christian chapels that were built there, and little by little, people just forgot where they came from. Well, even after converting to Christianity, many Danes continued to honor their traditional beliefs, blending Christian practices with older customs. The syncretism was evident in continuing offerings to local spirits and the consecration of sacred springs to local Christian saints, maintaining continuity with pre-Christian traditions, albeit with the new Christian flavor. Churches were often strategically placed near these sacred sites, sometimes and rather insultingly using timber from the sacred groves for their construction. Christian symbols such as the cross were assimilated into local traditions, with the symbol of Thor's hammer being one such example that melded into Christian iconography. This blending of beliefs helped facilitate the wider acceptance and integration of Christianity into Danish culture. It allowed the Danes to take these little baby steps, little by little moving away from paganism, but still retaining some of their culture. While the narrative of Christianity's spread in Denmark is rich with accounts of various local saints, each associated with significant regions and their contributions to the religious transformation of the Danish territories. Including these are St. Kjeld of Viborg, St. Niels of Aarhus, St. Knut of Odense, each celebrated for their pious deeds in aiding the Christian cause's advancement. Other figures like Canute Lavard and Angsar played monumental roles too, with Angsar known as the Apostle of the North due to his missionary work in Scandinavia. The conversion process was often complex and intertwined with the political dynamics of the era. Well, let's start with King Gorm the Old, also known as Gorm the Sleepy, which is quite funny, I think. He was considered the first ruler over united Denmark, which encompassed regions including Jutland, Schleswig, and Holstein up to the Oder River, as well as significant islands like Zealand and Funen. Although described as staunchly pagan, his wife, King Thera, was more accommodating of Christians, which allowed for a greater acceptance of Christian missionaries and their teachings. Their burial site at Jelling is famously marked by rune stones, and is known for blending pagan and Christian symbols together, indicative of the transitional religious landscape of the time. Like I said, baby steps. And now one that you possibly know, King Harald Bluetooth. And yes, the Bluetooth on your phone is named after him. I believe Nokia, the phone company, who are actually Swedish or Finnish, I'm not sure. But they had named the system after King Harald Bluetooth, so there's your trivia for you. Well, King Harald Bluetooth, their son, that is the son of King Gorm the Old, is a pivotal figure in Denmark's Christian history too. He declared on the Jelling stone that he had converted all of the Danes to Christianity, marking a significant shift in the religious alignment of the country. Now this claim is supported by the Sumsun disc, which hints at Christian faith through the inscribed symbols on it, a nice artifact that leads us to these conclusions. Thus, Harald's conversion is credited to a miraculous event that involved the Frisian monk, one named Poppo, who reportedly held a heated iron without sustaining any injury, demonstrating the power of the Christian god to the Danish king. While the political ramifications of Harald's conversion were of course significant, it is believed that his baptism, witnessed by Emperor Otto the Great of the Holy Roman Empire, it's Otto the First, by the way, was as much a political maneuver as it was a spiritual revelation, securing an alliance that was beneficial against regional threats, and perhaps a little bit of confirmation bias when one is observing the miracle. Little dose of that certainly greases the wheels. Well, this conversion, regardless of its methods, prompted Harald to move the royal seat from Jelling back to Roskilde, symbolizing a shift not only in spiritual but also in temporal power, aligning more closely with the Christian kingdoms of Europe. Additionally, the Christianization of Denmark was not without resistance and setbacks. Harald's predecessor, Harald Klak, was baptized during his exile in an effort to garner support from Christian rulers, although his influence on the Christianization of Denmark upon his supposed return still remains a matter of debate. As the narrative of Christianization unfolded, Denmark's religious landscape was gradually transformed through strategic marriages, political alliances, and of course the missionary zeal of figures such as Angsar, who established the first Christian church in Danish territories. This integration of Christian practices took place alongside the existing pagan traditions, and to this day reflects a syncretism that characterizes the early medieval roots. Svein Forkbeard's accession and rule brought significant tension and changes regarding the Christian Church's influence in Denmark. He initially sought to pull Denmark away from the Holy Roman Empire's control, a move that led to negative portrayals by German historians of the era. Where's their sense of humor? Well, despite accusations of relapsing from Christianity and persecuting Christians in England, Svein donated land to Lund's Grand Cathedral, ensuring the maintenance of its clerical chapter. His actions in England, including the destruction of churches, were part of his military campaigns after the St. Brice's Day massacre, where Danes were slaughtered on orders from King Aethelred. However, as king of both England and Denmark, Sweyn adopted a more diplomatic approach toward the Church, which had previously opposed him. The influence of Christianity grew through the mass migration of Danes to England and Normandy during the Viking era, prompting the integration and assimilation with the Christian population there. This migration often led to the conversion of entire Danish clans, softening the broader perspective on Christianity. Well, by the reign of Canute IV in the early 11th century, Denmark was predominantly Christian. Canute IV, later sanctified as Saint Canute, strongly advocated for Christian institutions and the imposition of tithes to support ecclesiastical development, a stance that eventually led to his assassination in 1086. Inside St. Alban's Church. No one looking over his shoulder to protect him then, it seems. While this event was spurred by widespread resistance to the new taxes and ecclesiastical laws, which were seen as foreign impositions and were enacted without the traditional consent of the regional assemblies. Canute's canonization in 1188 significantly marked the full acceptance and integration of Christianity within Denmark, symbolized by the national mourning and veneration during the relocation of his remains to Odense Cathedral. His sainthood represented not only a spiritual endorsement, but also a ceremonial affirmation of the Christian faith across the now unified Danish realm. The ensuing centuries until the Protestant Reformation in 1536 saw continual conflicts between the Danish monarchy and the Church, shaping the political and religious landscape of Denmark. This period highlighted the ongoing struggle for supremacy between secular and clerical authorities, culminating in the establishment of Lutheranism as the state religion under the Danish monarch, fundamentally redefining the church-state relationship in Denmark thereafter. Well, moving on from Denmark, we go a little bit north. Christianity's entry into Norway saw a series of concerted efforts and conflicts, beginning with King Håkon the Good in the 10th century. Raised in England, Håkon brought Christian influences back to Normandy, but his attempts to promote the new faith met with resistance and limited success. His successor, King Harald Greyhide, continued the Christian cause by destroying pagan temples, though he did not actively engage in promoting Christianity among the populace. The situation reverted under Håkon Sigurdsson Jarl, a fervent pagan, who not only revived old pagan practices, but also rebuilt the temples that were destroyed. His staunch opposition to Christianity culminated in a break from Denmark, where King Harald I attempted to enforce the religion upon him around 975, leading to Håkon's victory at the Battle of Hjörungavágr in 986. A pivotal change occurred with King Olav Tryggvason's ascension in 995. His conversion to Christianity was influenced by a meeting with a Christian seer during his days of raiding, which led to his baptism following an attack by mutineers. Olaf then abandoned raids on Christian territories, opting to reside in England and Ireland before going back to Norway to seize the throne. Utilizing force and diplomacy, he established Christianity more firmly, extending his influence to Christianized regions including the Faroes, Orkney, Shetland, Iceland, and Greenland. However, Olaf Tryggvason's death at the Battle of Svolder in the year 1000 led to a temporary resurgence of paganism under the Jarls of Lade. It wasn't until the reign of St. Olaf that Christianity was solidly re-established, eradicating pagan remnants and securing the religion's place in Norwegian culture. The ecclesiastical structure of Norway was further shaped during the visit of Nicholas Breakspear, who was later Pope Adrian IV, quite a drastic name change, from 1152 to 1154, who organized the church hierarchy and established a Norwegian diocese at Nidaros, officially recognized by a papal bull on the 30th of November 1154. Despite these advancements, the presence of runic inscriptions from the 13th century in the merchant town of Bergen suggests a lingering coexistence of pagan and Christian practices, which referenced still made to Norse mythological figures such as Valkyries, indicating a rather slow and very complex integration of Christian beliefs into Norwegian society. Now, a stone's throw away, we find ourselves in Sweden. Well, the journey of Christianity into Sweden began with Angsar's mission in 830, initiated at the invitation of the Swedish king Bjorn. Angsar established a church in Birka, but garnered minimal interest from the Swedes. It wasn't until a century later that Uni, the Archbishop of Hamburg, made a second unsuccessful attempt. By the 10th century, English missionaries had begun to make some headway in Västergötland. Emerging archaeological evidence suggests that the presence of Christians in Gotland as early as the 9th century, indicating that Christianity likely spread from the southwest to the north of the region. Olaf Skotkonung, who rose to the Swedish throne in the 990s and was Sweden's first Christian king, opted for a policy of religious tolerance rather than enforcing Christianity through force in Uppland. His weaker position likely influenced this decision, but he founded an episcopal see at Skara, close to his stronghold at Huseby, around the year 1000. Later, in the 1060s, another bishopric was set up in Sigtuna by King Stenkil, as documented by Adam of Bremen. This seat was relocated to Gamla Uppsala between 1134 and 1140, signifying a shift that likely represented both the symbolic defeat of resistance to Christianity in Uppland and the significance of Uppsala as a royal and religious center. Uppsala's prominence was further cemented in 1164, when it was established as an archdiocese for Sweden by papal decree. A dramatic episode in the clash between old pagan practices and emerging Christian norms occurred in the 1080s, involving Kings Inge the Elder and Blot Sweyn. This conflict, detailed in the Orkneyinga saga and the Hervara saga culminated in Inga ending traditional sacrifices at Uppsala, leading to his temporary exile and Blotswain's brief reign. Inge's dramatic return involves setting fire to Blotswain's hall. Blotswain, of course, was inside, and, well, he did not make it out. Although Inge is credited with completing the Christianization of Sweden, subsequent sagas suggest that he struggled to consolidate power, contending with another pagan leader, Eric of Good Harvests. Now, it's been suggested that the fluctuation between paganism and Christianity in Sweden during the 11th century was actually quite typical of major ideological shifts, and it implies a deep-rooted cultural transition rather than a swift change. This theory suggests that King Inge the Elder's ability to assert his Christian authority heavily depended on popular support, which of course was tested in conflicts like the Norwegian invasion led by Magnus Barefoot. Well, despite the official Christianization of Sweden by the end of the 12th century, remnants of paganism persisted, as evidenced by King Sigurd's crusade against the pagan practices in Småland in the early 12th century. In fact, King Sigmund's epithet was King Sigmund the Crusader, so you can see how he made the crusade 100% of his personality. Well, archaeological findings, such as those at Leuven near Stockholm, highlight the protracted and gradual nature of Christianization, revealing a complex and drawn-out process spanning 150 years before the populace had fully embraced Christianity. But, eventually, I suppose they were born again Christians, if you could say such a thing. Well, what about Iceland? Because that's important too, right? Well, let's go across the sea and visit our friends over there. Rather interesting country. Well, from 980 AD, several missionaries made the brave journey to Iceland, the earliest being Thorvald Konradsson, an Icelander educated abroad, and his companion, a Saxon bishop named Friedrich. While details about Friedrich remain scant, he is credited with baptizing Thorvald. Their mission only saw modest success, however. Thorvald's immediate family did convert, but broader efforts to convert the Icelandic population were met with hostility and, frankly, mockery, particularly at the Althing, where they faced scorn and derision. Uninvited guests, I suppose. Well, this culminated in Thorvald committing violence. He was not happy, and he ended up killing 2 of his opponents. Following the conflicts, he thought it was probably best to depart Iceland, so he did in 986, for an expedition in Eastern Europe, where he soon died. Under the reign of Olaf Tryggvason, who had become king of Norway, there was a renewed and more rigorous effort to Christianize Iceland. Olaf dispatched Stefnir Thorgilsson, an Icelander, to encourage conversion among his compatriots. Stefnir's methods, which included the destruction of pagan sanctuaries and icons, ultimately led to him being declared as an outlaw due to his widespread unpopularity. Following Stefnir's unsuccessful mission, Olaf sent Thangbrand, a seasoned missionary with prior experience in Norway and the Faroe Islands. From approximately 997 to 999, Thangbrand worked to convert Iceland's chieftains, achieving partial success, but also resorting to violence, which led to several deaths. Thangbrand returned to Norway in 999, reporting his mixed results to King Olaf, who was a little bit disappointed. In response, Olaf took a harsher approach by denying Icelandic ships access to Norwegian ports and taking Icelandic nationals in Norway as hostages. This not only severed crucial trade ties, but also put political pressure on Iceland, as some hostages were the sons of influential chieftains, with Olaf threatening their lives unless everybody in Iceland converted to Christianity. While in the early 11th century, the presence of 3 Armenian bishops, Petros, Abraham, and Stephanos in Iceland is noted. Their missionary activities are believed to be connected to King Harald Hardrader of Norway's experiences with Armenians in the Byzantine imperial army during his time as a Varangian in Constantinople. The intensification of Norway's influence significantly impacted the Icelandic Commonwealth, whose foreign relations primarily focused on maintaining positive ties with Norway. The growing Christian community in Iceland, bolstered by Royal Norwegian support, increasingly pressed for conversion, leading to significant religious divisions that threatened civil strife within the country. The next summer brought a critical juncture at the Aethling, Iceland's legislative judicial assembly, where open conflict between followers of the old pagan beliefs and the new Christian religion seemed imminent. To resolve the tensions, the dispute was handled over the arbitration to Thorgir Thorkelson, the law speaker and a respected chieftain from Ljósaftan. Known for his moderate stance, Thorgir was tasked with deciding whether Iceland would adopt Christianity, under the agreement that all parties would abide by his verdict. After spending a full day and night, reportedly cloaked in a fur blanket in contemplation, Thorgir delivered his decision. He declared that Iceland would convert to Christianity, but allowed for the retention of certain pagan practices. Specifically, the new Christian law would tolerate the eating of horse meat and the exposure of infants, practices deeply ingrained in Icelandic tradition, yet contrary to Christian teachings. Pope Gregory III had prohibited the consumption of horse meat in 732 due to its pagan associations, and infanticide, while historically practiced widely, was opposed by Christian doctrine. Thorgir himself, originally a pagan priest, is said to have demonstrated his commitment to Christianity by throwing his old pagan idols into the waterfall of the gods. However, this aspect of the story is a later fabrication. It is not mentioned in the contemporary accounts, which detail Thorgir's pivotal role in Christianization of Ireland, without reference to such dramatic gestures. Well, this pragmatic approach to religious transformation endorsed by Thorgir ensured a peaceful transition to Christianity, thereby averting a potential civil war. This contrasts sharply with the prolonged and often violent struggles witnessed in other regions, such as Norway. The smooth transition in Iceland likely reflects the desire of the influential chieftains to maintain harmony and align with the powerful Norwegian king's preferences, possibly influenced by his support and resources. With the church established firmly in Iceland, practices like horse meat consumption, infanticide, and overtly pagan rituals were eventually prohibited. Nevertheless, private pagan worship continued discreetly for many centuries, and local authorities pretty much turned a blind eye to it. The motivations for converting to Christianity during the early medieval period were complex and varied across different individuals and societies. While some conversions were driven by genuine spiritual revelations, many were influenced by the political and material incentives that were offered to them. For instance, the widespread practice of receiving lavish gifts, such as fine white baptismal garments from Frankish nobles who sponsored baptismal candidates, offered a tangible benefit that likely persuaded some to convert. Nothing like a new outfit, while these gifts symbolizing new beginnings and their support of powerful sponsors were attractive not only for their material value, but for the social and political connections that they represented. Moreover, the allure of Christian wealth was a potential factor in the conversion of pagan kings. The opulence of Christian kingdoms, demonstrated through their gold-laden churches and the riches of the church itself, was more than a little bit enticing to leaders looking to enhance their own wealth and prestige. Thus, for many, adopting Christianity was also a means to tap into economic advantages associated with the church and its international connections. These pragmatic approaches to conversion show the multifaceted nature of the spread of Christianity, where political, spiritual, and economics often intersected. While the last holdout for paganism in Scandinavia, at least in those times, were the Sami people. Christian missionaries were active in Sapmi from the Roman Catholic Middle Ages, often coexisting with the indigenous Sami shamanistic practices. Notably, in 1389, a Sami individual named Margareta sought Christian missionary assistance to spread Christianity in her community. However, it was not until as late as the 17th century, as Denmark, Norway, and Sweden began their colonization efforts, that Christianity actually managed to make significant inroads into Sapmi. The process often involved coercion, particularly in Denmark, Norway, where practicing the Sami religion was equated with witchcraft and therefore punishable by death. During this period, a significant proportion of those prosecuted for sorcery in Norway were Sami, who were targeted for their adherence to traditional religious practices. In the same century, Norway intensified its missionary activities aimed at converting the Sami, and despite outward compliance, many of them continued to practice privately. Missionaries themselves acknowledged that true conversion was unattainable without open discussions about religious beliefs, which was impossible under the threat of witchcraft accusations. Well, you built the system, didn't you? It's no wonder nobody wants to have an open conversation. They could end up being thrown off a cliff for it. Well, in Sweden and Finland, the Protestant Church also sought to eliminate Sami shamanism, which it regarded as pagan idolatry. The construction of churches in the region was mandated by King Charles IX of Sweden in the early 17th century, as both a means of spiritual control and a statement of political authority. Initially, the Sami were permitted to continue their shamanistic practices privately. However, by the later half of the 17th century, Swedish authorities aggressively suppressed these practices. They destroyed Sami drums, prohibited yoik singing, and enforced adherence to Christian doctrines both publicly and privately, aiming to completely eradicate the indigenous religion and also the old culture. In fact, what do yoik singing and drums have to do with putting themselves up against Christianity? They just wanted everybody to fit in, I suppose. Well, during the 18th century, the approach to Christianizing the Sami in Denmark, Norway, saw significant changes and began to yield genuine results. Previously, Sami individuals risked being prosecuted for witchcraft if they openly discussed their pagan beliefs. However, the Christian missionaries successfully advocated for the repeal of these legal restrictions, allowing for more open dialogue about religion without that fear of being murdered. Generally helps if you don't have that fear over your head. Well, by the 1770s, the Sami in these regions were predominantly Christian, referring to the Sami religion as that of their ancestors, and demonstrating a solid understanding of Christian teachings. And despite this progress, the Christian mission among the Sami continued into the mid-19th century, with Laestadianism playing a significant role in the later stages of the conversion process. Additionally, the Sami people living in the Kola Peninsula came under the influence of Eastern Orthodoxy rather than Catholicism or Protestantism. Why, do you say? Well, it was mainly because of the region's historical association with Novgorodian and later Russian expansion, which brought a different kind of Christian tradition to the easternmost Sami tribes. Of course, nowadays if you go to Norway, Sweden, Denmark, you'll find metalheads everywhere wearing hammers of Thor, Amon Amarth t-shirts, all that sort of thing. If you don't know who Amon Amarth are, perhaps look them up. I met the 7-foot-tall Viking singer of Amon Amarth when I was about 15 years old. It was quite the experience. Very nice guy, though. Well, thank you very much for listening. A little off-topic at the end, but there's nothing better to end a serious video with a personal note. That's an old memory, isn't it? The 95 Theses, formerly known as the Disputation on the Power and Efficacy of Indulgences, a document that was written by Martin Luther in 1517, widely regarded as the catalyst for the Protestant Reformation. In this work, he critiqued the Church's manipulation of faith to profit financially, and argued that salvation was obtained through faith and divine grace, rather than the sale of indulgences. Of course, this sparked widespread debate and led to significant religious, political, and cultural upheavals across Europe, ultimately reshaping Christianity and altering the course of Western history. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. Perhaps you already know what you're in for. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, Patreon links in description, or help me achieve my subscriber goal of 15,000 by doing all the good stuff. Like, comment, subscribe. You'll certainly be on Santa's good list this year. Now, without further ado, please allow yourself to become relaxed. Take a deep breath, and we can begin. First, I will give a brief history on how the 95 Theses came about, a little bit about Martin Luther, and then later towards the end of the video I will read the document in its full length. Now, let's begin. Martin Luther, holding the position of Professor of Moral Theology and serving as a town preacher at the University of Wittenberg, authored the critical 95 Theses, challenging the Church's prevailing practices regarding indulgences. Now, in Western Europe's predominantly Roman Catholic setting, indulgences were woven into the broader theological framework concerning salvation. This doctrine suggested that while things like confession and absolution removed the threat of eternal damnation for sins, they did not clear the penitent of temporal punishments expected to be served in purgatory, a realm that was theorized to exist between heaven and hell. Indulgences, regarded as merciful allowances, were believed to reduce these punishments. So, within this 16th century practice of the Catholic Church, people would essentially pay money to get a certificate that promised reduced punishment from sins, a guarantee from the Church. Of course, you just have to pay the fee. You see how this is a bit of a problem. Well, it of course led to a situation where the system was exploited, as clergy members profited from the sale of indulgences, with the papal office providing endorsements for financial gain. Plenary indulgences, which were said to eliminate all remaining temporal punishment, were sold for the benefit of souls believed to have been in purgatory, giving rise to the notorious phrase, "As soon as the coin in the coffer rings, the soul from purgatory springs." This practice, of course, faced scrutiny, not just from Martin Luther, but from the University of Paris toward the late 15th century, continuing objections raised by John Wycliffe much earlier, who contested the papal control over purgatory. Reformists such as Jan Hus and Johannes von Bessel also challenged the indulgence system, advocating for a more rigorous penance framework that excluded indulgences. Political figures of the time, observing the economic drain caused by funds sent out of their domains for indulgences, sometimes intervened by demanding a share of the proceeds, or outright banning the sales, as seen in Duke George's prohibition in Luther's electoral Saxony. Well, in 1515, Pope Leo X authorized a special plenary indulgence intended to finance the construction of St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, applicable to a wide range of sins, including severe ones like adultery and theft. This indulgence, meant to be exclusive for 8 years, came with strict guidelines on how it was to be preached, significantly more praiseful than previous ones. John Tetzel, appointed in 1517 to promote this indulgence near Wittenberg, attracted many from Wittenberg to purchase them due to the ban on their sale in Wittenberg and other nearby Saxon territories. So basically, get them while you can. Well, Luther's own disillusionment was deepened by the specific practices concerning indulgences linked to the All Saints' Church in Wittenberg. The church offered indulgences for venerating its extensive collection of relics. Early in his career, around 1514, Luther had already spoken out against the misuse of indulgences and the superficial repentance that they encouraged. His concern escalated in 1517 when his parishioners, having bought Tetzel's indulgences, claimed that they simply no longer needed to repent for their sins. Well, after examining Tetzel's teachings, Luther dedicated significant effort to studying indulgences more critically, culminating in the multiple sermons that year advocating for genuine repentance over just purchasing the get-out-of-jail-free card. Luther's initial thesis states that Jesus Christ's directive to repent implies a lifelong commitment to repentance for believers. In his early thesis, Luther emphasized that repentance involves an internal battle with sin, contrasting with the sacramental confession system. Theses 5 through 7 articulate that the Pope, described by Luther as the Vicar of Christ on earth, only has the authority to absolve punishments imposed by himself or the Church's penance system, not the inherent guilt of sin. The Pope's role, he argues, is merely to proclaim God's forgiveness of sins. Between Theses 14 and 29, Luther questions established notions about purgatory, suggesting that the suffering experienced there is akin to the fear and despair of dying, as outlined in Theses 14 through 16. He later argues from Theses 17 to 24 that no definitive statements can be made regarding the spiritual conditions of souls in purgatory, and denies papal authority over these souls in Theses 25 and 6. Theses 27 to 29 criticize the notion that a payment can immediately free a soul from purgatory, which he views as fostering sinful greed, as baseless, since only God can forgive such punishments. He moves on in Theses 30 to 34 to address the misleading assurance given by indulgence preachers regarding absolution, and argues that since true repentance is uncertain, issuing a certificate of forgiveness is risky. He contends in Theses 35 and 6 that indulgences negate the necessity for repentance. Thus, he also reasons that genuinely penitent individuals, who would be the rightful beneficiaries of indulgences, already enjoy forgiveness of sins without them. In Theses 41 to 47, he criticizes indulgences for discouraging charitable acts, proposing instead that Christians be taught that the superior value of benevolence is better than purchasing indulgences, which he associates with divine disfavor and moral stagnation. He moves on to Theses 48 to 52 to depict a hypothetical scenario where the Pope would prefer the destruction of St. Peter's Basilica over its construction funded by the exploitation of the faithful. He also laments restrictions on preaching imposed during the indulgence period in Theses 53 to 55. 56 to 66 see Luther disputing the concept of the treasury of merits, foundational to the indulgence doctrine. He believes that it misleads the average Christian and obscures the true treasure of the Church, which is the gospel, described metaphorically as a net capturing the wealthy within its promise of salvation, unlike indulgences, which ensnare through greed. From Theses 67 to 80, Luther continues to critique the current indulgence preaching practices, which he had previously addressed in his letter to Archbishop Albert, noting that they promote greed rather than spiritual benefits. He notes that bishops are instructed to respect indulgence preachers, but also to protect their congregations from teachings that are contrary to the Pope's directives. He disputes claims that indulgences could absolve severe sins, like defiling the Virgin Mary, and labels claims about superiority of current indulgences over those granted by St. Peter as blasphemous. Moving on to 81 to 91, he brings forth common critiques from lay people about the practices surrounding indulgences, such as the Pope's failure to empty purgatory if he indeed does hold such power, and why masses for the dead continue for those supposedly freed from purgatory by indulgences. These issues, Luther argues, could discredit the papacy if left unaddressed. He suggests aligning the Church's teaching on indulgences with these critiques to avoid these pitfalls, and calls on Christians to follow Christ's example of enduring suffering for heavenly reward, criticizing the false security offered by the indulgences. And that's basically the gist of it, so you kind of understand what he was getting at. Of course, like I said, we'll get to the full text a little later. These theses were framed as academic propositions, intended for open debate, although no record exists of such a debate actually occurring. Luther issued an invitation to scholars from various cities to engage in scholarly discussion. Such debates were actually quite typical academic practice of the day, and part of Luther's privileges as a university doctor. Between 1516 and 1521, Luther crafted 20 different sets of theses for such disputations. Notably, Andreas Karlstadt had authored a set of theologically radical theses in April 1517 and posted them on the door of All Saints' Church, mirroring the action that was later attributed to Luther with his 95 Theses. Karlstadt's action, coinciding with the Church's display of relics, was perhaps intended as a challenge. In a similar vein, Luther's posting of his Theses on the eve of All Saints' Day, a key date for the display of relics at All Saints' Church, was meant to initiate an academic discussion. He didn't think that it was going to initiate a public uprising, but, well, you know what they say about hindsight. While Luther's goal was to foster academic dialogue, signs suggest he viewed his actions as having a broader and almost prophetic implication. Around this time he began adopting the name Luther and occasionally Eleutherius, which means free in Greek, reflecting his departure from earlier scholastic theological debates. Luther later stated that he did not anticipate the widespread dissemination of his thesis. Elizabeth Eisenstein argues that Luther's surprise at their popularity might have been partly self-deceptive, while others contend that Luther definitely intended to stir a significant controversy. Well, he's certainly not around for us to interview him, so we'll just have to choose a side. Now, occasionally, Luther appeared to use the scholarly pretext of the theses as a strategic cover, enabling him to critique established church doctrines, while maintaining that he had no intention of undermining church teachings. Well, the format of scholarly disputation provided Luther with the flexibility to disassociate himself from the more provocative elements of the thesis. October the 31st, 1517, Martin Luther sent a letter to the Archbishop Albert of Mainz, the authority who was overseeing the sale of indulgences, the big boss, basically. In his letter, Luther expressed a respectful concern about the pastoral issues arising from the indulgence sermons. He suggested that the Archbishop might be unaware of the content being preached under his own jurisdiction. After all, he was a very busy man, which could lead the faithful away from the gospel and potentially tarnish Albert's reputation. Luther's critique was not of indulgences themselves, or even of the sermons per se, since he had not directly witnessed them. Rather, he was more troubled by the public's misconceptions about indulgences, such as the belief that they could absolve sins entirely, or that they could remove both the guilt and the punishment for sins. He included a set of theses with his letter, hoping to illustrate the uncertainties about indulgences that contrasted sharply with the confidence of the preachers promoting them. It was a standard practice to have theses printed and publicly displayed when proposing an academic disputation, although no copies from a Wittenberg print run of the 95 theses have survived. This isn't unusual given Luther's obscurity at the time and unanticipated historical significance of the document. According to university regulations in Wittenberg, theses should be posted on the doors of all city churches. However, Philip Melanchthon, who first noted the posting of the theses, specifically mentioned only the door of All Saints' Church, and no others. His account also stated that Luther posted the theses on October 31st, but this contradicts Luther's own recollection of the sequence of events, and he consistently stated that his intent was to address the matter through official channels and not public debate. Thus it's speculated that Luther may not have seen October 31st as the start of the Reformation, nor did he likely post the theses until mid-November, if he posted them at all. Nonetheless, the document quickly became known among Wittenberg's intellectuals shortly after being sent to the Archbishop. After displaying the letter and the theses to Archbishop Albert, they were soon copied and circulated among the interested academics. The theses were printed in Latin, and a small pamphlet in Basel, and on placards in Leipzig and Nuremberg. Several hundred copies were made throughout Germany in 1517 alone, and later that year, Caspar Nutzel translated the theses into German, and these translations were distributed to a wider audience across Germany. Albert of Mainz received Luther's letter and enclosed theses towards the end of November. He consulted theologians at the University of Mainz and his advisors, who suggested prohibiting Luther from preaching against the indulgences as per the indulgence bull. Consequently, Albert sought action against Luther from the Roman Curia, and in Rome, Luther was quickly seen as a significant threat. By February 1518, Pope Leo X directed the head of the Augustinian hermits, Luther's religious order, to dissuade him from spreading his views on indulgences. Additionally, Sylvester Mazzolini was tasked with writing a critique that would serve in Luther's trial. Mazzolini's piece, titled A Dialogue Against Martin Luther's Presumptuous Theses concerning the power of the Pope, concentrated on Luther's challenges to the papal authority rather than his grievances about indulgence preaching. And you can tell by the title, can't you? He's turned it around in the title, and he's saying that I'm writing something about what Martin Luther said about the Pope. Well, Martin Luther didn't have a problem with the Pope. He had a problem with the system of indulgences. Well, he may have had a problem with the Pope, but good luck being brave enough to write about that out in the open. Well, in August of 1518, Luther was summoned to Rome, to which he responded with explanations of the disputation concerning the value of indulgences, aiming to clarify that he was not actually attacking the Pope himself. As Luther articulated his beliefs more fully, he realized his views were further from official doctrine than he initially thought, later reflecting that he might not have started the controversy had he have known of its consequences. Meanwhile, Johann Tetzel, an opponent of Luther's theses, advocated for Luther to be condemned as a heretic and engaged theologian Conrad Wimpina to write 106 theses against Luther's propositions. Tetzel defended these theses in a disputation at the University of Frankfurt on the Oder in January 1518. The printed copies, intended for sale in Wittenberg, were seized and burned by university students. Amid increasing fears of the escalating situation, Luther published a sermon on indulgences and grace to appease his critics without challenging the Pope's authority. This short and accessible pamphlet became his first major publication and was reprinted 20 times. Johann Eck, a theologian at the University of Ingolstadt and initially a good friend of Luther, also wrote against Luther's work in a document called the Obelisks, harshly accusing Luther of heresy. Luther responded in kind with a private rebuttal titled The Asterisks. Their disagreement escalated, leading to the public Leipzig debate in 1519. Well, before that, in the October of 1518, Luther was called before Cardinal Thomas Cajetan in Augsburg to defend his views. Cajetan focused on specific controversies, but did not allow Luther to argue his case fully. He challenged Luther's assertion that the Pope could not use the treasury of merit to forgive temporal punishments, a contradiction to the bull Unigenitus of 1343, and questioned Luther's claim that one could be certain of forgiveness after absolution by a priest. Luther refused to recant, and was denied a review by university theologians, ultimately appealing to the Pope before leaving Augsburg. His refusal to retract his statements, of course, led to his excommunication in 1521, after he burned the papal bull that had threatened him with that exact sentence. Now, the controversy over indulgences that Martin had sparked with his 95 Theses marked the beginning of the Reformation, the major schism in the Roman Catholic Church that brought about significant social and political change across Europe. and a great deal of riots and murders, but, you know, you win some, you lose some. Luther himself later reflected that the indulgence issue seemed minor compared to subsequent theological disputes, such as his conflict with Erasmus concerning free will. At the time he wrote the theses, Luther considered himself a devout adherent to the Catholic faith, not foreseeing the theses as a departure from orthodox doctrine. Nevertheless, it was a debate over indulgences that catapulted Luther into a leadership role within the emerging Reformation movement, underscoring his critique that the Church's preaching was leading the faithful astray. Moreover, his challenge to the papal decree by Pope Clement VI, which proclaimed that indulgences drew upon Christ's treasury, hinted at future disputes over papal authority. The date of the 31st of October, 1517, when Luther had dispatched the theses to Archbishop Albert, gained historical significance early in the Reformation's narrative. By 1527, Luther and his associates were already toasting the anniversary of what they called the trampling out of indulgences. Peter Melanchthon later solidified this date in Reformation history through his 1548 biography of Luther, portraying the posting of the theses as a seminal event of the Reformation. The 1617 centennial was marked by a celebratory procession to the church doors at Wittenberg, where Luther was reputed to have posted his theses, complete with a commemorative engraving depicting Luther with an oversized quill that dramatically pierced the head of a lion, symbolizing Pope Leo X. In 1668, October the 31st was officially declared Reformation Day, becoming a regular holiday in electoral Saxony, and eventually observed in other Lutheran regions, though it's very difficult to compete against Halloween, but I'm sure the Lutherans aren't keen on that anyway. Now, I am going to read the full document. Now, it's not too long, don't worry about it. I'm not going to include all the numbers, though. I'm not going to say number 1, number 2, number 3, as the document itself flows on well enough without them. And citing each one of them before each line is a little burdensome, so yes, let us begin the full 95 Theses. Out of love for the truth and from desire to elucidate it, the Reverend Father Martin Luther, Master of Arts and Sacred Theology, and ordinary lecturer therein at Wittenberg, intends to defend the following statements, and to dispute them in that place. Therefore, he asks that those who cannot be present and dispute with him orally shall do so in their absence by letter. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. When our Lord and Master Jesus Christ said, "Repent," Matthew 4:17, he willed the entire life of believers to be of repentance. This word cannot be understood as referring to the sacrament of penance, that is, confession and satisfaction, as administered by the clergy. Yet it does not mean solely inner repentance. Such inner repentance is worthless, unless it produces various outward mortification of the flesh. The penalty of sin remains as long as the hatred of self, that is, true inner repentance, namely till our entrance in the kingdom of heaven. The Pope neither desires nor is able to remit any penalties except those imposed by his own authority or that of the canons. The Pope cannot remit any guilt except by declaring and showing that it is been remitted by God, or, to be sure, by remitting guilt in cases reserved to his judgment. If his right to grant remission in these cases were disregarded, the guilt would certainly remain unforgiven. God remits guilt to no one, unless at the same time he humbles him in all things and makes him submissive to the vicar, the priest. The penitential canons are imposed only on the living, and according to the canons themselves, nothing should be imposed on the dying. Therefore, the Holy Spirit, through the Pope, is kind to us in so far as the Pope in his decrees always makes exception of the article of death and of necessity. Those priests act ignorantly and wickedly who, in case of the dying, reserve canonical penalties for purgatory. Those dares of changing the canonical penalty to the penalty of purgatory were evidently sown while the bishop slept. Matthew 13:25. In former times, canonical penalties were imposed, not after, but before absolution, as tests of true contrition. The dying are freed by death from all penalties, are already dead as far as canon laws are concerned, and have a right to be released from them. Imperfect piety, or love on the part of the dying person, necessarily brings with it great fear, and the smaller the love, the greater the fear. This fear or horror is sufficient in itself, to say nothing of other things, to constitute the penalty of purgatory, since it is very near to the horror of despair. Hell, purgatory, and heaven seem to differ the same as despair, fear, and assurance of salvation. It seems as though, for the souls in purgatory, fear should necessarily decrease, and love increase. Furthermore, it does not seem proved, either by reason or by scripture, that souls in purgatory are outside the state of merit, that is, unable to grow in love. Nor does it seem proved that souls in purgatory, at least not all of them, are certain and assured of their own salvation, even if we ourselves may be entirely certain of it. Therefore, the Pope, when he uses the words plenary remission of all penalties, does not actually mean all penalties, but only those imposed by himself. Thus, those indulgent preachers are in error who say that a man is absolved from every penalty and saved by papal indulgences. As a matter of fact, the Pope remits to souls in purgatory no penalty which, according to canon law, they should have paid in this life. If remission of all penalties whatsoever could be granted to anyone at all, certainly it would be granted only to the most perfect, that is, to the very few. For this reason, most people are necessarily deceived by that indiscriminate and high-sounding promise of release from penalty. That power which the Pope has in general over purgatory corresponds to the power which any bishop or curate has in a particular way in his own diocese and parish. The Pope does very well when he grants remission to souls in purgatory, not by the power of the keys, which he does not have, but by way of intercession of them. They preach only human doctrines, who say that as soon as the money clinks into the money chest, the soul flies out of purgatory. It is certain that when money clinks in the money chest, greed and avarice can be increased, but when the Church intercedes, the result is in the hands of God alone. Who knows whether all souls in purgatory wish to be redeemed, since we have exceptions in Saint Severinus and Saint Pascal as related in a legend. No one is sure of the integrity of his own contrition, much less of having received plenary remission. The man who actually buys indulgences is rare, as he who is really penitent. Indeed, he is exceedingly rare. Those who believe that they can be certain of their salvation because they have indulgence letters will be eternally damned, together with their teachers. Men must be especially on guard against those who say the Pope's pardons are that inestimable gift of God by which man is reconciled to him. For the graces of indulgences are concerned only with the penalties of sacramental satisfaction established by man. They who teach that contrition is not necessarily on the part of those who intend to buy souls out of purgatory, or to buy confessional privileges, preach an unchristian doctrine. Any truly repentant Christian has a right to full remission of penalty and guilt, even without indulgence letters. Nevertheless, papal remission and blessing are by no means to be disregarded, for they are, as I have said in Thesis 6, the proclamation of the divine remission. It is very difficult, even for the most learned theologians, at one and the same time to commend to the people the bounty of indulgences and the need of true contrition. A Christian who is truly contrite seeks and loves to pay penalties for his sins. The bounty of indulgences, however, relaxes penalties and causes men to hate them. At least it furnishes occasion for hating them. Papal indulgences must be preached with caution, lest people erroneously think that they are preferable to other good works of love. Christians are to be taught that the Pope does not intend that the buying of indulgences should in any way be compared with works of mercy. Christians are to be taught that he who gives to the poor or lends to the needy does a better deed than he who buys indulgences, because love grows by works of love. Man thereby becomes better. Man does not, however, become better by means of indulgences, but is merely freed from penalties. Christians are to be taught that he who sees a needy man and passes him by, yet gives his money for indulgences, does not buy papal indulgences, but God's wrath. Christians are to be taught that, unless they have more money than they need, they must reserve enough for their family needs, and by no means squander it on indulgences. Christians are to be taught that the buying of indulgences is a matter of free choice, not one commanded. Christians are to be taught that the Pope, in granting indulgences, needs and thus desires their devout prayer more than their money. Christians are to be taught that papal indulgences are useful only if they do not put their trust in them, but very harmful if they lose their fear of God because of them. Christians are to be taught that if the Pope knew the exactions of the indulgence preachers, he would rather that the Basilica of St. Peter were burned to ashes than built up with the skin, flesh, and bones of his sheep. Christians are to be taught that the Pope would and should wish to give his own money, even though he had to sell the Basilica of St. Peter to many of those whom certain hawkers of indulgences cajole money. It is vain to trust in salvation by indulgence letters, even though the indulgence commissary, or even the Pope, were to offer his soul as security. There are the enemies of Christ, and the Pope, who forbid altogether the preaching of the word of God in some churches, in order that indulgences may be preached in others. Injury is done to the word of God in the same sermon, and equal or larger amount of time is devoted to indulgences than to the word. It is certainly the Pope's sentiment that if indulgences, which are a very insignificant thing, are celebrated with one bell, one procession, and one ceremony, then the gospel, which is the very greatest thing, should be preached with 100 bells, 100 processions, 100 ceremonies. The true treasures of the Church, out of which the Pope distributes all indulgences, are not sufficiently discussed or known among the people of Christ. That indulgences are not temporal treasures is certainly clear, for many indulgence sellers do not distribute them freely, but only gather them. Nor are they the merits of Christ and the saints, for even without the Pope, the latter always work grace for the inner man, and the cross, death, and hell for the outer man. St. Lawrence said that the poor of the Church were the treasures of the Church, but he spoke according to the usage of the word in his own time. Without want of consideration, we say that the keys of the Church, given by the merits of Christ, are that treasure. For it is clear that the Pope's power is of itself sufficient for the remission of penalties and cases reserved by himself. The true treasure of the Church is the most holy gospel of the glory and grace of God. But this treasure is naturally most odious, for it makes the first to be the last. On the other hand, the treasure of indulgences is naturally most acceptable, for it makes the last to be first. Therefore, the treasures of the gospel are nets with which one formerly fished for men of wealth. The treasures of indulgences are nets with which one now fishes for the wealth of men. The indulgences which the demagogues acclaim as the greatest graces are actually understood to be such only in so far as they promote gain. They are, nevertheless, in truth, the most insufficient graces when compared with the grace of God and the piety of the cross. Bishops and curates are bound to admit the commissaries of papal indulgences with all reverence, but they are much more bound to strain their eyes and ears, lest these men preach their own dreams instead of what the Pope has commissioned. let him who speaks against the truth concerning papal indulgences be anathema and accursed. But let him who guards against the lust and license of the indulgence preachers be blessed. Just as the Pope justly thunders against those who by any means whatever contrive harm to the sale of indulgences, much more does he intend to thunder against those who use indulgences as a pretext to contrive harm to holy love and truth. To consider papal indulgences so great that they could absolve a man even if he had done the impossible and had violated the Mother of God is madness. We say, on the contrary, that papal indulgences cannot remove the very least of venial sins as far as guilt is concerned. To say that even St. Peter, if he were now Pope, could not grant greater graces is blasphemy against St. Peter and the Pope. We say, on the contrary, that even the present Pope, or any Pope whatsoever, has greater graces at his disposal, that is, the gospel, spiritual powers, gifts of healing, etc., as it is written, 1 Corinthians 12:28. To say that the cross emblazoned with the papal coat of arms and set up by the indulgence preachers is equal in worth to the cross of Christ is blasphemy. The bishops, curates, and theologians who permit such talk to be spread among the people will have to answer for this. This unbridled preaching of indulgences makes it difficult even for the learned men to rescue the reverence which is due the Pope from slander or from shrewd questions of the laity, such as, why does not the Pope empty purgatory for the sake of holy love, and the dire need of the souls that are there if he redeems an infinite number of souls for the sake of miserable money with which to build a church? The former reason would be more just. The latter is most trivial. Again, why are funeral and anniversary masses for the dead continued? And why does he not return or permit the withdrawal of the endowments funded for them, since it is wrong to pray for the redeemed? Again, what is this new piety of God and the Pope that for a consideration of money they permit a man who is impious and their enemy to buy out of purgatory the pious soul of a friend of God, and do not rather better use of the need of that of pious and the beloved soul, free it for pure love's sake? Again, why are the penitential canons, long since abrogated and dead, in actual fact and through disuse, now satisfied by the granting of indulgences as though they were still alive and in force? Again, why does not the Pope, whose wealth is today greater than the wealth of the richest Crassus, build this one basilica of St. Peter with his own money, rather than the money of poor believers? Again, what does the Pope remit or grant to those who by perfect contrition already have a right to full remission and blessings? Again, what greater blessing could come to the Church than if the Pope were to bestow these remissions and blessings on every believer 100 times a day, as he does but once? Since the Pope seeks the salvation of souls, rather than money by his indulgences, why does he suspend the indulgences and pardons previously granted when they have equal efficacy? to repress these very sharp arguments of the laity by force alone, and not to resolve them by giving reasons, is to expose the Church and the Pope to the ridicule of their enemies and to make Christians unhappy. If therefore indulgences were preached according to the spirit and intention of the Pope, all these doubts would be readily resolved. Indeed, they would not exist. Away then with all those prophets who say to the people of Christ, "Peace, peace," and there is no peace. Jeremiah 6:14. Blessed be all those prophets who say to the people of Christ, "Cross, cross," and there is no cross. Christians should be exhorted to be diligent in following Christ, their head through penalties, death, and hell, and thus be confident of entering into heaven through many tribulations, rather than through the false security of peace. Acts 14:22. The Goa Inquisition, established in 1560 by the Portuguese colonial administration in their newly acquired Indian territory, a notorious extension of the Portuguese Inquisition, aimed at enforcing Catholic orthodoxy among the newly converted Christian population. It targeted Hindus, Muslims, Jews, and even those Christians who were accused of relapsing into their previous religious practices, or those who were simply accused and suspected of heresy. The tribunal was of course notorious for its severity, employing torture and public executions as methods to enforce conformity. Thus the Inquisition's oppressive measures included the banning of local customs that were incompatible with their Catholic practices, leading to significant cultural and religious disruptions, a deep scar on the region. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you. If you are coming back, great to see you again. Well, looks like we got past 10,000 subscribers. Isn't that great? Thank you very much. Let's try and go for 20 now. As always, if you like what I do, there's a Patreon link in the description, or just like and leave your comments down below. That helps me out. Now, without further ado, let's get on to the topic at hand. A full history of the Goa Inquisition. Please, get relaxed, deep breath, and we may begin. Let's go back to the roots. How did this all come about? Well, we have to go back to Spain to figure that out. Ferdinand and Isabella, the rulers of Aragon and Castile respectively, united their kingdoms through marriage in the year 1479, effectively forming what would become what we now know as the country of Spain. Their reign saw the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, many of whom sought refuge in the neighboring Portugal. However, within a few years, similar anti-Jewish sentiments and the practices of the Inquisition were adopted by the Portuguese. By 1497, the King of Portugal mandated the forced conversion of Jews to Christianity, creating a group known as New Christians, or Crypto-Jews. The government initially promised not to scrutinize the sincerity of these conversions, at least for 20 years. However, in 1506, a horrific event unfolded in Lisbon, where several hundred of the New Christians met their fate, a tragedy incited by the sermons of two Spanish Dominicans, whipping the public up into a frenzy. This led some of the persecuted Jews to flee to the Americas, while others relocated to Asia, and this included India. These new Christians, along with Portuguese missionaries and colonial officials, spread the Inquisition to various Portuguese colonies, such as the Estado da India. One prominent new Christian, Garcia de Orta, who moved to Goa in 1534, was posthumously condemned for practicing Judaism. Thus, the Goa Inquisition was founded, and it was notorious for its severe enforcement, similar to the tribunals in Lima and Brazil, other colonial locations, which also operated under the Lisbon Tribunal. These tribunals were responsible for arresting, interrogating, and punishing individuals who secretly practiced religions other than Christianity. Well, Goa was there long before the Portuguese found it. In fact, before the Portuguese conquest, Goa's history included being a significant Hindu capital under the Kadamba dynasty, and later experiencing a Muslim invasion in the late 13th century by Malik Kafur on behalf of Alauddin Khaliji. By the 14th century, it was under the control of the Vijayanagara Empire, and in the 15th century, it became part of the Bahmani Sultanate. Just before the arrival of the Portuguese, Goa was ruled by the Sultan Adil Shah of Bijapur. The Portuguese, led by Admiral Alfonso de Albuquerque, arrived with the intent to conquer and establish a colony. With the help of the Hindu Vijayanagara Empire's regent, Timaya, they captured Goa from the Muslims in 1510, making it a central hub for Portuguese colonial activities in India, and a critical trading post between the Portuguese Vijayanagara Empire and the Bijapur Sultanate. Conflicts between these regional powers and the Portuguese continued for many decades. Following Vasco da Gama's return from India, Pope Nicholas V issued the papal bull Romanus Pontifex in 1455, and this granted Portugal the exclusive rights to the propagation of the Catholic faith in the newly discovered territories, and of course, trade in Asia under a Padraudo. This arrangement extended Portugal's influence and facilitated its monopoly over the Christian mission and trade in parts of Asia, and later, under similar mandates, South America. The Jesuits, among other religious orders, were pivotal in these missions from the 16th century onwards. Starting in 1515, Goa became the focal point of Portugal's efforts to spread Catholicism across Asia. The region was attractive to the persecuted new Christians of Portugal, who moved in significant numbers to Goa. This migration was driven by the opportunity to reconnect with Judaism openly, without fear of the Inquisition, and of course to engage in trade, which had been restricted in Portugal following the onset of the Portuguese Inquisition, which of course we will get to in another video. Well, in Goa, the situation was a lot better than it was in Portugal. The new Christians, or the crypto-Jews as we can call them, established a substantial community, and they became economically influential, controlling trade between Portugal and its eastern colonies. Despite their contribution, their presence was contentious, leading to complaints from both secular and ecclesiastical authorities in Goa about their trade practices, and of course, religious disloyalty. The Archbishop of Goa, Dom Gaspar de Leal Pereira, was particularly hostile towards the new Christians, and advocated for the establishment of the Inquisition to curb their influence. The Inquisition in Goa established was then to enforce Catholic orthodoxy, notorious for its severity, paralleling the infamy of its counterpart in Portugal. The Jews, or new Christians, who had came so far to get away from the Inquisition, found that the shop next door was putting up the signs. They were trying to get away from the Inquisition, but unfortunately, the Inquisition came to them. The missionary efforts in Goa were not just limited to converting new Christians, however, but it also included the forced baptism of Hindus and Muslims. The establishment of the diocese in Goa in 1534, followed by the arrival of Francis Xavier in 1542, marked significant milestones in these efforts. By 1548, the Portuguese had constructed 14 churches in the colony, reflecting their dedication to converting the local population, by any means necessary, of course. However, the missionary records from the 16th and 17th centuries often stereotyped and criticized the local Hindu population, who were referred to as Gentiles. Missionaries reported that conversions were frequently motivated by material benefits, rather than any genuine spiritual conviction, and that many of the new converts secretly continued in their old religious practices. This phenomenon, likened to the crypto-Jews of Portugal, was a concern for the Jesuits, who pressed for an inquisition to address these heretical practices. Thus the Goa Inquisition, guided by the decrees of the Council of Trent, was rigorously implemented to attack the local Hindu customs, root out syncretism seen as heretical, and purify the Catholic faith in the colony. It was noted that while the Portuguese accepted and utilized the local caste system to integrate into society and attract elite converts, they targeted other local customs and festivals as points of religious backsliding that required correction. St. Francis Xavier, one of the founding figures of the Jesuit order, played a critical role in the Christian missionary efforts within the Portuguese Empire in Asia, and especially in India. His evangelistic zeal is evidenced in his extensive writings and correspondences with the Portuguese monarchy, advocating for stringent measures to reinforce Christian teachings and practices among the new converts. In 1546, Xavier, concerned about the religious and moral laxity in Goa, wrote to King John III of Portugal, emphasizing the urgent need for the establishment of a Goan Inquisition. He highlighted the widespread adherence to Judaism and Islam, and the lack of fear of God or shame among the people. That's right, feel bad, everybody. While Xavier's push for the Inquisition was rooted in his belief that only through such a rigorous institution could the Christians in India be properly disciplined and guided. Well, Xavier also expressed frustrations with the Portuguese governance in Goa. In a letter dated January 20th, 1545, he criticized the Portuguese officials for their greed and negligence, particularly in their failure to uphold Christian morality and discipline among these sailors and settlers, who led scandalous lives far from the European eyes, which is very out of character for sailors. Of course, this letter not only pleaded for the ecclesiastical support, but also scolded the king for focusing excessively on revenue from the East Indies rather than on the spiritual welfare of its inhabitants. Xavier's appeals illustrate his profound commitment to the spiritual health, as he saw it at least, of the newly converted Christians, and his desire to reform the Portuguese colonial administration to support this cause. His letters urged the king to consider the eternal implications of these governance failures, and to appoint officials who would prioritize Christian values and missionary efforts. Now, many of the Portuguese arriving in Asia were not the most upstanding citizens, if we can put it that way. There were a few that were quite rightly called riff-raff of the Portuguese society. You're talking about criminals, social outcasts, that sort of thing. Of course, when you have a little bit of trouble or some debts or perhaps a reputation you want to leave behind, it's probably a good idea to get on a boat, go halfway around the world and just leave it all behind you. And because of this, well, the job of the missionary was even more daunting, as these individuals frequently engaged in behaviors that, let's just say, starkly contradicted the missionaries' teachings. The Catholic Church, we've made a few changes. While Xavier's legacy in Asia is complex, and it really does require its own video, but it was certainly marked by a level of zeal for conversion, and of course the establishment of these Christian institutions that were juxtaposed with his critical stance towards the colonial authorities' misconduct, which he did call out. So credit where it is due. Yes, he was criticizing heretics as he saw it, but also holding the people in his own camp to the same standard. Well, either way, his work laid a foundation for the future of Christian institutions in the region, albeit intertwined with these coercive elements of colonial rule that followed, and we will get to them very shortly. Well, before the formal establishment of the Inquisition in 1560, the Portuguese authority in Goa were already suppressing the Hindu practices. Many had accounted that this was seen as somewhat of a barbarian religion. You'd be surprised what people, even in modern times, had said about it comparatively. Look at Winston Churchill's comments on the Hindus. Rather an unfair assessment. Well, but back to the Portuguese. An order from King John III of Portugal, issued on the 8th of March 1546, mandated the complete destruction of Hindu temples, the prohibition of public Hindu rituals, and even the expulsion of Hindu priests from Portuguese territories. Effectively, this criminalized Hinduism. A special tax was also imposed on Muslim mosques before 1550, and there are records of executions for heresy, including a new Christian, one of those crypto-Jews, in 1539, and of course a Jewish converso in 1543. Converso is another word, a Spanish term for a converted Jew, same as a crypto-Jew. Now, this indicates a climate of religious intolerance that had taken root even before the formal institution of the Inquisition had been set up. Well, the Inquisition itself began when Cardinal Henrique of Portugal sent Alessio Fias Falso, and that's my pronunciation of his name, don't take that as gospel, as the first inquisitor to Goa. The Inquisition tribunal operated out of the former palace of Sultan Adil Shah, signifying a shift from Islamic to Christian dominance in the region, and of course one must remind themselves that Islam did its own suppressions of Hindus at the time, especially up in Delhi with their sultanate established there. Once again, a video of its own. A series of stringent measures were put into place to enforce Christian orthodoxy and suppress other faiths. And here are just a few of them, the main points, in no particular order. Well, first of all, non-Christians were completely barred from public office. No exceptions. And even some public roles were restricted to Christians only. So if you wanted to get ahead, make a good bit of money, well, you had to play by the rules. Hindu children whose fathers had died were required to be turned over to Jesuits for immediate baptisms and conversion to Christianity. Hindus were also forbidden from creating religious symbols, and only Christians were allowed to handle such tasks. So, of course, you weren't allowed to make Hindu religious symbols either, but even making a little altar to pray at or any other kind of religious symbol, no, you are not qualified to do such a thing. Must go to the Inquisition's arts and crafts class at 9:30 on a Sunday morning for that. Now also, inheritance laws were altered in favor of Hindu women who had converted to Christianity, and it allowed them to take all of their parents' property, 100% inheritance. Administrative changes in village councils ensured Christian dominance also, and legal proceedings discounted Hindu testimonies unless corroborated by Christian witnesses, someone to vouch for you. Also, the systematic destruction of Hindu temples was particularly brutal, with Jesuits forming demolition squads to tear down existing temples and prevent the repair or construction of new ones. Hindu priests were also barred from entering Portuguese-controlled regions to perform marriage ceremonies, which further eroded the Hindu cultural practices. The treatment of the Sephardic Jewish community in Goa, many of whom had fled the Spanish Inquisition, was equally harsh, with many being persecuted under suspicion of fraudulent conversion to Christianity. Well, from 1560 to 1774, the Goa Inquisition had processed over 16,000 cases, involving individuals of various backgrounds, but predominantly local Catholics and non-Christians. The autos de fe, public penance ceremonies that often culminated in the execution or punishment of the accused, were a spectacle in public, broad daylight for everyone to see, designed to instill fear and obedience. If you don't do what we tell you, you're going to be the star of the next show. Well, over the centuries, the Inquisition was responsible for the execution of 57 people at the stake, and the burning in effigy of 64 others, which means burning in effigy, it wasn't the actual person they were burning, just, as I said, an effigy. Now, you may be surprised to hear that that number is so low. Often a lot of modern observers will blow numbers out of proportion because they have a dislike towards the Catholic Church and its institutions, and, well, they don't really have too many fans worldwide, but those who are somewhat vehemently against the Church will indeed blow up these numbers. Now, 57 is what we have confirmed for the Goa Inquisition between those years of 1560 and 1774. That's in terms of actual executions and burning at the stake. But thousands more were subjected to various forms of punishment. Now, don't think I'm coming in to bat for the Inquisition here, or the Catholic Church. It's just we have to be a little bit more intellectually honest when we're looking at numbers. We can't just make things up for a good story. Well, the request to initiate the Inquisition in Portugal's Indian colonies came from Vicar General Miguel Vaz and targeted various groups, including the Muslims, Jews, the New Christians, Hindus, and those who engaged in spreading gentility and heresy. This, of course, made Goa a focal point for persecution driven by the Portuguese. The colonial administration under the influence of Jesuits and the Church Provincial Council in Goa in 1567 implemented the aforementioned strict anti-Hindu laws aimed at eradicating practices that were deemed as heretical by the Catholic authorities and promoting conversions to Christianity once again by any means necessary. Now, these laws included the prohibitions on Christians employing Hindus as well, and also the public worship of Hinduism. Basically, go be Hindu elsewhere. And I will remind you that this is inside India that this is happening. The Indian religion made illegal in India. Quite an injustice, isn't it? Hindus were compelled to attend periodic assemblies in churches, where they were subjected to Christian doctrines and criticisms of their own religion. Real finger pointed in the face sort of stuff, one can imagine. Furthermore, and this is the sad part, Hindu scriptures in Sanskrit and Marathi were systematically searched out and burned. The Hindu priests were also banned from reading any of these, along with performing the marriage ceremonies. We have lost quite a lot of documentation because of these sort of medieval book burnings. Not good. Not good at all. Completely unacceptable. Of course, the enforcement of all of these laws was very severe, with penalties ranging from fines and public floggings. And if they really didn't like you, they could take extreme measures. For example, they would banish you to Mozambique of all places. Or they would just throw you in prison, or if they couldn't be bothered putting you in the prison, I suppose they would just execute you, but that was admittedly rare. Well, of course, the most severe was the burning at the stake, which was under the supervision of the Portuguese Christian authorities. Of course, the Hindus weren't all going to stick around and just put up with this. This harsh persecution prompted many of them to flee Goa. And the migration wasn't just Hindus, it extended to Christians and Muslims as well, who moved to surrounding regions outside the control of the Jesuits in Portuguese India. In response to the destruction of their temples, the Hindus salvaged deities from the ruins and constructed new temples just beyond the Portuguese jurisdiction. In some instances where churches were built on the sites of demolished temples, Hindus began annual processions that symbolically reconnected their new temples with the old sites, continuing these traditions even after the end of Portuguese colonial rule. Hindus could be apprehended for trying to talk others out of converting to Christianity, keep them in the old ways, also for helping Goan Christians escape, or concealing abandoned or orphaned children not reported to the authorities. The Catholic descendants of Hindus were often more likely to face persecution, and prosecution rather, potentially due to their larger proportion within the population. About 74% of those prosecuted were accused of crypto-Hinduism, 74%, secretly practicing Hinduism despite officially, on paper, being Christian. Crypto-Muslims made up about 1.5% of those prosecuted, and a similar percentage were tried for hindering the Inquisition's operations. Most of the Inquisition's trial records from its nearly 250 years of operation were destroyed, however, by the Portuguese after its abolition. However, the surviving records that we do have indicate ongoing trials and punishments even between 1782 and 1800. Some say that a significant portion of those targeted by the Inquisition had to have come from the lowest social strata, and not just Hindus, but people of other religions, and even some Europeans fell victim. Friar Diogo de Burba and his advisor, Vicar General Miguel Vaz, attempted to convert the Hindus and collaborated with Jesuit and Franciscan missionaries. They, along with the Portuguese administration and the military in Goa, systematically destroyed the cultural and religious foundations of Hindu and other Indian religions. Notably, Viceroy and Captain General Antonio de Noronha, followed by Captain General Constantino de Sa Noronha, led efforts to destroy Hindu and Buddhist temples during their conquests of this Indian subcontinent. Records of the exact number and nature of the temples destroyed are unfortunately and perhaps conveniently unavailable. But by 1566, we do know that approximately 160 temples had been demolished on Goa Island. Over the next year, Franciscan missionaries destroyed about 300 temples in Bardez, and similarly around 300 more were destroyed in Salket, by the Inquisition's officials. Many other temples were destroyed in Asorna and Cuncolim by Portuguese authorities. A royal letter from 1569 confirms that all Hindu temples in Portuguese Indian colonies had been completely dismantled. Laws enacted between 1566 and 1576 banned Hindus from repairing any damaged temples or constructing the new ones. Also, all Hindu religious ceremonies, including traditional festivals, were prohibited. Among this, many idols were seized. Of course, in Hinduism, it's quite often that people have many religious relics. If you've ever been to an Indian person's house, you will see the statues of Ganesh, all that sort of thing, provided that they are Hindus. But quite a few religious icons and different iconography. Well, those who in Goa in these times were found with such idols had not just the idols confiscated, but also their entire property confiscated, half of which was given to the informers, and the rest was given to the church. So you can see, if you were a Christian and your neighbor had a little bit of money, but it was still Hindu, well, if you wanted to make a quick little coin, I suppose you could throw your old friend to the mercy of the Inquisition. That's one way of getting rich quick. Well, Filippo Sassetti, who was in India between 1578 and 1588, observed that the church had forbidden Hindus from using their sacred texts to practice religion, leading to a widespread abandonment of the city by Hindus to avoid persecution. In 1620, the law regarding the marriage rituals was put into place. In 1684, there was a law that enacted the suppression of the Konkani language, that's the local language of the area, the dialect, and it required the use of Portuguese, and it also led to the destruction of non-Catholic cultural symbols and books in local languages, regardless if they were religiously based. They just had to be Portuguese, and they had to be Catholic. Charles Dellon, a French physician, documented the brutality and discrimination he witnessed against the Hindus during his imprisonment in Goa, later publishing his experiences in a work titled The Relations of the Inquisition in Goa, after being released with the intervention of the French government. In 1560, an attack led by Viceroy Constantino de Braganza targeted Tamils in northeastern Sri Lanka, during which the Portuguese seized a significant Buddhist relic, the Buddha's tooth, revered since the 4th century and referred to locally as Dalada. Diogo de Couto, a Portuguese chronicler in the late 16th century, dismissively called the relic, rather insultingly, the monkey's tooth, a derogatory term reflecting the racial prejudices against the South Asians at the time. European Christian accounts from that period typically refer to it earlier as the monkey's or the ape's tooth, or perhaps the tooth of the demon in some texts. Very less commonly, but with some references, was the tooth of the holy man. But to call the Buddha a holy man from a Catholic Portuguese perspective represented a few conflicts of interest. So this was generally not seen very often in Portuguese and Catholic writings. Well, some, like the chronicler Faria e Sousa, even described it as a malignantly influential object that necessitated its own destruction. The capture of the tooth, of course, was a big loss to the religious community. It became well known across South Asia, prompting the King of Pegu to offer a substantial ransom for its return. However, the Inquisition's religious authorities opted to reject this offer. They organized a grand public ceremony to destroy the tooth, aiming to demean and perform a form of religious cleansing. Well, it's been suggested that the pejorative term monkey used by the Portuguese may have actually originated from a syncretic mix of Hinduism and Buddhism, noting that the Tamil Hindus in Jaffna who venerated the tooth also worshipped Hanuman. This reflects how Portuguese officials and their European allies projected their biases and stereotypes onto the cultures and peoples who they subdued, underscoring their disdain for Indian religious practices. And really, if you were Indian and you did convert, if you did play the game, you would always still be not one of them. No matter what you did, no matter how much you acted Portuguese, no matter how much you acted Catholic, you would always be that same monkey that they looked down on. Terrible times indeed. Well, Goa had become a refuge for Jews who had been forced to convert to Christianity back home in the Iberian Peninsula. Little did they know what they were walking into. Well, by 1519, this population of the new Christians had grown significantly, and it prompted King Manuel I to restrict their appointment to official positions such as judges or town councillors. Although those who were already in office, they didn't get thrown out. They were simply allowed to serve out their terms and contracts. But after that, they had to go find new jobs. This indicates a substantial influx of forcibly baptized Jews from Spain and Portugal within the first 9 years of Portuguese rule in Goa. However, the situation worsened with the onset of the Goa Inquisition. Of course, by December 1565, Viceroy Dom Antão de Noronha issued this directive which prohibited Jews from entering Portuguese territories within India. And if you did, you would get arrested. You could perhaps have your property seized, and you'd most likely be thrown in prison. The city's fortifications itself, constructed between 1564 and 68, marginalized Jew Street by positioning it outside the fort walls. Well, the Goa Inquisition initially targeted these new Christians, focusing on Jews who had migrated from Portugal to India between 1505 and 1560. But it later expanded its scope to include the Moors, which is referring to Muslims from Morocco who had previously invaded the Iberian Peninsula, and eventually it predominantly targeted Hindus. A notable incident preceding the formal start of the Goan Inquisition involved a Goan woman named Caldera, arrested in 1557 along with 19 other new Christians. They were being accused of Judaizing, attending synagogues, and consuming unleavened bread. What a crime! Caldera was additionally charged with celebrating the Purim festival concurrently with the Hindu festival of Holi, allegedly burning dolls symbolizing the son of Haman. Ultimately, they were sent all the way to Lisbon to face trial by Portuguese Inquisition, and Caldera got away with it and lived a very happy life. No, I'm just kidding. Unfortunately, she was sentenced to death. Had you for a moment, didn't I? The Inquisition branded Hindus who adopted Catholicism, but still adhered to their Hindu traditions and practices, even the cultural ones, as heretics. Catholic missionaries sought to completely eliminate these local traditions, cultures, language, ceremonies. They even didn't want people doing the fasting anymore. It was a bridge too far, apparently. Also, the cultivating of tulsi plants and the ceremonial use of flowers and leaves all presented quite a problem to the new Portuguese sensitivities. Thus, significant changes were imposed. They even banned traditional musical instruments and the local celebratory songs, replacing them with Western music. Those who did convert were forced to abandon their own names and adopt new ones. The introduction of alcohol and a shift in dietary norms led to the inclusion of previously forbidden foods, like pork and beef, which were culturally avoided by Muslims and Hindus respectively, and still are to this day. Well, despite these changes, many Goan Catholics maintained some traditional Hindu customs. As the crackdown on Hindu practices intensified, missionaries noticed that Brahmins persisted in conducting Hindu rites, and that Hindus openly increased their religious ceremonies. This resurgence, as claimed by missionaries, led newly converted Goan Catholics to revert participating in Hindu rituals. Now, according to Delio de Mendonça, there was a notable hypocrisy in the conduct of the Portuguese in Goa compared to their preaching, as many of them indulged in gambling, lavish spending, public concubinage, extortion, and acts of adultery. Well, these negative behaviors, of course, contrasted with the few positive examples of Portuguese Catholics who provided medical care to the ill Goan Catholics. That's right, Catholics only. However, the positive instances were overshadowed by the negative ones, pretty much always, everywhere, and all the time. And that's not me being biased. It's just the way it is. It reinforces the Portuguese assumed cultural superiority and their prejudiced views that Hindus and Muslims and pretty much anybody who wasn't a Portuguese Catholic somehow lacked moral virtues and therefore was universally worthy of disdain. There was also certain racial slurs from the time. One that cannot be said, I'm sure you can imagine which one that is, and also cachorro, which was the word for dog, frequently directed at the locals by the Portuguese, not only verbally but also in writing. It underscores the racial discrimination at the time, which was just one of those things, just a part of life, I'm afraid. Well, in the later years of the Inquisition in Goa, which had lasted all up around 250 years, there was significant discrimination by the Portuguese Catholic clergy against the Indian Catholic clergy, who were descendants of earlier Catholic converts. These Goan Catholics were derogatively called black priests and were broadly categorized as inherently ill-natured and unruly. Such stereotypes formed the basis for claims that they were unfit to lead their churches, influenced by a belief that they harbored resentment against the Europeans due to some kind of national pride and a deep-seated Hindu-ness that the Portuguese just could not help but look down upon. Well, this prejudice was strategically used to justify the exclusion of native Goan Catholics from higher ecclesiastical positions, maintaining Portuguese control over religious institutions in Goa. Well, contrary to the earlier Portuguese efforts that promoted the use of the Konkani language as a tool for evangelization and assimilation, kind of like the prophets in the earlier days, what are they called? The followers of Jesus? The apostles, that's right. Going to different areas, speaking in the local tongue and converting the local populace. The same was, of course, true when they were using the Konkani language. But this changed as the Inquisition era saw a shift towards suppression of the language as part of this broader xenophobic policy aimed at isolating Catholic converts from non-Catholic communities. It was during this period, and particularly under the threat of the Maratha invasions in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, which jeopardized Portuguese control over trade interests, authorities intensified efforts to eliminate Konkani language. The use of Portuguese was therefore mandated legally, relegating Konkani to the margins of society. Of course, people would just speak it at home, but, you wouldn't be caught speaking it on the street by the Portuguese officials. They would not like that at all. Well, prompted by the Franciscans, the Portuguese viceroy issued a decree on the 27th of June 1684, enforcing the use of Portuguese within 3 years across all societal interactions and legal contracts within Portuguese territories, with non-compliance punishable by imprisonment. So effectively, everybody there in the Goan territory had to, 1, become Catholic, which they had very little understanding of, and 2, learn and speak Portuguese in all of their professional and personal life under threat of imprisonment. You had 3 years to do this. Well, despite these harsh measures, reports by the Inquisitor Antonio Amaral Coutinho to King João V in 1731 suggest that these efforts were largely unsuccessful. And of course, they were unsuccessful because they were completely unrealistic. Well, they weren't there forever, It all had to come crashing down, or rather, fade away. After losing the province of the north to the Marathas in 1739, the Portuguese authorities doubled down on their anti-Konkani stance. On November the 21st, 1745, Archbishop Lourenço de Santa Maria, the most Catholic name ever, required that priesthood applicants, as well as their close relatives, demonstrate a proficiency in Portuguese, verified through a very stringent examination. Additionally, the local Bamons and Chardos communities were given a 6-month ultimatum to learn Portuguese or face restrictions on marriage rights. By 1812, speaking Konkani in all schools was banned, a prohibition extended to seminaries in 1847. And by 1869, the language was entirely banned in all educational settings. This suppression resulted in a lack of a unified Konkani literature and prevented the language from becoming a unifying force among the Goans, as it was written in multiple scripts, including Roman, Devanagari, and Kannada. I do believe Devanagari is the script that Hindi is written in these days, although do not quote me on that. Well, Konkani was relegated to being, as they called it, the language of the servants, while Hindu and the Catholic elites primarily used Marathi and Portuguese respectively. Well, after Goa's integration into India in 1961, Konkani experienced a resurgence, symbolically uniting Goans of all castes, religions, and classes. It was effectively dubbed Konkani Mai, or Mother Konkani, and was officially recognized by the Indian government as the state language of Goa in 1987. So, not all bad news. And with that, for the moment, we're done with our video on the Goa Inquisition. Wasn't that a depressing video? But at least Konkani language made a comeback, and that is something that we should be happy for. Even through the Inquisition, that language, whispered in the rooms of houses away from the prying eyes of the invaders, in little communities, very hushed voices, airing the ashes of a dying language, which is now, once again, very much alive. Galileo Galilei, 1564 to 1642, an Italian astronomer, engineer, and physicist, often credited with founding modern science due to his pioneering use of experiments to validate physical theories. His significant contributions include the improvements of the telescope, through which he made many monumental astronomical discoveries. For example, the 4 largest moons of Jupiter, the phases of Venus, and of course the detailed observations of sunspots and the rugged lunar surface. Galileo's advocacy of the Copernican theory, which posits that the Earth and planets revolve around the Sun, brought him into an unwanted conflict with the Roman Catholic Church. Thus, in 1633, he was tried by the Inquisition and found vehemently suspect of heresy. This led to his house arrest, where he remained until his death. But despite these challenges, his work laid the foundation for modern physics and astronomy. He's often referred to as the father of modern physics and even the father of science. And if you want to learn all about him, you've certainly arrived in the correct place to do so. Welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. As always, if you like what I do and you want to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, if you want YouTube to push the video out to more people and share this glorious channel with others, a like, comment, and subscribe certainly pushes them in the correct direction. Now, with all that out of the way, I'd like you to get yourself comfortable as we go through the life of Galileo Galilei. Do keep in mind that while this is purely a biographical text, we are going to be interspersing it with a lot of different tidbits about his scientific experiments and discoveries and some inventions. So if it goes off course a little bit, please do remember that it will gradually drift back on track. Now, let us begin. Galileo Galilei's early life in Pisa and subsequent move to Florence set the stage for his future contributions to science and his questioning of the established authority. And that's where we're going to begin, from his education, which began under the care of Muzio Tedaldi and continued in Florence under Jacopo Borghini, emphasizing logic, a foundation that would significantly influence his methodological approach to scientific inquiry. Educated at the prestigious Vallombrosa Abbey, he was exposed to a rigorous curriculum that prepared him for his latter studies at the University of Pisa, where he would famously challenge Aristotelian physics, something deeply entrenched in the scientific mind at the time. Of course, his family had played a crucial role in shaping his character and career up to this point. His father, Vincenzo Galilei, was a musician and a critical thinker about music theory. From a young age, he instilled in Galileo a sense of skepticism toward established norms. This critical approach to knowledge would later manifest in Galileo's revolutionary scientific ideas, which, of course, we will get to later. Moreover, Galileo's relationship with his younger brother, Michelangelo, who was constant of financially burdening him, highlighted the practical aspects of Galileo's pursuits, seeking inventions that could provide a stable income. Now, Galileo's early life thus intertwined a rich cultural upbringing with the practicalities of financial responsibilities, nurturing both his intellectual curiosity but also his need for practical applications of his knowledge. If you're good at something, don't do it for free. Galileo knew this much. These dual influences are evident in his later work, where he not only developed theories that challenged the very foundations of contemporary scientific understanding, but also invented devices that had significant practical use, such as his improvements to the telescope. His formative years were thus a prelude to a life of intellectual rebellion and innovation, deeply influenced by the blend of musical creativity and logical rigor that he was exposed to from such an early age. Thus his personal life and family background are as fascinating as his scientific achievements. His choice to refer to himself simply as Galileo underscores a distinctive aspect of Italian cultural norms regarding names at the time. You see, the connection of his name to his notable ancestor, Galileo Bonaetui, and the biblical significance of Galilee link him to both a rich family history and a deeper cultural and religious heritage. This connection was famously highlighted in the sermon by Tommaso Cacciuni during the Galileo affair, using the biblical text to critique Galileo's astronomical pursuits in a pun that played on his name and activities, looking up to the heavens through the telescope. Galileo's membership in the Accademia dei Lincei was another point of pride and identifier that he sometimes used, reflecting his commitment to advancing science within an elite group that supported and encouraged his resources, along with sharing his intellectual curiosity. But what about Galileo in private? Well, of course, a private life is thusly so, private. But what we do know paints a picture of a man who, despite his religious faith and contributions to science, faced many personal and societal changes. His relationship with Marina Gamba and their 3 children were a major part of his life. The fate of his daughters, Virginia and Livia, entered a covenant due to their illegitimate birth, reflects a harsh reality of societal norms at the time concerning marriage and dowries. His son, however, Vincenzo, was later legitimized and integrated into Galileo's scholarly legacy, suggesting a reconciliation of his personal duties and his scientific career. Galileo's journey through academia and his eventual pivot from medicine to mathematics and natural philosophy was not just a personal choice for him, but a significant turn in the history of science itself. Who knows what would have happened if he had just continued on the original course? Initially enrolling at the University of Pisa for a medical degree, Galileo's curiosity and intrinsic interest in the natural world quickly redirected his path towards scientists, influenced by encounters with the ideas of thinkers such as Girolamo Borro and Francesco Buonamici. The incident with the swinging chandelier around 1581 illustrates Galileo's early engagements with empirical observation, a hallmark of his scientific method. This insight into the pendulum swings, a discovery that paved the way for more accurate timekeeping, reflects his knack for connecting practical observations with theoretical implications. You know that thing inside the big grandfather clocks, swinging back and forth, keeping the time? Well, you can thank Galileo for that original theory. His accidental exposure to a geometry lecture sparked a lifelong passion for mathematics, which not only changed his career trajectory, but also his father's plans for him. Well, later on, Galileo's invention of the thermoscope and his design of hydrostatic balance show early prowess in both experimental and applied sciences, bringing him recognition among scholarly circles. His appointment as an instructor at the Accademia dell'Arti del Disegno in Florence marked another significant phase in his life, where he had the opportunity to mingle with the artistic elite and infused his scientific pursuits with an aesthetic sensitivity learned from Renaissance art. His lectures on Dante's Inferno, a work by the renowned Dante Alighieri, reflect an interdisciplinary approach that combined his technical knowledge with cultural and literary analysis. By the year 1589, Galileo secured a more formal academic position as the chair of mathematics at the University of Pisa. His responsibilities expanded significantly after the death of his father in 1591, taking on the care of his younger brother Michelangelo. His move in 1592 to the University of Padua was another turning point. It was there where he expanded his research into mechanics and astronomy, laying the groundwork for future astronomical discoveries that would revolutionize our understanding of the cosmos. His subsequent engagement with astrology, not astronomy, astrology, a common scholarly pursuit at the time, tied his studies in mathematics and astronomy together quite nicely, and it highlights the period's integrated approach to science and the humanities. Now, on to his astronomical observations with his telescopes, which marked another pivotal point in the history of science, seeing things that people had never seen before, and challenging established views, adding key data to the debate about the structure of the universe. His observation of the supernova of 1604 and the novae of 1572 and 1601 were significant because they challenged the Aristotelian belief in the unchangeability and perfection of the heavens. The lack of detectable diurnal parallax in these new stars indicated that they were distant objects, and that contradicts the Aristotelian model that stars were fixed to a celestial sphere, and that all change was simply limited to the sub-lunar world. The development of the telescope, although not originally invented by Galileo, was significantly advanced and improved upon by him. By 1609, he had developed a telescope with about 30 times magnification, and this was huge for the time. His demonstrations of this technology to Venetian lawmakers not only provided him with a valuable source of income, as they were very excited to support this research, but it also enabled his pioneering astronomical observations. Thus his publication, Sidereus Nuncius, Starry Messenger, which detailed his telescopic observations of the moon, Jupiter's moons, and countless stars, came out and had profound implications on astronomy and physics. And also, as a side note, and just my personal opinion, what a beautiful name for a book, Starry Messenger, Sidereus Nuncius. Now, his discovery of the moons orbiting Jupiter in particular provided a robust challenge to the geocentric model of the universe, which suggested that all celestial bodies revolved around the Earth. He was very happy to make this discovery. What could possibly go wrong when he began explaining it to others? Well, the observation of Jupiter's moons, namely Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto, offered tangible evidence of a center of motion that was not centered on the Earth. This discovery was crucial in the gradual acceptance of the heliocentric model of the solar system, which was proposed by Copernicus. However, as you probably know, the revolutionary nature of his findings met with skepticism and outright resistance from the establishment, and not just scientific but also ecclesiastical. Well, the scientific part of it was partly due to the limitations of early telescopic technology, which made it difficult for others to confirm his observations. Of course, not everybody had the significantly advanced equipment that Galileo had. Well, Galileo's efforts to use the regular movements of Jupiter's moons to solve the longitude problem in navigation once more showed his penchant for applying scientific discoveries to the world's practical problems. Although the practical application to navigation at sea was limited due to the difficulty of making precise astronomical observations while on a moving ship, certainly tends to make things a little bit hard for the measurements. The method did, however, prove valuable for land-based applications, and was a precursor to more accurate timekeeping solutions that would eventually solve the longitude problem. Galileo's telescopic observations of Venus and its phases were very crucial in challenging this geocentric model of the universe. This model had, after all, been so deeply entrenched that people were not willing to let it go. In fact, it had been there since antiquity, and it was much like the concepts of Galenic medicine and the old ways of this sort of thing, when people were moving out into more modern medicinal theories. It's hard to change old habits. Well, the Ptolemaic model, which placed Earth smack bang at the center of the universe, could not accommodate the full range of phases of Venus that Galileo had observed. These observations supported the heliocentric model proposed by Copernicus, where both Earth and Venus orbit the Sun, allowing Venus to exhibit a full cycle of phases, quite similar to those of the Moon as viewed from Earth. This was a significant piece of evidence that helped shift the consensus from a geocentric to a heliocentric understanding of the universe. And the more time went on, the more people were convinced. Unfortunately, it's difficult to convince the people who are going to put you on trial for being a heretic, but, well, we'll get to that soon. Galileo's observations of Saturn and its rings further exemplifies his pioneering contributions to astronomy, although it also highlights the unfortunate limitations of early telescopic technology. Initially mistaking the rings for separate bodies due to their appearance, or as ears, as he called them, appendages on either side of Saturn, Galileo was puzzled when these features seemed to disappear in later observations. This was due, of course, to the rings being edge-on to Earth, making them virtually invisible with his telescope's resolution. His continued observations and the changes in appearance he noted laid the groundwork for future astronomers to better understand the complex ring system of Saturn. But for Galileo's time, it seemed to be a bit of a bridge too far, even for a genius such as himself. The sighting of Neptune in 1612 as a fixed star, not recognized as a planet, illustrates the nascent stage of telescopic astronomy, where even significant discoveries such as a new planet could go completely unrecognized. Galileo's recording of Neptune's position and motion, though he did not identify it as a planet, was part of the extensive celestial cataloging work that would be essential for the future celestial mechanics. Galileo's studies on sunspots were also revolutionary. They not only challenged the Aristotelian view of an unchanging and perfect heaven, but also provided empirical evidence against geocentric and geoheliocentric systems. His dispute with Christopher Scheiner over the nature and interpretation of sunspots reflected the scientific debates of the period, showing the shift from philosophical reasoning to empirical evidence in understanding not just celestial phenomena, but science in general. Furthermore, his detailed observations of the Milky Way galaxy, which resolved into countless individual stars, overturned the belief in its nebulous nature and suggested a more complex structure of the universe. His observations of stars' apparent sizes and his methods for measuring them, despite being influenced by atmospheric distortion, represented significant advances in observational astronomy. These measurements also provided arguments against the Tychonic system, which basically suggested that stars would appear much larger if they were as distant as heliocentric models suggested. Just a side note, I don't admit to understand much about astronomy, so I'm doing my best to explain things the best way that I can. Perhaps my understanding of astronomy will be a little bit more enlightened by the end of this video, but that remains to be seen. Now, Galileo's conflict with Father Orazio Grassi regarding the nature of comets spiraled into a broader debate about scientific methods and the principles underlying celestial phenomena in general. Galileo's engagement in this debate through publications such as The Assayer highlights his role not only as a scientist, but as a critical philosopher of science, who emphasized empirical evidence and rational argumentation over established authority, or simply speculative reason. He wasn't just doing science, but he was changing how science was done. Well, the dispute began with Grassi's assertion in 1618 that comets were celestial bodies following predictable paths, which contradicted the Aristotelian belief that comets were atmospheric phenomena. In comes Galileo to challenge Grassi's conclusions, initially via a proxy publication by Mario Guiducci, where he critiqued Grassi's methods and findings without offering a definitive explanation of his own, reflecting the uncertain state of comet science at the time. Galileo's critique escalated in The Assayer, published in 1623, where he argued that science should be a pursuit of observable truths and verifiable hypotheses. Sounds pretty fair, doesn't it? This work is often seen as his kind of a scientific manifesto, because it articulates his views on precisely how science should be practiced, emphasizing observation, mathematical description, and crucially, the independence of scientific discovery from philosophical or religious dogma. And I'm sure you can see how that became a problem for some people to deal with. In The Assayer, Galileo famously stated that mathematics is the language in which the universe is written, arguing that understanding the universe requires reading this language through scientific investigation. This represents a pivotal moment in the development of what we now consider the scientific method, moving away from reliance on Aristotelian philosophy and towards a more empirical approach that values observation and mathematical rigor. Believe me, it's much better that way. Well, Galileo's dispute with Grassi and his defense of his methodological approaches in the Assayer didn't just mark a significant development in the philosophy of science, but it was also playing a key role in the eventual acceptance of heliocentrism. By arguing that physical evidence gathered through observation should guide scientific understanding, Galileo set the stage for modern physics and astronomy. However, these controversies also sowed the seeds with a rather more powerful entity, that being the Roman Catholic Church, who were a little bit upset with Galileo. You see, while Galileo's ideas found favor with some, including Pope Urban VIII, they also alienated others, particularly among the Jesuit sect, who felt that Galileo's dismissive attitude towards traditional philosophical approaches undermined their own blend of science and philosophy. This alienation would contribute to the hostile environment that eventually led to Galileo's trial and condemnation in 1633 for defending the heliocentric model, which of course was seen as contrary to Scripture based on the prevailing interpretations at the time. And I do say interpretations, because not everybody was on the same page. In fact, just like in our modern day, after Martin Luther's time at least, where everybody is allowed to read the Bible and we don't have heresy trials anymore, everybody holds different views on different things, and sometimes the views they held are either rigid views or somewhat flexible ones, especially regarding the Trinity. But that's for a different video, isn't it? Back to Galileo. In 1616, the Roman Inquisition officially condemned heliocentrism, citing it as being foolish and absurd in philosophy, and formally heretical since it explicitly contradicts in many places the sense of Holy Scripture. This decree was a significant blow to Galileo, who had been advocating for the Copernican system based on his astronomical observations. But what about this condemnation of heliocentrism? Well, it wasn't just based on theological grounds, but also it incorporated physical and mathematical arguments, largely derived from Tycho Brahe's geocentric model. Brahe's model cleverly amalgamated traditional biblical interpretations with new astronomical observations, without necessitating the Earth's motion. His primary argument against heliocentrism was the absence of observable stellar parallax, which he claimed would be evident if the Earth orbited the Sun. From a technical perspective, Brahe argued that if the stars were distant enough to make their parallax unobservable with the naked eye, then they would have to be unimaginably large to appear as bright as they do in the night sky, larger even than the Sun, which seemed absurd at the time. Well, Galileo's defense of heliocentrism extended beyond mere scientific assertion. He attempted to reconcile the system with Scripture by proposing that the Bible was not meant to serve as a scientific authority, but rather as a guide to spiritual salvation. Good luck with that. He articulated these views in his letter to the Grand Duchess Christina, and in various other correspondences, arguing that scriptural texts were often written metaphorically and should not be taken as literal scientific explanations. Well, you can imagine how people took this. This position placed Galileo very much at odds with the Church's traditional view that Scripture was the ultimate authority on all matters, and that, of course, includes the natural world. The situation escalated with the publication of Galileo's dialogue concerning the two chief world systems in 1632, which ostensibly compared the Copernican system with the Ptolemaic, but was seen as openly favoring heliocentrism. Despite having received approval from the Roman censor, the dialogue led to Galileo being summoned to Rome by the Inquisition in 1633. You can imagine how that felt, sort of hearing your name announced over the school intercom. ASMR historian to the principal's office in a very angry voice. This can't be good news. Now, the trial that followed resulted in Galileo being found, and this was the wording of the charge, vehemently suspect of heresy. Of course, he was then forced to recant his support for heliocentrism. And contrary to what a lot of people think, the Inquisition didn't just grab him and hand him over to secular authorities to burn him at the stake. No, he was just put under house arrest, which I understand is not good, but a lot of people tend to think that he was executed for heliocentric beliefs. This is simply not the case. Well, a little bit more about the trial. His trial and condemnation seem to highlight this critical period in the history of science, where observational science began to challenge more deeply the philosophical and theological underpinnings of the society at whole. Therefore, this conflict with the Church wasn't just about the placement of the Earth in the cosmos, but effectively it was about who held the authority to interpret reality. Who decides what is real and what isn't? Religion or science? Oh, we can have a bit of both, can't we? Well, perhaps they shouldn't step on each other's toes. I think they both have a place, regardless of your beliefs, as long as we all take them and have a look at what each one has to offer. Anyway, Galileo's trial by the Roman Inquisition in 1633 is one of the most famous episodes in the history of science. It culminated after a series of events that began with Galileo's advocacy for the Copernican system, which suggested that the Earth and other planets orbit the Sun. And it was controversial because it contradicted this geocentric model, and the Catholic Church were definitely in support of that, matching it up with their scripture and basing it in the Aristotelian cosmology. Well, almost everyone. Pope Urban VIII, who had been an admirer and even a supporter of Galileo, asked him to write a book discussing the Copernican system and the traditional geocentric system, but he would prefer if he was to treat them as purely hypothetical. You see, the Pope didn't want to step on any toes either, and perhaps he was trying to give Galileo a little bit of a hushed warning. Well, in 1632, he published that work, the aforementioned Concerning Two Chief World Systems. which ostensibly presented the arguments for both sides, but, as we know, it was considered to be advocating heliocentrism through the character of Salviati, who effectively argued for Copernicanism. While the reaction to the dialogue was swift and severe, Galileo was summoned to Rome by the Inquisition. Despite his old age and health, well, he was deteriorating a little bit at this time. He faced a rather hostile tribunal that was reluctant to accept his claims that the book was written in a purely hypothetical context. It's just a prank, bro. The Inquisition found that Galileo's writings made him a heretic, and that is just too bad. Well, after being forced to recant his views under the threat of torture, he was placed under house arrest. His dialogue was then banned, and further publications of all of his work were simply prohibited. Don't talk about Galileo anymore. The sentence, while it was harsh, indeed spared him from more severe physical punishment, reflecting his previously high standing with the church officials, but also because he was rather an old man at this point, and it just would not have looked good. The legend that Galileo muttered the words, "and yet it moves," after his recantation epitomizes the view that personal conviction cannot be silenced by authority. And it's a nice little story, but it's a story that appeared only a century after his death and is considered apocryphal. Once again, sorry to ruin your fun. Now, despite his condemnation, Galileo continued his scientific work. Of course, when you're stuck in the house all day, you have to do something, and something was what he did. Under house arrest, he wrote 2 new sciences, which laid the foundations for modern kinematics and materials science. His work had a profound impact on the later science, too. Albert Einstein even praised his contributions to physics, and Galileo is often heralded as the father of modern physics, something that Albert Einstein certainly seemed to agree with. And if you've got Einstein on your side, well, can't be all that bad. Of course, the trial itself also had long-term implications for the relationship between science and religion. It became kind of a symbol of the conflict between free inquiry and religious orthodoxy. This affair reflects the broader themes of an intellectual authority and the freedom to explore and validate new ideas, even if they go against traditional beliefs. And don't get too ahead of yourself, because this is a conflict that continues in various forms to this very day. Well, Galileo's death on January the 8th, 1642, certainly marked the end of an era, not only for science, but also for his chaotic relationship with the Catholic Church. Despite his contributions to the scientific community, his condemnation for heresy profoundly influenced the circumstances surrounding his burial. Initially, there were indeed grand plans for Galileo's final resting place, reflecting the status he had. Ferdinando II, the Grand Duke of Tuscany, intended for Galileo to be buried in the main body of the Basilica of Santa Croce in Florence, right next to his ancestors. This was also to be accompanied by the erecting of a lavish marble mausoleum, a testament to his legacy. However, was there somebody you forgot to ask? The plans were swiftly curtailed by the objections from Pope Urban VIII and his nephew, Cardinal Francesco Barberini, highlighting the lasting impact of Galileo's conflict with the Church. Of course, they couldn't have a heretic with such a great monument, right? Instead of the prestigious burial that was initially planned, Galileo was interred in a much more modest location, a small little room next to the novices' chapel, at the end of the corridor from the southern transept of the basilica to the sacristy. This was a stark contrast to the recognition he had hoped to receive from posterity, and reflected the Church's continued disapproval after his death. In comparison, it's basically like throwing him in the broom closet. Not very nice at all. Now fast forwarding a little bit later, in 1737, almost a century after his death, his contributions to science were finally recognized in a manner that befitted his legacy. His remains were moved to the main body of the Basilica of Santa Cruz, where a monument was erected in his honor. During this reburial, relics including 3 fingers and a tooth were removed from his remains, one of which is currently displayed at the Museo Galileo in Florence. This later ceremony did much to rectify the earlier understated burial, serving as a posthumous rehabilitation of his status as a pioneering scientist. After his death, the contentious issue surrounding his advocacy for heliocentrism gradually receded from the forefront of public discourse. The prohibition on reprinting Galileo's works, initially imposed by the Inquisition, was finally lifted in 1718, enabling the publication of his collected works, and I mean everything except the controversial dialogue. Well, in 1741, Pope Benedict XV sanctioned the publication of Galileo's complete scientific contributions, which included a modified version of the dialogue, and by modified, I mean censored. A broad ban on heliocentric writings was somewhat eased in 1758, when the general prohibition was removed from the index of prohibited books, although the dialogue and the De Revolutionibus of Copernicus remained specifically banned. It wasn't until 1838 that all official opposition to heliocentrism was eliminated from the index, reflecting a significant shift in the Church's stance towards the scientific concept. The narrative of the Galileo affair experienced a resurgence in interest during the early 19th century, particularly among Protestant polemicists who utilized the incident to critique Roman Catholicism. In 1939, Pope Pius XII, in one of his initial addresses to the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, praised Galileo as a bold pioneer of scientific endeavor. His advisor, Professor Robert Lieber, noted that Pius XII was keen on maintaining an open dialogue with the scientific community, and expressed quite a bit of regret over the historical treatment of Galileo. The controversy was revisited in 1990 by Cardinal Ratzinger, later becoming Pope Benedict XVI, during a speech at Sapienza University of Rome. He referenced the philosophical views of poor Feyerabend, who argued that the Church's condemnation of Galileo was justified based on the standards of rationality and justice prevalent at the time. Ratzinger highlighted the complexity of forming an apologetic based on the modern perceptions of these historical events. Significant progress in rectifying this historical wrong was made on October 31st, 1992, when Pope John Paul II officially acknowledged the Church's error in condemning Galileo's heliocentric theory. This acknowledgement was part of a broader discourse recognizing the need to distinguish the Bible's scriptural authority and its interpretations. Galileo's legacy is extensive and varied. He's credited with the discovery of the 4 largest moons of Jupiter, collectively known as the Galilean moons, being Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto. Beyond these celestial discoveries, his name has been commemorated in various scientific contexts. The Galileo spacecraft, notable for being the first to orbit Jupiter, and the Galileo Global Satellite Navigation System, which provides GPS services worldwide. Both honor his contributions to science. Additionally, the Galilean transformation in classical mechanics, which describes the transformation between inertial systems, and the Gal unit, a non-SI unit of acceleration, are also named after him, reflecting his broad scope of his influence and his lasting legacy. Furthermore, Galileo's name graces celestial features, such as planet Galileo and asteroid 697 Galileo, ensuring his legacy continues to be celebrated within and beyond the scientific community. I suppose we can say that he reached for the stars, but he flew a little bit too close to the sun. The Franks were a Germanic tribe that emerged during the late antiquity period and became a dominant power in Western Europe. Initially settling in the Roman province of Gaul, roughly modern-day France and some parts of Germany, they established a series of kingdoms under the Merovingian dynasty in the 5th century. The Franks are particularly noted for their conversion to Christianity under King Clovis I, which allied them with the Roman Church and distinguished them from other Germanic groups. Under the later Carolingian dynasty, which succeeded the Merovingians, the Franks reached their zenith with the reign of Charlemagne, who was crowned emperor in the year 800, symbolically reviving the Western Roman Empire. If you want to learn about them, then you've come to the right place. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. If you're coming back, it's good to have you with me again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description and comments. Otherwise, liking the video helps YouTube know that you're enjoying it, and then they'll let other people know as well. So, thank you in advance. Now, let's get on with our video for today. A history of the Franks. Now, first of all, where did the Franks come from? Well, once more, we walk the thin line between history and mythology. The mythological origins of the Franks are detailed in several early medieval sources, which provide fascinating but largely fictional accounts of the tribe's ancestry. According to the History of the Franks by Gregory of Tours, a historian from the 6th century, the Franks may have originated from Pannonia, settling initially along the Rhine River before moving through Thuringia and establishing a ruling class in the regions they conquered. There is, however, a more fantastical tale that appears in the Chronicle of Fredegar around the 7th century, which claims that the Franks were actually descendants of Trojans, linking them to the ancient epic heroes of Virgil's writings. Fredegar narrates that after the fall of Troy, the Franks, under leaders such as Frigga and Frankio, journeyed from Asia to Macedonia, and eventually to the banks of the Rhine, where they purportedly attempted to rebuild a new Troy. Well, it's a nice story. The Liber Historiae Francorum, another key source from the 8th century, echoes this Trojan lineage by suggesting that the Franks, under leaders like Priam and Antenor, migrated from Troy to Pannonia, and then to the region near the Sea of Azov. This text adds that after aiding the Romans in military campaigns, the group was dubbed the Franks, a name that implied fierceness in battle. Well, of course, modern observers critique these accounts, noting that they reveal the Franks' lack of a unified heritage, or ancient noble lineage, compared to other contemporaneous groups. This absence likely drove to the creation of these grandiose legends, aiming to construct a prestigious origin story for a relatively young confederation of tribes. Of course, historical revisionism is more or less as old as history itself. The early mentions of the Franks in historical sources show their interactions with the Roman Empire, highlighting both cooperative and hostile engagements. The Panegyrici Latini, along with writers like Ammianus Marcellinus, Claudian Zosimus, and particularly Gregory of Tours, provide fragmented but valuable insights into the movements and cultural backdrop of the Frankish tribes. From these accounts, we can summarize that the Franks first emerged in the historical record in the late 3rd century. Their initial appearance is noted during the 260s, when they began to exert pressure on Roman territories. Various Frankish groups like the Chamavi, Bructeri, Chatuari, and Sali, or Salians, also the Tubantes and Amsivari, are sporadically mentioned in Roman accounts from the late 3rd throughout the 4th century. The Franks are often mentioned in Roman sources under two categories, that being the Laeti, for allies, and Deditici, the enemies or surrendered foes. Of course, to the Roman world, there's only two kinds of people, allies and enemies. Notable episodes include a group of Franks reaching as far as Tarragona in Spain around the year 260, where they caused significant disruption until the Roman forces repelled them, but that wasn't until a decade later. By the end of the 3rd century, the Roman leadership took a more aggressive campaigns against the Franks. The Emperor Maximian is recorded as having subdued the Salian Franks along with other groups in 288, relocating them within the empire's borders. Why did they do this? Well, one, they wanted to utilize their manpower, but two, if they were inside the borders, they could somewhat keep an eye on them and curb further incursions. I mean, they weren't going to be making any incursions if they were already in. Not bad logic, Keep your friends close and enemies closer, perhaps. Now, the strategic relocation of these tribes by Roman authorities, as recorded by Eumenius, who refers to the expulsions and resettlements constructed by Constantius, reflect Rome's broader policy of barbarian management through resettlement. Of course, the policy aimed at both fortifying the Roman borders and slowly assimilating these groups into Roman military and economic systems. Further, the Frankish presence along the Rhine is marked on the Tabula Petinguriana, a medieval copy of a Roman map, which identifies places occupied by the Franks, such as the region opposite to Nijmegen and Xanten, which is labeled as Francia. Now, the Salian Franks, mentioned by Ammianus Marcellinus in the context of Julian's campaigns in 358, played a foundational role in the history of the Frankish people and their expansion within the Roman Empire. As foederati, or federated groups, the Salians were allowed to settle in Texuandria, a region moved from their original settlements around the Rhine-Maas delta. This strategic relocation facilitated their role both within and eventually beyond the Roman imperial borders. By the 5th century, the Salians, along with other Frankish groups, began to exert control over the river Scheldt, disrupting maritime transport to Britain and showcasing their burgeoning power as both allies and threats within the Roman domains. Despite Roman efforts to pacify them, their presence as pirates persisted, showing the challenge the empire faced in controlling these martial groups. The Salians' southward push into what is now modern France marked the beginning of their significant territorial expansion. This movement is closely associated with the establishment of the Merovingian dynasty, which famously codified the Salian law, Lex Salica. This law is notably applied in the Neustrian region, indicating the new geographical and political realities shaped by the Salians beyond their original settlements. The Silva Carbonaria, or charcoal forest, served as a geographical boundary that the Salians crossed under the leadership of figures like Clodio, who extended Frankish control into areas such as Tournai, Artois, Cambrai, and the Somme region. Clodio's legacy, as recounted by Gregory of Tours, positioned him as an ancestor to the Merovingian kings, with Childeric and later his son Clovis expanding and consolidating the Frankish rule. Childeric collaborated with Roman forces, reflecting the complex interdependence between Roman authorities and their barbarian foederati. His activities in the Loire region and beyond contributed to the foundation of what would become the Frankish kingdom of Neustria, essentially the heartland of later medieval France. Clovis's reign further solidified this trajectory by unifying the Frankish tribes under his rule and extending his authority eastward past the Silva Carbonaria into Belgica, laying the foundation for the kingdom of Austrasia. This region later adopted the Ripuarian law, another Frankish legal code that was distinct from that of Salian law. The Rhineland Franks, often differentiated from the Salians, and sometimes known as Ripuarian Franks in modern scholarship, were situated along a crucial stretch of the Rhine, spanning from Mainz to Duisburg, including the region around modern-day Cologne. This area, historically tied to the Ubi tribe, and encompassing parts of both Germania Inferior and Germania Superior, played its own role in the development of Frankish territories, and certainly a significant one. While the Rhineland Franks, like the Salians, appear in Roman records as both raiders and allies, depending on the time and context, documentation regarding their official settlement within the Roman Empire's borders remains somewhat unclear. They managed to establish control over key locations such as Cologne, and, over time, were possibly referred to as Ripuarians, a name likely deriving from river people due to their proximity to the Rhine. Very creative. The term Ripuarians is often linked with the Lex Ripuaria, a Merovingian legal code. However, it's important to note that this code was applicable not just in Ripuarian regions, but across all Frankish lands, indicating a broader administrative application than what was initially being assumed. The distinction between Salian and Ripuarian Franks, while very useful, does not necessarily reflect the rigid historical or territorial divisions, but rather differentiations that emerged over time within the broader Frankish identity. Jordanes' account in his Getica, mentioning the Ripari alongside other groups like the Franki and Saxones during the Battle of Chalons in 451, suggests a very complex interplay of tribal identities under Roman command. However, these Ripari are generally interpreted as a distinct group based along the Rhone, not as Ripuarian Franks from the Rhine region. As part of the Merovingian realm, Ripuarian territories were integral to the Kingdom of Austrasia, a core component of Merovingian power. This kingdom encompassed not only areas associated with the Salian and Ripuarian Franks, but also extended into Roman Germania Inferior, and even parts of Gallia Belgica. Over time, Austrasia evolved to include regions that correspond to medieval Lower and Upper Lotharingia, with territories stretching from the Rhine's west bank across to the lands east of the river. Gregory of Tours provides a detailed account of the Frankish kingdoms in the 5th century, highlighting several small kingdoms around regions like Cologne, Tournai, and Cambrai. During this period, the Merovingian dynasty began to emerge as a dominant force, perhaps leveraging its connections with Roman military and administrative structures in northern Gaul. This period marked the integration of Frankish leaders into the Roman military hierarchy, which played a crucial role in their rise to power. In the mid-5th century, Childeric I, a Salian Frank, served as a military commander in Roman Gaul, alongside other leaders with equally diverse ethnic backgrounds. He was temporarily eclipsed by the Roman commander Aegidius, who maintained control over the Frankish kingship connected with the Roman forces along the Loire for about 8 years. The concept of a kingship during this era inspired by figures such as Alaric I, represented a new form of leadership that set the stage for the Merovingian ascendancy. After Aegidius's death around 464 or 465, Childeric regained prominence, and his son, Clovis, continued to expand their influence. Clovis went on to achieve significant victories, including the defeat of Sigargius, a Roman ruler of the Kingdom of Soissons, in 486 or 487. Also the subjugation of other Frankish kings such as Chararic and Ragnacar. His conquests laid the groundwork for what would become a consolidated Frankish kingdom. By 509, Clovis had vanquished the Ripuarian Franks and established Paris as his capital, becoming the first king to rule over all the Frankish tribes. His realm was characterized by significant territorial expansion, including the defeat of the Visigoths at the Battle of Wallais and the eventual integration of regions like Burgundy, Provence, and Brittany by his successors. Clovis's death led to the division of his kingdom among his 4 sons, who managed to maintain a unified front long enough to conquer Burgundy in 534. However, the subsequent generation saw intense rivalry, particularly between the queens Brunhilda and Fredegunda, which fueled ongoing conflicts among the descendants of Clovis. These rivalries led to the formation of 3 distinct sub-kingdoms: Austrasia, Neustria, and Burgundy, each seeking to assert dominance over the others. The political center of the Frankish realm gradually shifted to the Rhineland, thanks in part to the influence of the Arnulfing clan in Austrasia. By 613, the realm was reunified under Clothar II, who issued the Edict of Paris to strengthen royal authority and curb corruption. His son, Dagobert I's reign marked the zenith of Merovingian power, which declined under subsequent kings, known as les rois fainéants, the do-nothing kings. The final shift in power occurred when Pepin the Short, a mayor of the palace, deposed the last Merovingian king, Childeric III, in 751 with ecclesiastical and aristocratic support, founding the Carolingian dynasty. This transition marked the end of the Merovingian era and the beginning of a new chapter in the history of the Frankish kingdom, namely the Carolingian Empire. The division of the Carolingian Empire after Louis the Pious's death was formalized in the Treaty of Verdun in 843, which partitioned the empire among his 3 surviving sons. This division reflected the complex dynastic, cultural, and religious tensions within the empire, and set the stage for the development of modern European states. Louis's eldest son, Lothair I, received the middle portion of the empire, which included parts of modern-day Italy, the Low Countries, and regions around the Rhine and Rhone rivers, effectively controlling the imperial title. Charles the Bold was granted the western part, which evolved into modern France, and Louis the German, well, you can guess which part he received, which would eventually become the core of the Holy Roman Empire. The tripartite division led to a political fragmentation, and of course frequent conflicts over borders and authority. The lack of a strong central authority led to the rise of local powers such as the feudal lords, who often held more actual power in practical terms than the actual kings. As each region developed independently, distinct cultural, social, and linguistic identities began to form. The use of vernacular languages increased, and gradually Latin was eclipsed in many areas. Different parts of the Carolingian Empire developed different economic systems based on their geography and resources, influencing their future economic stability and development. The Carolingian Renaissance, which had flourished under Charlemagne, continued to influence these regions, albeit in varying degrees. Charlemagne's efforts to revive classical knowledge and improve education had lasting effects on the intellectual life of Europe. Oh, and by the way, I'm only just going to talk about Charlemagne a little bit in this, since we don't really have time. But I've already done an entire hour-long video on him, a complete biography, which you'll be able to find probably in the medieval history section of the playlist. Monasteries and cathedrals continued to be centers of learning and literacy, preserving not only religious knowledge, but also secular texts from antiquity. However, the unity imposed by Charlemagne would never be fully realized again, and the fragmentation of the empire eventually led to the development of feudalism in Europe. This system of local governance, characterized by the decentralization of power, became a defining feature of the Middle Ages. Now, on to a few specifics of the Carolingian Empire, namely some of their culture, some notes about their language, religion, and then we'll have a look at their military structure. The Old Frankish language. It's often called Old Franconian, spoken by the Franks prior to the High German consonant shift between 6 and 700 AD. This shift significantly influenced the linguistics of the region, leading to a divergence where dialects that would become Dutch did not experience the shift, while others did, albeit to varying extents. Consequently, the distinction between Old Dutch and Old Frankish is actually quite minimal, with Old Dutch or Low Old Franconian often used to denote these variations post-shift. Oh, and by the way, they do say that Dutch is the easiest language for native English speakers to learn. That has very little to do with the Franks, but I'm just commenting. The direct evidence of Old Frankish is scarce, primarily limited to a few runic inscriptions, such as the Bergaker inscription. However, a considerable portion of Frankish vocabulary has been reconstructed through early Germanic loanwords in Old French and comparative linguistic reconstruction, particularly through Dutch. I have no idea how they do all of this with these old languages, but some very, very smart people, some very cunning linguists, of course. The impact of Old Frankish on Gallo-Roman language and culture, including vocabulary and phonological changes, remains a significant area of scholarly inquiry. Notably, Frankish influence on contemporary vocabulary includes words for the cardinal directions, north, south, east, west, and also an estimated 1,000 other words. Linguistically, northern Gaul became a bilingual region of vulgar Latin and Frankish during the Frankish conquest, while Latin remained the language of writing and formal affairs. Culturally and artistically, the early Frankish contributions are part of the migration period art, transitioning into what is recognized as Carolingian art or pre-Romanesque architecture. Surviving Merovingian architecture is rare, with the majority of early churches likely being constructed in timber. The best preserved example includes a baptistery in Poitiers, reflecting a Gallo-Roman style. Furthermore, artifacts such as jewelry, weapons, and manuscript illuminations provide insight into the aesthetic and cultural values of the time. The grave of Queen Aragonde and the treasure of Gourdon highlight the artistry of the period, though the overall quality may not be fully represented by the surviving works. The Carolingian Renaissance, later marked as a significant cultural transformation, of course heavily influenced by Charlemagne's patronage of the arts, included the commission of works from abroad. Carolingian art and architecture, such as the Palatine Chapel in Aachen, demonstrate a confident adaptation of Byzantine influences and sophistication that set the stage for future developments in Western art. Other notable Carolingian sites include the monasteries of Sentula, St. Gall, and the original Cologne Cathedral. Look that one up, it's pretty. Now, a little bit about religion, because of course it kind of goes hand in hand with culture, doesn't it? The conversion of the Frankish aristocracy to Christianity followed quickly after Clovis, although converting the entire population under Frankish rule was a very long and complex process. Frankish paganism, which persisted in some forms, shared many traits with broader Germanic paganism, being highly ritualistic and centered around a pantheon of localized deities. Among these was possibly the Quinator, a mythological water god linked to the Merovingian lineage. Frankish religious practices were deeply entwined with their daily lives and linked to specific regional cult centers, beyond which their gods held no sway or authority. Archaeological evidence, such as the burial of Childeric I, where his body was adorned with cloth decorated with bees, suggests a symbolic connection in pagan rituals, potentially linking the angon, a type of spear that means sting, hinting at a martial deity or spirit. The fleur-de-lis, a symbol later associated with the French royalty, may also derive from this weapon. The pivotal moment for Frankish Christianity came, of course, with Clovis, who converted to Catholicism in 496 after his marriage to the Burgundian Catholic Clotilde, and a decisive military victory, believed to be divine intervention. This event led to the baptism of Clovis and thousands of his warriors. significantly aligning the Frankish kingdom with the Catholic Church, unlike other Germanic tribes, which were promptly Arian. Now, Arian was just a different point of view. You had Arian Christianity and then the Roman Catholic Christianity. Arianism, of course, was the one that fell out of favor. Clovis's conversion facilitated a smoother leadership between the Church and the Frankish state, which was, of course, pivotal for the spread of Christianity in Western Europe. Despite the swift conversion of the Frankish elite, the complete Christianization of the populace was gonna take some time. And by some time, I mean centuries. And of course they had to overcome considerable resistance. You know what that means. Ragnar, a Frankish noble who initially supported Clovis's rise, later rallied a massive group of pagans against his conversion. This, of course, led to his execution. The ongoing Christianization efforts were largely advanced through the establishment and expansion of monastic networks across the kingdom. The Merovingian Church, of course, faced its own challenges, including integrating with the existing Gallo-Roman ecclesiastical structure, Christianizing pagan customs, and defining a new theological foundation for Merovingian kingship that had pagan roots. Of course, it's easy to get people to slightly change their pagan customs rather than give them up completely. This is how we get a lot of our modern sort of festivals around different things. We effectively co-opted the old ways and changed the flavor, but not the recipe, let's put it like that. Well, the church also had to manage the influence of Irish and Anglo-Saxon missionaries and meet the administrative demands of the papacy. Monasticism flourished, endorsed by the wealth of the Merovingian elite and driven by waves of Hermeticism, which eventually led to the widespread adoption of the Benedictine rule. The relationship between the church and the Merovingian kings was often quite strained, particularly as kings sometimes displayed pagan practices, such as polygamy. It's hard to give that one up. The transition from the Galician to the Roman Rite was actually encouraged by Rome, and the eventual rise of the Carolingian mayors of the palace, crowned by the Pope, marked a significant realignment of the Church towards a more stable governance under a Christian emperor. Well, of course, they developed their own legal system as well, so let's take a look at that. The legal systems of the Franks, like that of any other Germanic tribe, was originally based solely on oral traditions, with laws memorized and recited by officials known as Rakembergs, similar to the law speakers found in Scandinavian cultures. By the 6th century, these laws began to be recorded in written form, marking a significant transition in the administration of justice among the Franks. They were governed by primarily two legal codes, the Salic law for the Salian Franks and the Ripuarian law for the Ripuarian Franks. These legal systems reflected the distinct tribal origins and settlements of the Frankish people. The Gallo-Romans and the clergy in regions south of the River Loire continued to be governed by traditional Roman law, indicating a coexistence of Germanic and Roman legal principles in this area. and I hazard to say that the Romans thought that theirs was quite a bit better. Now, Germanic law, including that of the Franks, primarily focused on individual rights and personal justice, rather than state interests. This approach to law emphasized the importance of resolving disputes at a more personal level, with cases involving personal property or injury receiving meticulous attention. This focus on individual and personal issues in Frankish legal practice shows the fundamentally different priorities and social structures compared to those of the Roman legal system, which was more centrally organized and focused around the state. The Frankish legal tradition underscores a societal framework where personal honor, property rights, and community standings were of the greatest importance. Now, let's do a little bit about the military history and how the Franks composed their armies. The integration and influence of Germanic tribes, including the Franks, within the Roman military framework, significantly shaped the development of military practices in late antiquity. In fact, the participation of Germanic peoples in the Roman army dates back to the time of Julius Caesar, but their role became increasingly prominent following the collapse of Roman authority in Gaul around the 260s AD. One of the first notable instances of Germanic leadership in the Roman military post-collapse was the revolt led by the Batavian commander Postumus. Postumus, declaring himself emperor, effectively created a separatist Gallo-Roman Empire that restored order and was supported by Germanic soldiers. It was a period that marked the beginning of a trend where Germanic military leaders gained substantial influence and command within what remained of the Roman territorial control. A few decades later, another equally significant figure, the Menapian Carausius, formed a Batavian British rump state, relying heavily on Frankish military support. This indicates the growing military capability and autonomy of the Frankish soldiers during this era. And throughout the 4th century, Frankish commanders such as Magnentius, Silvanus, Ricimer, and Bauto held prominent positions within the Roman military itself, showing another way that they were integrated depending on the time and context. Now, Ammianus Marcellinus' accounts provide insights into how Germanic tribes, including the Franks and the Alemanni, adopted Roman military organization and tactics, reflecting a fusion of Roman military discipline with the Germanic warrior culture. This blend of practices continued to evolve, particularly evident after Cholidio's invasion, when the Roman armies at the Rhine border essentially became Frankish, adopting Roman-like organizational structures, tactics, and equipment. The observation by the 6th century scholar Procopius that the Arboricoi, having assimilated with the Franks, retained their Roman legionary organization long after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, gives us another example of the lasting Roman influence on Frankish military structure. Well, under the Merovingian dynasty, the Franks melded their Germanic customs with these Romanized military organizations, leading to significant tactical innovations. These changes not only enabled the Franks to expand their territory, but also laid the groundwork for the development of feudal military systems in medieval Europe. The accounts of Procopius and Agathias, when discussing the military customs of the Franks during the 6th century, give us another example of a distinct blend of simplicity and ferocity in their approach to warfare. Yet these narratives are fraught with contradictions and historical complexities. For example, Procopius depicts the Franks as predominantly infantry, armed primarily with axes and swords and shields, eschewing the use of spears or bows in favor of throwing axes that would of course shatter enemy shields and wreak havoc in their ranks. You don't need to have an axe thrown at you to come to the conclusion that it would be quite a frightening ordeal. Either way, this portrayal emphasizes the Frankish preference for close combat and their reliance on heavy shock tactics rather than missile warfare or cavalry maneuvers, which were of course common among other contemporary military forces. Which seems to be very German. Just get in there, close up, axes, fists. Yeah, seems a bit German to me. Well, Agathias corroborates some aspects of this depiction, noting that the Franks' disdain for body armor and sophisticated military attire, suggesting a warrior culture that valued mobility and shock over protection. Lightly armored means light on your feet. Smart. Both historians agree on the Frankish preference for infantry tactics, with Agathias specifically highlighting their skills in hand-to-hand combat and their ability to adapt to different combat situations, including the use of the angon, a type of spear that could be thrown or used in melee. Wonder where they got that idea from. However, these Byzantine sources contradict each other on the use of the spear and present an image that doesn't really align with archaeological finds or contemporaneous Gallic sources, like Sidonius Apollinaris and Gregory of Tours. These later sources, along with legal codes such as the Lex Ribuaria, provide evidence of a more diversified Frankish military that indeed used spears, helmets, and possibly even some form of mail armor, suggesting a more complex and capable military organization than the Byzantine historians imply. Well, in light of this, while Procopius and Agathias provide a lot of valuable insights into Frankish warfare, their accounts must be considered within the broader scope of all available sources, and that includes archaeological evidence and Frankish legal codes. These suggest a military capability that was both influenced by and distinct from Roman practices, characterized by a flexible approach to warfare that could integrate both Roman and traditional Germanic elements. The Merovingian military, deeply rooted in the Roman traditions, adapted and evolved these influences to form a unique Frankish approach to warfare that was both pragmatic as much as it was versatile. This adaptability was crucial in both defensive and offensive capacities, particularly in their campaigns against external enemies and in internal power struggles within the Frankish realms. The militarized nature of the Merovingian society was evident in the institution of the Marchfeld, an annual assembly where plans for the upcoming campaign season were laid out. These gatherings served not only as strategic planning sessions, but also as demonstrations of royal power and opportunities to affirm loyalty among the Frankish nobility. The focus on displaying military strength showed once again the importance of an armed force in maintaining and extending Merovingian rule. In terms of equipment, the Merovingian forces were well equipped, at least by the standards of the time, drawing heavily on the legacy of the late Roman military system. The elite units and the retinues of nobles would typically wear coats of mails and helmets, and were armed with swords, lances, and shields. These items were not just tools of war, but also kind of like symbols of status within the warrior aristocracy. The influence of Alanic cavalry tactics, which came a lot later, highlighted the integration of diverse military traditions within the Merovingian domain. They also demonstrated considerable tactical flexibility, incorporating siege engines and fortified positions in civil conflicts, while focusing on mobility and rapid strikes in internal campaigns. And, well, what about naval capabilities? Well, though less emphasized in historical records, they were significant, at least comparatively, especially in operations against the Danish incursions. The campaign by Theodoric I in 515 illustrates the strategic use of naval power in protecting and extending Frankish interests along the European coastlines. The Merovingians also incorporated soldiers from conquered or allied regions, such as the Saxons and the Wends, who brought their own weapons and also their own fighting styles into the Frankish military apparatus. This integration, of course, helped in forging a more diverse and versatile military force, capable of operating across the varied terrains of the Frankish Empire. John Hunyadi, a prominent 15th century Hungarian military leader and statesman, who played a critical role in defending Central Europe against the Ottoman Empire. He's best known for his victories over the Ottomans, most notably at the Siege of Belgrade in 1456, where his forces repelled a major Ottoman attack, a triumph that halted the Ottoman advance into Europe for several decades. His leadership and military strategies significantly influenced the defense tactics of the European states during this period, and he is remembered as a national hero in Hungary and Romania for his defense of the Christian faith and the territories of Central Europe. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you, and if you're coming back, good to see you again. As always, if you like what I do and you feel inclined to support the channel, a link to the Patreon is in the description. Otherwise, help me meet my subscriber goal of 10,000 with a like, comment and subscribe if you feel so inclined. Now, without further ado, get yourself relaxed, take a deep breath, and we can begin. John Hunyadi, a key figure in 15th century Hungary, emerges as a significant player in various historical documents and accounts, though details about his early life and family background still remain somewhat of a mystery. The first concrete historical mention of Hunyadi is in a royal charter of grant, dated October the 18th, 1409, where King Sigismund of Hungary awarded Hunyad Castle and its associated lands to John's father, Wojciech, and John himself, among others. The charter suggests that John's family was held in considerable esteem within the royal court, and Voik even served as a court knight. The origin of Hunyadi's family is also a mystery. Chroniclers like Johannes de Thurox and Antonio Bonfini documented that Voik moved from Wallachia to Hungary at King Sigismund's behest, a narrative supported by some modern historians. However, some still argue that Voik was native to the region around Hunyad Castle, complicating the narrative of Hunyadi's foreign origin even more. Adding to the intrigue of these origins, there is an alternate tale, initially described as a tasteless one, fabricated by Hunyadi's opponent, Ulrich II, the Count of Kelj. The rumor suggested that John was not actually Voik's son, but rather an illegitimate offspring of King Sigismund. This rumor, of course, gained popularity, especially during the reign of John Hunyadi's son, Matthias Corvinus, who notably erected a statue of King Sigismund in Buda. That's Budapest, by the way. While the tale was embellished by later chroniclers, such as Gaspar Heltai, modern historians dismiss it as unverifiable gossip, although it did contribute to Hunyadi's legendary status in the Balkans. The identity of John's mother is even more mysterious. While some accounts, like those of Bonfini and Heltai, suggest she was the daughter of a wealthy boyar from Morzina, others, including Pop, propose her name as Elizabeth and associate her with the Musina family of Demsus. There is also speculation, referenced by Kubinyi, about her Greek origins or Orthodox faith, and while these could indeed be true, to this point in time, at least at the time of this video, they're yet to be thoroughly substantiated. Now it gets even more complicated. Matthias Corvinus, in a letter from 1489, claimed that his grandmother's sister was captured by Ottomans and actually became part of a sultan's harem, suggesting a familial link between John Hunyadi and the Ottoman royal family, a claim which is once again dismissed by some later historians as fictitious. Well, his exact year of birth is also a little uncertain, and we have estimates ranging from 1405 to 1407, based mainly on the timing of his younger brother's birth and other familial details. His place of birth is also a little unclear, though 16th century scholar Anton Vrankic described Hunyadi as a native of the Hatzeg region. Hunyadi's formative years were shaped by service under various influential figures, which helped him prepare for his future military and political successes. These details of these early times are somewhat muddled by contradictory accounts from 15th century authors, making it challenging to compile a definitive list of his employers during his youth. Now, according to Poggio Bracciolini, the biographer of Filippo Scolari, Hunyadi was educated from his youth by Scolari, who was responsible for the defense of the southern frontier as the head, or the Ispan, of Temez County around 1420. Hunyadi likely served as Scolari's page, gaining initial military training and exposure. Contrarily, John of Capistrano, writing in 1456, suggested that Hunyadi began his military career under Nicholas of Ilok. However, modern historian Pal Engel proposed that Capistrano might have confused Nicholas with his brother, Stephen of Ilok, since Nicholas was actually younger than Hunyadi. Antonio Boffini provided yet another perspective, suggesting early in Hunyadi's career he worked for either Demeter Supor, the Bishop of Zagreb, or for the Sakis. This variety in reported early associations shows the breadth of Hunyadi's connections and experiences, and while we don't know for sure, it certainly shows that he spans significant political and military influence, learning a little bit from everybody perhaps. Now, adding a little bit of a further enrichment to Hunyadi's early experience, the Byzantine historian Launikos Chalkokindiles, difficult name that one, recorded that Hunyadi spent time at the court of Stefan Lazarevic, the despot of Serbia, who died in 1427. This connection is substantiated by Hunyadi's marriage to Elizabeth Zilagi around 1429, whose father was a familiar of the despot, suggesting that these years were crucial for building his network and military skill. During the early 1430s, Hunyadi's career continued to ascend as he joined the retinue of King Sigismund, traveling with him to Italy and then serving in the army of Filippo Maria Visconti, the Duke of Milan. This period was instrumental for Hunyadi, who learned contemporary military art and tactics, in particular the use and employment of mercenaries. Upon returning to Sigismund's service, now Holy Roman Emperor, Hunyadi was enriched with land and responsibilities, reflecting his growing influence and the trust placed in him by the Roman Emperor Sigismund. He was involved in financial transactions with Sigismund, including loaning money in exchange for territorial pledges. He then went on to serve in the retinue of Franco Talovac, a Croatian nobleman, and ban of Severin around 1434. A ban is kind of the word for ruler in Croatian, by the way. This service further expanded his military and administrative skills, essential for his later campaigns against the Ottomans. Hunyadi's ability to navigate these complexities of politics is evidenced by his involvement across various regional courts. It showcases his diplomatic skills, not just all about the brawn. He could use his head as well, and by this time he was a very keen study. He was learning everything there could be known to being a proper medieval ruler. By the time of Sigismund's death in 1437, Hunyadi had established himself quite firmly as a formidable military leader and strategist. His involvement in Bohemia under King Albert and his ongoing commitment to defending Hungary's southern frontiers against Ottoman incursions marked him as a key figure in Eastern European politics and warfare. His understanding of Hussite tactics, that is, the followers of Jan Hus, the alleged heretic, by the way, which he observed during his time in Bohemia, would later influence his own strategies on the battlefield. By the end of 1438, the Ottoman Empire had effectively occupied a large portion of Serbia, consolidating their control with the capture of Smederevo in the August of 1439. Despite the resistance efforts led by figures like John Hunyadi. During this chaotic period, Durad Brankovic, despot of Serbia, fled, and he arrived in Hungary seeking assistance. King Albert of Hungary, recognizing the Ottoman threat for exactly what it was, called for a general insurrection of the nobility against the Ottomans, though only a few armed noblemen gathered, with Hunyadi being a notable exception. Hunyadi's proactive skirmishes against the besieging Ottoman forces enhanced his reputation and contributed significantly to his rising fame. His efforts, however, could not prevent the fall of Smederevo, marking a significant advance in the Ottoman control over the region. Well, following King Albert's death from a bout of dysentery in 1439, a period of political uncertainty ensued, which culminated in a dual kingship scenario in Hungary. Albert's widow, Elizabeth, ensured that her infant son, Ladislaus, was crowned king in the May of 1440. However, the estates of the realm had already offered the crown to Vladislaus, the King of Poland, who was crowned in July of the same year. And guess what? This, of course, led to a civil war, during which Hunyadi threw his support behind King Vladislaus. It was during this period Hunyadi also continued his military campaigns against the Ottomans in Wallachia, that's modern-day Romania. In recognition of his services, King Vladislaus granted him additional estates near his family lands in the August of 1440. Hunyadi's military prowess was further demonstrated in the early days of 1441, when he, alongside Nicholas of Elok, decisively ended the civil war by defeating the troops of Vladislaus's opponents in Batazek. The resolution of civil war allowed King Vladislaus to reward Hunyadi and Nicholas of Elok quite nicely, with significant titles, but also responsibilities, including the voivodeship of Transylvania. Voivod is a ruler as well, just like the Hungarian Ban, same sort of thing, and the Count of the Szekelys, as well as the command of a strategic location, such as Belgrade, which is of course the modern-day capital of Serbia. Hunyadi's effective administration in these regions, particularly in pacifying Transylvania, showcased his adeptness not only in military matters, but also in day-to-day governance, and this earned him the respect and loyalty of the local landowners, who were pretty glad to have a semblance of stability. Hunyadi's proactive defense strategies included fortifying Belgrade and launching retaliatory raids against the Ottoman territories. Well, a lot of the territories used to be European territories, so let's say the new Ottoman territories. His successful defense against Ottoman invasions into Transylvania in 1441, particularly at the battles near Marathonterm and Gyulaferheva, marked significant victories that halted further Ottoman advances into the region, if only temporarily. Well, it was these military successes that not only solidified Hunyadi's position as a key defender of Christendom against the Ottomans, but it also played this role in enhancing his stature across Europe. People were starting to talk, and they were talking about John Hunyadi. Pope Eugenius IV recognized Hunyadi's contributions. He sent his legate, Cardinal Giuliano Cesarini, to Hungary to mediate peace and support further crusading efforts against the Ottomans. Hunyadi's subsequent victories, including the significant defeat of a much larger Ottoman force at Zakani in 1444, further established this formidable military legacy. Now, Hunyadi's use of mercenaries in particular, including disbanded Czech Hussite troops, and his willingness to employ local irregular forces, showcased his innovative approach to warfare, and enabled him to effectively counter the Ottomans, who were, more often than not, numerically superior. There was just so many of them. Well, in April 1443, with the drive to repel Ottoman influence growing ever stronger and stronger, King Vladislaus of Hungary, influenced by Cardinal Cesarini's mediation, forged an armistice with Frederick III of Germany. This peace ensured that Hungary could focus on the Ottoman threat without concern of German interference for at least a period of 12 months. With this security in mind, Hunyadi, leveraging his own resources, financed a substantial mercenary force, demonstrating his commitment once again to fighting against the Ottomans. That very autumn, Vladislaus and Hunyadi set out with a sizable army, including reinforcements from Poland and the neighboring Moldavia, into a campaign that marked one of the most significant military endeavors of the period. While Vladislaus held nominal command, the true strategic leadership lay directly on Hunyadi's shoulders, and he bore it quite well. The campaign saw Hunyadi right at the forefront, achieving tactical victories that included the capture of key cities like Kruševac, Nice, and Sofia. Despite all these successes, the harsh winter and logistical challenges halted their advances at the Zlatitsa Pass, leading to a strategic withdrawal back to Hungarian territory by early 1444. The campaign, though not achieving a decisive defeat of major Ottoman forces, ignited a wave of newly renewed enthusiasm across Christian Europe, leading to renewed calls for a crusade against the Ottomans from figures like Pope Eugenius IV and Philip the Good, the Duke of Burgundy. This period also solidified Hunyadi's leadership among the Hungarian nobility, dedicated to defending the realm against further Ottoman encroachments. Sultan Murad II, recognizing the shifting dynamic and the internal threats within his own borders from groups such as the Karamanids, proposed a peace that would have restored semi-autonomous states of Serbia under Durad Brankovic, and offered a 10-year truce. Although initially accepted by Hungarian envoys in June of 1444, things in Hungary began to shift dramatically again following the death of their beloved King Albert later that year, propelling Vladislaus to pursue further military action against the Ottomans, despite the peace agreement. The subsequent crusade, later in that year of 1444, endorsed by Cardinal Cesarini and others, was a catastrophic failure, especially at the Battle of Varna in November. The Battle of Varna being famous for all the wrong reasons. King Vladislaus was killed, leading to a devastating defeat for the Christian forces. Hunyadi, well, he managed to narrowly escape capture and returned to Hungary, where he continued to consolidate his power internally, particularly in the eastern regions along the Tisza River, enhancing his status as one of Hungary's most influential barons. Following these tumultuous events, Hunyadi's focus remained steadfast on the Ottoman threat. His continuous efforts to organize new crusading efforts, coupled with his diplomatic engagements with Western monarchs and regional leaders like Vlad Dracul of Wallachia, that is, Dracula's father, by the way. Vlad Tepes Dracula is the one you are thinking of. Vlad Dracul of Wallachia is the father. Of course, the suffix "a" on the end of it means son, so Dracul meaning dragon, Dracula meaning son of the dragon. Very cool name, I know. Well, as we were saying, his diplomatic engagements with figures such as these showed once again his enduring commitment to the defense and expansion of Christendom. And yes, before you ask, I've already done a video on Dracula. Go and watch it. Now, Hunyadi's appointment as the regent and governor of Hungary on June the 6th, 1446, marked another milestone in his political and military career. His elevation was strongly supported by the lesser nobility, who recognized his extensive contributions and sacrifices in the ongoing conflicts against the Ottomans. By this time, Hunyadi had amassed considerable wealth and land, covering an area exceeding 800,000 hectares, which is about 2 million acres, making him one of the richest and most powerful barons in the entire kingdom. His financial commitment to the war efforts was completely unparalleled, and he invested a significant portion of his own resources in defending the realm. As governor, Hunyadi was granted extensive royal prerogatives during the minority of King Ladislaus V. Although his authority to make land grants was capped at 32 peasant holdings. His early tenure was thus challenged by internal conflicts and power struggles, notably with Ulrich II, the Count of Kelje, who refused to cede control of Slavonia and challenged Hunyadi's authority. Despite several military campaigns, Hunyadi was ultimately unable to decisively subdue this rebellious count. Hunyadi's diplomatic skills were tested as he negotiated an armistice with John Žižka of Brandis, who controlled northern regions, now our modern-day Slovakia, although the truce failed to hold. His foreign policy challenges continued with Frederick III of Germany, who had detained King Ladislaus V and refused to release him, prompting Hunyadi to launch punitive raids into Austrian territories, which resulted in a truce that somewhat favored Frederick. The politics within Hungary grew ever more complicated after the Diet elected Ladislaus Garai, a leader of Hunyadi's opponents as Palatine, reflecting the shifting allegiances that were now entrenched among the Hungarian nobility. Amidst these internal and external pressures, Hunyadi sought to bolster his position by negotiating with Alfonso the Magnanimous. What a name! The King of Aragon and Naples, even offering him the Hungarian crown in exchange for support against the Ottomans, a proposal that ultimately just went nowhere. Well, Hunyadi's aggressive foreign policy extended to Wallachia, where in December 1447 he deposed Vlad Dracul, signaling his intention to assert greater control over the region. This move was controversial and seen by some, like the Polish chronicler Jan Długosz, as an act of betrayal and ambition. Thus, Hunyadi's influence in the neighboring Moldavia was also notable, as he supported a pretender to the Moldavian throne, further expanding his political and military influence. Despite his extensive military campaigns and diplomatic efforts, Hunyadi faced persistent challenges in Slavonia from Count Ulrich of Celje. A compromise was eventually reached, solidifying Ulrich's position, but reflecting the complex and often fraught nature of Hunyadi's regency. Throughout these trials, Hunyadi remained committed to the defense of Christendom, as evidenced by his communications with Pope Eugenius and his unyielding stance against the Ottomans. His strategic philosophy favored offensive tactics, which he believed would more effectively counter the Ottoman threat and secure European territories from further incursions. His campaign against the Ottomans in 1448 reflects a pivotal moment in his career, and of course one in the broader sphere of conflicts between the Christian kingdoms of Europe and the emerging Ottoman Empire. His army, comprising of 16,000 soldiers and supplemented by 8,000 from Wallachia, aimed to deliver a decisive blow against the Ottoman forces. However, Hunyadi faced significant challenges from the onset. Đurađ Branković, the despot of Serbia, refused to support the Crusaders, viewing his participation as potentially antagonistic towards the Ottomans, with whom he sought a more conciliatory relationship. As a result, Hunyadi regarded Branković as an ally of the Ottomans, kind of like saying, if you aren't with us, you're against us. Thus, his forces marched through Serbia, engaging in punitive plundering of the Serbian countryside as they moved through it. The critical battle took place at Kosovo Polje on October 17, 1448, where Sultan Murad II himself commanded the Ottoman forces into battle. The confrontation lasted 3 grueling and miserable days, and concluded with a catastrophic defeat for Hunyadi's coalition. Approximately 17,000 Hungarian and Wallachian soldiers were either killed or captured, and the ones that were killed were more likely than not impaled. Not a good way to go. The magnitude of this defeat significantly affected Hunyadi's standing and his ability to project military power in the region. His reputation had taken somewhat of a hit. As he retreated, he was captured by none other than Đurađ Branković and held in the fort of Smederevo under threat of being handed over to the Ottomans, and he did not want to be handed over to the Ottomans. While the political ramifications of Hunyadi's capture were of course extensive, Hungarian nobles and clerics, recognizing Hunyadi's importance in the ongoing defense against the Ottomans, convened and pressured Brankovic to negotiate. Hunyadi was released under a treaty that demanded a heavy ransom of 100,000 gold florins, and the return of all domains previously taken from Brankovic. The treaty substantially weakened Hunyadi's influence and financial standing, of course. Well, back in Hungary, Hunyadi's strategic position continued to be complex and fraught with internal and external pressures alike. He resigned from his influential position as Voivode of Transylvania and faced continuous challenges from rivals, including John Jiskra, who controlled significant territories with his Czech mercenaries. Moreover, Hunyadi did manage to secure alliances with Stefan Thomas of Bosnia and Bogdan II of Moldavia, which were crucial for maintaining a regional coalition against both internal dissidents and external threats. The treaty with Frederick III of Germany in 1450 and subsequent peace with Brankovic in 1451 were part of Hunyadi's broader strategy to stabilize his position and prepare for future confrontations with the Ottomans. These treaties allowed Hunyadi some breathing room to reorganize and plan his next steps. Despite the setbacks, Hunyadi's reputation as a commander and leader capable of defending Christendom against the Ottomans remained influential. He continued to play a central role in the politics of Hungary and the broader region, leveraging his military experience and networks to navigate the complexities of mid-15th century Eastern Europe. This role was further solidified when, despite stepping down from the regency, he was appointed Captain General of the Kingdom by King Ladislaus V in 1453, who entrusted him with substantial military and administrative authority to continue his efforts to secure and defend Hungarian interests against the Ottoman threat. Hunyadi's later years were marked by complex politics, military engagements, and strained alliances that just sunk in more of the volatile nature of the medieval times. As Ioannis Silvius Piccolomini, the future Pope Pius II, noted in 1453, Hunyadi, George of Podbrady, and Ulrich of Celje were pivotal in governing the realms of Hungary, Bohemia, and Austria respectively. However, Hunyadi's actions and ambitions, although initially supported, eventually began to arouse suspicion and resistance among his former allies and constituents. By mid-1453, he found his position increasingly precarious, and he had begun to quite frequently look over his shoulder. The citizens of Bestos, for example, forced him to reaffirm their traditional liberties, reflecting a growing local resistance to his authority. And the period also saw Hunyadi's longtime friend, Nicholas Ulaki, aligning with the Palatine Ladislaus Garai and Judge Royal Ladislaus Paloki in a formal alliance aimed at restoring loyal authority, a clear signal of dissent against Hunyadi's governance. and that's bad luck when you lose your mates like that. No good. It's not right. Well, despite all these challenges, Hunyadi kept his chin up, and he continued to play a significant role in international affairs. Toward the end of 1453, he travelled to Prague and brokered a treaty with Ulrich Eisinger and George of Podebrady, after expelling Ulrich of Celje from Austria. Upon returning to Hungary, Hunyadi convened a diet to prepare for a new military campaign against the Ottomans, following their capture of Constantinople in the May of 1453. This initiative, however, was met with limited practical support, as the Diet's ambitious military mobilization orders were largely ignored. King Ladislaus V's subsequent Diet in the early days of 1454 proposed significant changes to administration of royal revenues and governance, which would, of course, once again reduce Hunyadi's influence. Although the Diet rejected most of the king's proposals, it accepted the establishment of a royal council, signaling a shift towards a more structured royal governance. Amidst all of these internal political issues, Hunyadi remained on active duty on the military front. In May 1454, he intervened in Serbia when Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II laid siege to Smederevo, violating the 1451 truce. And yes, that Mehmed II was also the commander of the forces that broke through in Constantinople in the year before. Well, Hunyadi's timely military response forced Mehmed to lift the siege, and later that year, Hunyadi conducted a successful raid against Vidin and other Ottoman territories, demonstrating his continued prowess as a military commander and showing them all that he's still got it. However, Emperor Frederick III's imperial diet at Wiener Neustadt aimed at discussing a new crusade against the Ottomans did not result in decisive actions, primarily due to Frederick's hesitation and Hunyadi's exclusion from the meeting by political maneuvers. By early 1456, the politics in Hungary had become even more fraught. King Ladislaus V's visit to Buda, accompanied by Ulrich of Celje and other barons, led to direct confrontations with Hunyadi, who was accused of abusing his authority. Rather a broad brush. Well, this internal strife, of course, coincided with yet another Ottoman invasion, prompting a temporary reconciliation among the Hungarian leaders, including Hunyadi. In a significant political compromise, Hunyadi resigned control of some royal revenues and fortresses, indicating a reduction in his direct control over Hungarian military and fiscal resources. Well, it was around this time where Hunyadi was reaching the end of his tenure. His final months were characterized by a series of intense military efforts to desperately defend Hungary against the Ottoman forces under a very angry Sultan Mehmed II. The situation was dire. Envoys from Ragusa had alerted Hungarian leadership about the Ottoman preparations for the invasion, and foreign assistance was at this point very unlikely, as communication by the papal legate, Cardinal Juan Carvajal. Despite the grim outlook, Hunyadi's reputation as a formidable military leader remained completely intact, underscored by Carvajal's reference to him as the Maccabeus of our time. Vladislav II of Wallachia, supported by the Ottomans, was conducting raids into southern Transylvania, exacerbating the threat to Hungarian territories. Additionally, local conflicts within Hungary, such as the rebellion by the Vlachs in Fogaras County and ongoing conflicts with the Hussites in Upper Hungary, diverted resources and attention from the primary threat of the Ottoman advance. In the early days of 1456, Hunyadi focused on reinforcing Hungary's southern defences, particularly the key fortress of Belgrade, which was critical in guarding against the Ottoman incursions. He managed to hire a sizable force of Hungarian, Czech, and Polish mercenaries, and directed them to defend Belgrade. At the same time, the fervent preaching of John of Capistrano mobilized a crusader army, largely composed of peasants, who gathered at the fortress in anticipation of the siege. The Ottoman attack began in July with a heavy bombardment. Hunyadi assembled a fleet of 200 ships to challenge the Ottoman naval forces on the Danube. His successful destruction of the Ottoman fleet on July 14th was a crucial victory, preventing the Ottomans from completing their encirclement of Belgrade. The climax of the siege occurred between the 21st of July and the 22nd, when the Ottomans launched a general assault. Hunyadi, alongside the makeshift rabble of a crusader army, managed to repel the Ottoman attacks and even broke into their camp. The decisive counterattack caused significant disarray within the Ottoman ranks, forcing Sultan Mehmed to retreat despite his initial resistance to abandon the siege. The victory at Belgrade was celebrated all across Europe, sparking processions and public jubilation in cities like Venice and Oxford, reflecting the widespread relief and admiration for Hunyadi's leadership. However, despite the military success, internal tensions had to surface in the Crusader camp, with the peasant soldiers denying the nobility's role in the victory. This brewing discontent prompted Hunyadi and Capistrano to abandon the army to prevent further unrest. Tragically, shortly after the siege, a plague outbreak claimed many lives in the Crusader camp, including John Hunyadi himself. He died on August the 11th, 1456, near Zemun in modern-day Serbia. His death marked the end of an era for the Hungarian military and political life. Hunyadi was thus later buried in the Roman Catholic St. Michael's Cathedral in Alba Iulia. The tradition of ringing church bells at noon has a historical significance that traces back to the pivotal victory at the Siege of Belgrade in 1456. Pope Calixtus III, in an effort to galvanize support and prayer for the defenders fighting against the Ottoman siege led by Sultan Mehmed, decreed that the bells of every church across Europe should ring out at noon. This was intended as a daily reminder for Christians to pray for the success of the forces defending Belgrade, which was under the command of John Hunyadi. This practice, deeply rooted in this historical event, continues to resonate across various Christian denominations, including Protestant and Orthodox communities, illustrating its widespread adoption and the lasting impact of the victory at Belgrade. So, The next time you hear the church bells ring out at noon, perhaps if you feel inclined, you can say a little prayer for John Hunyadi and those who made their brave defense. Or if you're not inclined to pray, perhaps just remember about the sacrifices people had made to protect Europe. I'm sure there'll be plenty more sacrifices in the future. We are not out of the woods yet. Plenty more wars to come, don't worry about that. You must have heard of Joan of Arc, the peasant girl who became a national heroine and a saint of the Catholic Church, claiming to have received visions from Saint Michael, Saint Catherine and Saint Margaret, instructing her to support Charles VII and recover France from English dominion late in the 100 Years' War. Joan was given a place in the military as a standard bearer. In fact, her presence inspired the French troops, and she played a crucial role in lifting the siege of Orleans in 1429, marking a turning point in the war. However, captured by the Burgundians in 1430, Joan was sold to the English and then placed on trial for charges including heresy and witchcraft. What happened next? Maybe you know. But whichever the case, if you've come to learn about Joan of Arc, I can guide you through it, from start to finish. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you are coming back, it's great to see you again as always. If you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, if you want to tell YouTube to push my video out to a larger audience, a like and subscribe always helps with that. Now, without further ado, let's get on to the good stuff. A biography of Joan of Arc. Please, make yourself comfortable. Let's start from the beginning. Joan of Arc was born around 1412 in Domremy, a village located in what is now the Vosges region of northeastern France. The exact date of her birth remains unknown, and she was vague about her age in her own statements. We do know, however, that she was the daughter of Jacques d'Arc and Isabelle Romay, and grew up in a family that included 3 brothers and a sister. As for her parents, her father was a peasant farmer who owned approximately 50 acres of land. He also served as a village official, where he collected taxes and headed up the local watch, which wasn't a bad deal since it supplemented his income somewhat. Joan's early life unfolded against the backdrop of the 100 Years' War. That was a prolonged conflict between England and France that began in 1337. This war was primarily fought over territorial disputes and claims to the French throne by the English. Well, by the time of Joan's birth, the war had severely impacted France's economy and led to all sorts of internal issues and political fragmentation within the country. The French monarchy in particular was unstable during this period. King Charles VI, known for his bouts of mental illness, often found himself simply unable to rule, and the times where he could rule, well, perhaps he shouldn't have. The king's complete incapacity led to intense rivalries for control of the regency, primarily between his brother Louis, the Duke of Orleans, and his cousin John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy. Well, the assassination of the Duke of Orleans, Louis, in 1407, by the Duke of Burgundy, that John the Fearless, ignited a civil war between two houses, the Armagnacs, supporters of the Duke of Orleans' son, Charles of Orleans, and later Dauphin Charles, and the Burgundians. I'm sure you've heard of them before. As these internal conflicts continued to plague and weaken France, Henry V of England watched on and decided to take advantage of the situation. This came in the form of invading France in the year 1415. Well, the Burgundians managed to capture Paris in 1418, and the assassination of John the Fearless in 1419 during peace negotiations with the Dauphin further escalated tensions. In came Philip the Good, the new Duke of Burgundy, then allied with the English. The political chaos deepened when Charles VI, influenced by accusations against the Dauphin as a murderer and spurred on by his wife Isabeau of Bavaria, disinherited the Dauphin through the Treaty of Troyes. This treaty also arranged the marriage of their daughter, Catherine of Valois, to Henry V, and designated their heirs as successors to the French throne. You can see how things are getting a little bit complex, a lot of moving parts and different characters. Well, I'm afraid to tell you it only gets worse. In 1422, the deaths of both Henry V and Charles VI left the French throne contested between the infant Henry VI of England, who was obviously way too young to rule, but declared heir by the Treaty of Troyes, and Dauphin Charles VII, who continued to claim his right to the throne despite the treaty and allegations regarding his legitimacy. This ongoing dispute, of course, set the stage for Joan of Arc's later involvement in the war and her support for Charles VII's cause. Now, back to Joan of Arc. Now we've set the scene. Of course, as I had mentioned, born in 1412 in Domremy in northeastern France. She was, of course, deeply affected by the ongoing war, just like everybody else. It's never a good time to grow up during a full-scale conflict. Her parents, Jacques d'Arc and Isabelle Romay, were both peasant farmers, and she helped out as any normal peasant daughter or son would, with household chores, field work, and tending animals. It was a very normal upbringing for Joan. Domremy, in particular, was located at the Duchy of Bar and was surrounded by pro-Burgundian territories. Yet the village remained staunchly loyal to the Armagnac cause, which supported the French crown against English and Burgundian opposition. The region experienced direct impacts of the war in 1425. Domremy was subjected to a rather brutal raid, catalyzing local sentiment against the English presence in France. It was around this time that Joan, who was then only at the age of 13, began experiencing rather peculiar visions. And it wasn't a one-off. These were happening quite a lot. Well, what was she dreaming of? Or rather, what were her visions showing her? By her words, she was visited by figures like Saint Michael, accompanied by angels and other saints, appearing to her and urging her to support the French crown. These visions included Saints Catherine and also Margaret, both revered as defenders of the faithful and models of virtue. Joan's spiritual experiences became widely known and talked about in her village. She became to be a household name, and she gained a reputation for piety and determination. Amidst a backdrop of prophecy and regional folklore, which hinted that a maiden would save France, Joan felt that perhaps it was her time to act. Of course, we must remember that this is pre-Enlightenment France, and people were, especially in the countryside, very superstitious, very traditional, waiting for that promised one to come and save everybody. Generally, this seems to happen quite a lot when you have a protracted conflict, crossing your fingers, waiting for that mighty, sword-wielding hero to show up and sort things out within a matter of minutes. Well, in 1428, after a failed request for an escort to the French court from Captain Robert de Baudricourt of Vaucouleurs, she returned home. However, the visions just kept coming, and the dire state of France drove her to try again. She was getting that escort. Well, by January of 1429, she had another rejection. But she finally managed to win Baudricourt's support, thanks to the backing of local supporters Jean de Metz and Bertrand de Poligny. Oh, by the way, if anybody's listening to my French pronunciation, I do apologize in advance. Now at this point, the English were tightening their grip on northern France, capturing strategic locations and nearing a complete encirclement of the city of Orleans, which was a pivotal city for the French, and indeed a large population center. The potential fall of Orleans signaled a critical point in the war. Think about it like Stalingrad in the Second World War. It was that important, and winning or losing it determined the fate of the French crown. Joan's insistence that she had a divine mission to support Charles VII, the uncrowned Dauphin, gained urgency. She was finally granted her armed escort to Chinon, the seat of Charles VII, in the February of 1429. To facilitate her journey through hostile territory and to adopt a practical attire for warfare, she donned men's clothing, a pragmatic choice that she maintained for the rest of her life, simply out of practicality. This decision was both symbolic but also strategic, aligning her with her mission's martial nature and providing necessary disguise and protection as she traversed war-torn France, essentially blending in as just another foot soldier, another bobbing head among the rabble. Her arrival at Chinon and subsequent actions would mark the beginning of a remarkable but tragic chapter in the history of the 100 Years' War. When she arrived at the royal court in Chinon, she quickly made a profound impression on Charles, asserting her divine mission to lift the siege of Orleans and ensure his coronation in Reims. Their private conversation reportedly affirmed Charles' legitimacy as a rightful king, a point that resonated deeply with him and influenced his decision to take her seriously. Of course, there was quite a little bit of Charles being told exactly what he wanted to hear. I mean, if somebody showed up and told you that you were the rightful king, and I and God and all of the other saints say so, well, it would be somewhat of a flattering experience for sure. Well, despite her immediate impact, the Dauphine's council remained a little bit skeptical of Joan's claims and her mysterious visions. After all, if visions can come from God, well, they could perhaps come from other, less friendly places. Certainly a few eyebrows raise when one says they're being contacted by angels and God and all the rest, even back in those days, and even if it was confirming to their bias. Well, to validate her claims and make a general assessment of her character, it was decided that they would send Joan to Poitiers, where she would undergo a rigorous examination by a panel of expert theologians. Well, when she got there, they subjected her to some pretty rigorous testing, almost like a job interview, except the job was the savior of the entire country. They did conclude that she was indeed devout and morally sound, deciding that her participation in the siege of Orleans could perhaps serve as a divine test. After all, they were a little desperate at the time, and if they were wielding a weapon sent down by God, well, what's the worst that could happen? They may as well try. Furthermore, there were less pleasant examinations. For example, her virginity was inspected by a group of women, albeit at Tours, leading to Charles' mother-in-law, Yolande of Aragon, to confirm her purity. Well, this was a pretty vital aspect, given the religious and cultural significance of virginity at the time. You may be somewhat shocked to know that very recently, I believe they've stopped it now, but the Indonesian military for female applicants also had a test for virginity. Somewhat of a breach of privacy, I believe. Well, feeling reassured by these investigations, Charles arranged for Joan to be outfitted with a set of armor and facilitated the creation of a banner under her own specifications, as well as procuring the reputedly holy sword from Sainte Catherine de Fierbois. Not a bad weapon. These actions not only equipped Joan physically, but also symbolically reinforced her role as a divinely guided warrior, solidifying her identity as Joan the Maiden. Kind of like a holy hand grenade sort of thing. A weapon sent from God, wielded by the French. This certainly had a good effect on morale. At the time of Joan's integration into the royal cause, the military situation for Charles and the Armagnacs was dire, but not without hope. Although the English and their Burgundian allies had tightened their grip on northern France, internal disagreements among the enemy and strategic indecisiveness provided a bit of an opportunity. The Armagnacs, despite being demoralized by the prolonged conflict and the recent death of several important commanders, found a new vigor in Joan's arrival. Her unwavering confidence and insisting assertions of divine backing seemed to breathe new life into the French resistance. Her involvement transformed the ongoing conflict from a normal run-of-the-mill territorial dispute into a full-on religious war, elevating the stakes and rallying the French troops around a figure believed to be chosen by God. Before moving to lift the siege of Orleans, Joan sent a bold letter to the Duke of Bedford, the English regent of France, declaring her divine mission to reclaim the French territory. Joan's arrival in Orleans marked a decisive turn in the siege, and of course in the broader scope of the 100 Years' War. She joined the forces at Orleans on April 29th of 1429, and quickly became a symbolic figure of hope and resilience for the beleaguered French troops. Although she held no official military command, and was not involved in strategic planning at all, her presence was very inspirational, and she did often advise on tactical decisions. Well upon her arrival, Joan met with Jean de Dunois, known as the Bastard of Orleans, the military commander of the city. Despite initial skepticism about her role, she quickly proved instrumental. On May the 4th, during the assault on the Bastille de Saint-Loup, Joan, upon hearing of the ongoing battle, rushed to the scene, her banner fluttering in the wind. Her arrival bolstered the morale of the French troops, who rallied and succeeded in capturing the fortress. Her influence grew as she continued to participate actively in the operations. On May the 6th, after capturing the deserted fort of Saint-Jean-le-Blanc, Joan urged the French commanders to press the attack against the English fortifications at Les Augustins, which they subsequently captured. Her insistence on maintaining the offensive momentum was critical. The next day, during the attack on the strategic English stronghold of Les Tourelles, Joan was injured, but returned to the battlefield to inspire the final charge, which, of course, resulted in a critical victory. Thus, the siege of Orleans was lifted on May the 8th, and a cheer rang out among the French troops, now with boosted morale. Joan's role in the victory at Orleans fulfilled her promise made at Poitiers that she would show a sign of divine support by lifting the siege. Her success not only reinforced her divine mission in the eyes of the French, but also garnered support of prominent figures like Jacques Gelou, the Archbishop of Embrun, and respected theologian Jean Gerson, who both wrote in her favor. Conversely, the English perceived Joan's unexpected effectiveness as evidence of diabolical influence. After the victory at Orleans, Joan of Arc and the Armagnac forces led by John II, Duke of Alençon, pursued a strategic northern campaign to clear the bridge towns along the Loire River. This was essential to secure a safe passage for Charles VII on his way to Reims for his coronation. The campaign began with the siege of Jargeau, where, despite Joan's call for the English to surrender, they resisted, leading to a direct assault initiated by Joan and her troops on June the 12th. the town was swiftly captured, with significant English losses and very few prisoners taken. Continuing their momentum, Joan and Alençon's forces moved to Mons-sur-Loire. They captured the town's bridge on the 15th of June, forcing the English garrison to retreat to a nearby castle. Most of the Armagnac army then advanced to Beaugency, laying siege to the castle there. Unbeknownst to them, an English relief force led by Sir John Falstaff was approaching from Paris to aid the besieged English troops. However, before Falstaff could arrive, the English garrison at Beaugency surrendered, completely unaware of the approaching reinforcements. The main English force, now joined by the troops from Mons, retreated towards Paris. Joan urged the Armagnac forces to pursue, leading to the Battle of Patay on the very same afternoon. The English had planned an ambush, with archers positioned for a surprise attack. However, the Armagnac vanguard detected and disrupted the English positions, leading to a comprehensive rout. The battle was another significant defeat for the English, with many of their leaders captured, and Sir John Falstaff narrowly escaping with a few of his most loyal troops. Joan, who arrived as the battle was concluding, had been instrumental in advocating for the aggressive pursuit that led to this victory. This series of rapid successes significantly bolstered Charles's position, enabling his coronation journey to Reims, and it certainly put a lot of confidence in the French, who at this point were very much convinced indeed they were dealing with a messenger of God. Well, following the decisive victory at Patay, the French forces, influenced by Joan of Arc's insistence, opted to prioritize the coronation of Charles over military engagement where the English held Normandy. On June 29th, the army departed for Jeanne of Reims, encountering minimal resistance during their march. The strategic town of Auxerre yielded after 3 days of negotiations on July the 3rd, and other towns quickly realigned with the Armagnac cause as the army advanced. The only significant resistance came from Troyes, which housed a fairly modest garrison of English and Burgundian troops. Well, after a few days of fruitless negotiations, Joan initiated preparations for an assault by ordering the moat to be filled and positioning up artillery. This proactive stance led to Troyes capitulating, fearing an imminent attack. It's very difficult to remain calm when you look over the walls and they're building the trebuchets. Reims, the traditional site for the coronation of French kings, opened its gates to Charles and his entourage on the 16th of July, 1429. The following day, Charles VII was formally crowned, with Joan of Arc present, recognized in a prominent position during the ceremony. Joan saw the successful coronation as the fulfillment of her divinely ordained mission. Post-coronation, efforts to secure a peaceful transition of Paris from Burgundian to Armagnac control began. A 15-day truce was negotiated with Philip the Good, the Duke of Burgundy, who indicated he might facilitate transfer to Paris. Well, at the truce's conclusion, the Duke reneged on this commitment. Joan and the Duke of Alençon advocated for a swift march on Paris, but the royal court was divided, partly due to ongoing peace negotiations with the Burgundians, leading to a delayed advance. As the Armagnac army moved towards Paris, they encountered very little fights along the way, and many towns simply surrendered peacefully. On the 15th of August, near Montepilloy, the French forces encountered the English, led by the Duke of Bedford. Joan attempted to provoke an English attack by positioning herself visibly in front of their defences, but the English, they didn't take the bait and held their position, leading to a stalemate that ended with their withdrawal the following day. Thus, the assault on Paris commenced a few weeks later, on September the 8th. During the attack, Joan suffered a wound from a crossbow bolt, but in true fashion, she simply remained on the battlefield until nightfall. Despite suffering significant casualties, the Armagnacs were ordered by Charles to cease the assault the next day, much to Joan's displeasure. The failed attempt to capture Paris marked a moment of decline in Joan's influence at court. Her straightforward, confrontational style clashed with the court's preference for diplomatic solutions, particularly in negotiations with Burgundy. That is certainly the problem, isn't it? You know, as Joan had believed that she was ordained by God and her actions were in accordance with God's will, well, it takes a little bit of guts to effectively say to the king point blank, "No, we are not doing that. We will do what I say, because what I say is God's word." Well, God's word or not, nobody likes hearing that. Moreover, this defeat at Paris diminished her standing a lot further, and it led to critiques from both the court and the University of Paris, questioning the divine inspiration of her guidance. In October of 1429, Joan of Arc was part of a military force tasked with attacking territories held by Perinet Gressart, a mercenary who had aligned with the Burgundians and the English. The campaign began with the siege of Saint-Pierre-le-Mortier, which Joan helped capture on November the 4th by inspiring a direct assault. The subsequent attempt to capture La Charité-sur-Loire in the late November and December, however, ended in failure, with Joan's forces forced to retreat and abandon all of their siege weapons. This setback was just another part of Joan's losing streak. Her reputation, well, it was simply being chipped away little by little, regardless if it was her own fault. By the end of December, Joan returned to the royal court and was informed that she and her family had been ennobled by King Charles VII as a token of gratitude for her contributions to France. Before the failed September assault on Paris, Charles had negotiated a 4-month truce with the Burgundians, which was later extended until Easter of 1430. And, of course, since it was peacetime, during this period, the court simply saw no need for Joan's services. as the Duke of Burgundy began reclaiming towns that had been ceded to him but had not submitted, Compiègne emerged as a key battleground. In late March of 1430, without explicit permission from Charles, who was still honoring the truce, Joan decided to lead a volunteer force to relieve Compiègne, which was then under siege by Burgundian forces. While some historians do argue that Joan's actions were desperate and possibly treasonous due to the lack of documented royal position, others contend that she must have had some level of courtly financial support to undertake such a mission. Joan arrived in Melun in April, where she was joined by additional commanders, enhancing her force. At Lagny-sur-Marne, Joan's troops defeated an Anglo-Burgundian force led by the mercenary Franquet d'Arras, who was subsequently executed by the townspeople themselves. They did give him a trial, though, so that was nice of them. Despite the usual practice of ransoming captured leaders, so I'm sure you can probably guess what the public perception of this guy was. Well, Joan entered Compiègne on May 14th and conducted several defensive sorties against the Burgundians. By May 23, facing unsustainable demands on local resources, she had reduced her forces to about 400 soldiers who remained in the town. During a sortie from Compiègne to attack the Burgundian camp at Magny, the operation failed, and Joan was captured. She surrendered to Léonel de Vendôme of Jean de Luxembourg's contingent, who took her to his castle at Beaulieu-les-Fontaines. Well, after an escape attempt, Joan was moved to Beaurevoir Castle, where she jumped out of the tower window into a dry moat and hurt herself quite badly, but she survived. Perhaps divine intervention. In November, she was transferred to the Burgundian-controlled town of Arras. The English, viewing Joan as a significant military threat, negotiated with the Burgundians to secure her transfer to her custody, culminating in a deal where they paid 10,000 livres to John de Luxembourg. John was then moved to Rouen, the English stronghold in France. Despite the high profile of her capture, there is no evidence that Charles VII made any effort at all to negotiate her release from English custody. Need to choose better friends, I think. Well, Joan of Arc's trial for heresy began on January 9th, 1431 in Rouen, where she faced charges of blasphemy for wearing men's clothing, acting on demonic visions, and claiming direct judgment from God. Now, why was this a problem? Well, there was only one entity that was meant to have been the spokesperson for God, and that was the Church. And claiming that you yourself are getting visions from God, well, that is circumventing their authority. And they don't like it when you circumvent their authority. Now, the trial, although conducted by an ecclesiastical court, was heavily influenced by political motives, primarily to delegitimize Joan's divine claims that supported Charles' legitimacy as the King of France. Bishop Pierre Cauchon of Beauvais, a pro-English and pro-Burgundian partisan, presided over the trial with significant financial backing from the English, including payments to key figures in the court. The court was predominantly composed of clergy associated with the University of Paris, many of whom were pro-English and pro-Burgundian. Despite attempts to adhere to inquisitorial procedures, the trial was fraught with legal and procedural irregularities. Joan was held in a secular prison, guarded by English soldiers, instead of being in ecclesiastical custody. She was not provided legal counsel, and the charges were not properly articulated from the beginning. Joan skillfully navigated the complex theological interrogations, however, managing to maintain her composure and prudence in her responses. She famously at one point circumvented a theological trap when asked if she knew if she was in God's grace, a question that was designed to elicit a heretical response. Joan's answer was thusly that if she was not in God's grace, she certainly hoped that God would put her there, and if she was in God's grace, she certainly hoped to remain so. Well, this answer rather impressed the court, reportedly, and of course avoided self-incrimination. A bit of a politician's answer, though. Despite the rigorous interrogation and the threat of torture, which was ultimately not employed due to a majority decision against it by the assessors, Joan initially stood by her convictions. However, under immense pressure, and after being shown the instruments of torture, Joan capitulated. And if you've seen what the torture instruments look like, well, I'm sure you can't blame her. On May 24th, 1431, during a public condemnation ceremony, she agreed to sign an abjuration document, renouncing her claims, agreeing not to wear men's clothing, and promising not to bear arms. This document was read aloud to her, so everyone could hear, and there were many witnesses, and then she signed her name, agreeing to the terms. Now the signature of this document was meant to save her from execution by burning, as it was a sign of her submission to the Church's authority. However, it didn't quite go that way. This act of submission was a strategic move by her captors to undermine her influence and the divine authority that she claimed to possess. Joan of Arc's final days were marked by a tragic return to the charges of heresy. Publicly renouncing her visions and wearing men's clothes had been part of her abjuration to avoid execution, but the conditions of her imprisonment led her to resume wearing men's attire, which she justified by the need for protection and modesty in the presence of male guards. This act was, however, deemed a relapse into heresy, since it violated the stipulations of her abjuration contract. Talk about setting her up for a fall, huh? Really not fair. Bishop Pierre Cauchon, the trial's chief judge, made a visit to Joan's cell on May 28th to confront her about wearing men's clothes again. During this visit, Joan declared that she had resumed wearing male attire for the aforementioned reasons, the practical circumstances of her detention, and she reiterated that if she were moved to a proper ecclesiastical prison and allowed to attend Mass like everybody else who was on heresy charges, she would comply with the court's directives. More critically, she confessed that the voices, which she had previously renounced, had come back, and reproached her for denying them out of fear. Well, once again, this confession was considered proof of a relapse in several different areas. On May 29th, a panel of 42 assessors unanimously declared Joan a relapsed heretic, and she was condemned to be handed over to secular authorities for execution. Now, of course, inquisitions and ecclesiastical courts would never carry out torture or executions themselves. They would always hand them over to secular authorities. While this transfer typically meant she would be given to the local bailiff for execution, however, she was instead delivered directly to the English forces. Joan was then executed by burning at the stake in Rowan's old marketplace on the 30th of May, 1431. Before her execution, she was allowed to receive the sacraments, a gesture usually forbidden to those who were condemned as heretics, indicating the somewhat unusual and complex nature of her trial and execution. At the stake she was granted a makeshift cross by an English soldier, which she kissed and held close, and a processional crucifix was held before her until her death. After her execution, to prevent any collection of relics, her ashes were thrown into the Seine River. Joan's trial and execution were profoundly influenced by these political contexts, notably the ongoing conflicts between the French and the English, and between these different factions within France itself. Her steadfastness and claims of divine guidance challenged the political and ecclesiastical authorities, leading to her martyrdom. Her death had a lasting impact, turning her into a symbol of French unity and resistance against occupation. She was later canonized as a saint, immortalizing her as a hero of France. Her execution did not achieve what the English had hoped for, the reversal of the tides of the 100 Years' War. Her martyrdom instead fortified the French resolve, paving the way for future French victories and eventually the conclusion of the war in their favor. The end of the war saw the English expelled from all French territories, except for Calais, highlighting the failure of their strategies, despite Joan's death. The implications of Joan's execution as a heretic were very politically damaging for Charles himself, who had been crowned with her help. This association with a convicted heretic cast a shadow over his legitimacy. The political liability led Charles to initiate a posthumous re-examination of Joan's trial once he regained control of Rouen. The initial investigation by Guillaume Boilet was brief, but pointed to the injustices and arbitrary nature of the original verdict against Joan. Although this investigation did not overturn the conviction, it did lay the groundwork for a full retrial. Not a free trial. There are no free trials. Well, this retrial, which began in 1455 under the auspices of the Church, and was actively supported by the papacy, and it was a comprehensive examination involving numerous witnesses and legal reviews. It concluded that the original trial was not only unjust, but manipulated by figures like Bishop Pierre Cochon, who had personal stakes in its outcome. The rehabilitation trial declared Joan's innocence and her martyrdom, nullifying the charges and the abjuration document she had been coerced into signing. The retrial was not merely a legal formality, but a public vindication of Joan's character and mission, which had been endorsed by the divine visions. It corrected the historical record and restored honor to Joan and her family. The trial also symbolically rehabilitated her reputation by tearing up the charges and erecting a cross at the site of her execution. Her multifaceted legacy is as a historical, religious, and cultural icon whose life has been variously interpreted through a myriad of lenses over the centuries. Religiously, Joan is venerated in the Roman Catholic Church as a saint. Her canonization process began in the late 19th century, propelled by the Bishop of Orleans, Felix du Pamplo, who saw Joan a figure of devout obedience and miraculous intervention. Her sanctification in 1920 by Pope Benedict XV and subsequent declaration as a patron saint of France cemented her status within the Church. Importantly, Joan was canonized as a virgin, highlighting her purity and devotion rather than her martyrdom, which traditionally denotes dying for one's faith in Christ. This distinction underscores her role as a divinely guided virgin who led her nation without compromising her spiritual integrity. Of course, Joan's legacy extends beyond simply Christian reverence. Her life challenges traditional gender roles, as she took on the mantle of military leadership typically reserved for men, while maintaining her femininity and commitment to her spiritual beliefs. And that's got to count for something, don't you think? Well, her universal appeal lies in that embodiment of qualities that transcend cultural and religious boundaries. Hers was a life of faith, courage, and the pursuit of justice. Well, thank you very much for listening. I hope that you've enjoyed me being the voice in your head tonight, or this morning, this afternoon, however you choose to enjoy these videos. My goodness, we have passed 4,000 subscribers. Little old me, growing so quickly. The Albigensian Crusade, 1209 to 1229. A 20-year-long military campaign initiated by Pope Innocent III to eliminate the Cathar heresy in Languedoc, the south of France. But it wasn't just a religious conflict against the Cathars, but also a political maneuver to extend the influence of the French crown over the wealthy and semi-autonomous southern regions. Regardless, it was marked by its brutality and mass persecution of the Cathar believers, and this crusade drastically altered the region, leading to a significant reduction in the Cathars and the consolidation of the French state. The Albigensian Crusade is remembered for a tragic loss of life, the suppression of religious diversity, and its role in the expansion of royal power. Hello, welcome back to the channel. If you're new, it's good to meet you. If you're coming back, good to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, liking the video and subscribing certainly helps push it out to a broader audience. Did you like it? Thank you. Now, without further ado, let's begin. Please, make yourself relaxed. First, let's talk about the Cathars. Originating from the Greek term katharos for pure, the Cathars' beliefs were deeply influenced by the very early Gnostic thinkers, embodying a dualistic worldview. They suggested the existence of two opposing transcendental forces, a benevolent god of spirituality and an evil demiurge, termed Rex Mundi, or in our tongue, the king of the world. Well, this was responsible for creating the flawed physical realm. For the Cathars, the divine was entirely spiritual, embodying love and peace, and Jesus was not seen as a man, but a spiritual being, with his biblical depictions meant rather allegorically. Now, Cathar ideology suggested that human beings were initially soulless, with souls either being a malevolent gift from the demiurge or a beneficial gift from God. This belief underpinned their stringent views against procreation and the material world, viewing it as perpetuating the cycle of souls trapped in corrupt bodies. They denied the legitimacy of secular authority and abstained from military duties and oath-taking, aligning once again with their rejection of the material world's politics. Moreover, their ethical teachings included prohibitions against animal slaughter and meat consumption. The Cathar critique extended all the way to the Catholic Church, denouncing its priesthood as corrupt and asserting that any individual, regardless of who they were, could perform the sacred rites, challenging the traditional Catholic sacraments. They specifically developed the consolamentum, a spiritual baptism through hand-laying, seen as a purification from sin, particularly administered to those who were near death, leading to the status of perfectus. These perfectus individuals adhered strictly to Cathar moral directives, including abstaining from sex and meat, with some undergoing the endura, a fast to death, to ensure their spiritual purity. This practice was contentious, with allegations of enforced euthanasia to secure heavenly admission. The community's structure included bishops selected from the perfect, with stipulations on reapplications of consolamentum upon the commission of sin by either the recipient or the administering bishop, highlighting more of the rigidity and depth of the Cathar spiritual discipline. Can you see why the Catholic Church did not like them very much? Well, especially the whole refusing military service. Now that ought to annoy those in charge. So, Catharism found a fertile ground in the Languedoc, later known as Octania, a region characterized by its distinct cultural identity and linguistics, separate from the northern territories, recognizing themselves by this time as part of the United Kingdom of France. Unlike the north, where political unity under the French crown was more pronounced, the Languedoc was more of a patchwork of local lordships, and had a history of relative peace, before the onset of the crusade against the Cathars at least. Their dominant language, Occitan, markedly different from the northern French dialects, aligning more closely with Catalan, is just another unique aspect of the region. Now, the county of Toulouse stood as a significant political force in Languedoc, owing fealty to the Angevin Empire rather than to the French crown. Its influence was contested by the neighboring Crown of Aragon and Principality of Catalonia, which exerted greater sway over the eastern territories adjacent to Toulouse. This political fragmentation was mirrored in the burgeoning power of towns throughout the region, with Toulouse emerging as the major urban center, boasting considerable size, wealth, and autonomy by 1209. Now, the architecture of the Languedoc, characterized by fortified towns, or castra, underscored a societal inclination towards defense, contrasting with the rural expanses of northern France. This urbanization facilitated a milieu of relative religious tolerance, where the Jews encountered comparatively minimal discrimination, and religious dissenters could find their refuge. Well, Muslims did not enjoy the same level of tolerance, but their intellectual contributions were nonetheless respected. Still a lot better than being in other parts of Europe. The sharp cultural and social dichotomy between the north and south territories of what is now France was very profound, with mutual distrust and stereotypes coloring somewhat strange perceptions on both sides, as strange as they were ill-informed. Northerners viewed the Southerners as decadent and overly concerned with social proprieties, influenced negatively by what they consider lower professions and minority groups. On the other hand, the Southerners perceived the Northerners as uncouth and aggressive. This divide set the stage for what would eventually be a protracted and acrimonious conflict between the two regions, should war erupt. Yeah, of course it always does, doesn't it? Well, it wasn't a new idea. The Cathars were integral to a broader movement of spiritual reform across medieval Europe that traces its origins all the way back to around 653, when Constantine Sylvanus introduced the Gospels to Armenia. Over the ensuing centuries, several dissenting factions emerged, rallying around dynamic preachers who challenged the Catholic Church's authority, advocating for a faith practice anchored in the Gospels and apostolic tradition, rather than simply church dogma. These groups, including the Paulicians, Bogomils, Arnoldists, Petrobrusians, Henricans, and the Waldensians, of course, faced severe persecutions, with responses ranging from expulsion all the way up to brutal executions. The call for individual spiritual responsibility and church reform was echoed by 12th century figures such as Henry of Lausanne, who criticized the priesthood without aligning with Cathar dualism, and Arnold of Brescia, who was executed for his beliefs. Now the Waldensians, followers of Peter Waldo, also suffered extreme persecution. While these groups shared the Cathars' anti-clerical stance and skepticism towards sacraments, only the Paulicians and Bogomils were noted for dualist beliefs that were similar to the Cathars. Now, scholars have debated the origins of the Cathars, with some proposing a direct link to the Bogomils within a broader Manichaean tradition. This connection was possibly strengthened by Latin settlers in Constantinople after the First Crusade, who may have facilitated the transfer of dualist Bogomil texts to the West, introducing the consummentum ritual and sparking the first organized dualist movements in Western Europe. By the 12th century, dissident groups like the Cathars and Waldensians became more visible in Europe's burgeoning urban centers. The Cathars, particularly in the highly urbanized Western Mediterranean France, evolved into a mass movement, spreading into areas like Lombardy by the 1170s. The movement was partly a critique of the clergy's corruption and a manifestation of the discontent with papal authority, which there was plenty of, and if you haven't heard of it, just remember, some of the records at the time are written by the papacy themselves. Now, while the Cathars shared some views with the Waldensians, especially in their critique of the Catholic hierarchy and emphasis on austerity, they differed in a few of their theological positions, with Cathars being the ones to adapt a more radical stance. This divergence led to the Church directing its efforts more aggressively against the greater of two evils as they saw it, namely Catharism. The persecution of heretics intensified, exemplified by the burning of Cathars in Cologne in 1163, marking a shift towards more frequent executions for heresy, a practice that previously just occurred sporadically, often more for political rather than religious reasons. And this is before the main crusade has started, by the way. The exchange between the older dualist communities in the Byzantine Empire and the newer ones in Western Europe further cemented these dualist beliefs in the West. Catharism's stronghold was, though, undoubtedly the Languedoc, where it flourished significantly more in England, France, or Germany, where its presence was either minimal or short-lived. The Cathars, also known as the Albigensians, named after Albi, a city closely associated with them, faced charges of heresy by the Church, notably at a council near Albi in 1176, and again during the Third Lateran Council of 1179. The remarkable success of the Cathar movement in the Languedoc has been attributed to various factors, with the alleged corruption and incompetence of the clergy frequently cited. The region's priests, particularly those in the rural areas, were often described as poorly educated and engaged in monetary and physical misconduct, with many holding their positions through lay appointments. While such clerical inadequacies were reported across Europe, the Languedoc's episcopacy was notably more corrupt, exemplified by the Archbishop of Narbonne's neglect of his diocesan duties and financial exploitation, which led the Pope, Innocent III, suspending him and 3 of other bishops, which were reportedly his close buddies. Now, the inability of the Church to address heresy effectively in Languedoc was partly due to the region's lack of political centralization and the papacy's prioritization of appointments in more politically strategic areas. Despite being a minority, the Cathars gained significant acceptance among local Catholics, with some even achieving positions within Toulouse's city council. The region's ambivalence towards popular religious movements, such as the Crusades, despite initial enthusiasm read by Raymond IV, Count of Toulouse, suggest a prevailing laxity that permitted the growth of nonconformist beliefs without much substantial opposition. Well, upon his election in 1198, Pope Innocent III made it his priority to confront the Cathar heresy in Languedoc head-on, where the Cathars were disrespecting the authority of both the French king and the local Catholic Church. At least, that's how the local French king and the Catholic Church heard about it. Now, their protection by influential nobles, motivated by desire for autonomy from the king, led some of these nobles to actually outwardly support Catharism, albeit without adhering to its rigorous ethical demands. Faced with this challenge, and unable to gain support from Philip II of France, who was very much preoccupied with conflicts elsewhere, Innocent III proposed a military crusade against the Cathars, promising the same spiritual benefits as those accorded to crusaders heading to the Holy Land. Raymond IV of Toulouse, Raymond VI, rather, of Toulouse, a significant regional power, actually showed quite a bit of sympathy toward the Cathars and resistance to French royal authority. But of course, he stopped just a little bit short of adopting the Cathar beliefs. His refusal to cooperate with Innocent's delegates led to his excommunication in 1207, and a papal interdict was placed on his lands. That's right, do as we tell you, or you're out of the club. Well, Innocent III's subsequent efforts to reclaim the Cathars through diplomatic means and preaching, led by Cistercian monks under Pierre de Castelnau, saw a little bit of success, but significant opposition, and it culminated in Pierre de Castelnau's murder in 1208, allegedly by an associate of Raymond IV. This act, of course, escalated the conflict, with Innocent III declaring Raymond anathematized and absolving his subjects of loyalty to him. Raymond's eventual attempt at reconciliation with the Church briefly lifted the excommunication, but his ultimate failure to meet the Church's conditions led to his re-excommunication at the Council of Avignon in 1209. This set the stage for Innocent III to formally call for a crusade against the Albigensians, framing it as part of a broader effort to rid Europe of heresy and, of course, strengthen its defenses against Muslim invasions, aligning this initiative with the ongoing Fifth and Sixth Crusades in the Holy Land. By 1209, approximately 10,000 crusaders had met in Lyon, preparing to head south into Languedoc. Their ranks, replenished every 40 days, included many from northern France, and volunteers from England and Austria. Leadership of the crusade was uncertain after Philip II of France opted out due to emerging anti-French allies, yet promised troops support to maintain influence over the outcome. Papal legate Arnaud Amalric took command of the expedition. Efforts by Raymond VI of Toulouse to unify defences with his nephew Raymond Roger Tranquil failed, leading him to negotiate with the Crusaders. Despite opposition from Amalric, Pope Innocent III's newly appointed legate, Milo, was directed to follow Amalric's lead. Raymond's public repentance and acceptance back into the church shifted the Crusaders' focus to Raymond Roger's territories, known for their Cathar populations. Thusly, the Crusaders left Lyon on the 24th of June, reaching Montpellier by July 20th, with their sights set on areas around Albi and Carcassonne. Raymond Roger, while not a Cathar himself, was seen as a protector of the sect, guilty by association somewhat. Despite his attempts to assert loyalty to the church and disclaim responsibility for heresy due to his youth, the Crusaders rejected peace talks and advanced on Béziers, a city known for its large Cathar community. Raymond Roger's withdrawal to Carcassonne left Béziers extremely vulnerable. The Crusaders' assault on Béziers on July 21st resulted in the city's fall and massacre of its inhabitants, including both Cathars and Catholics. The reported command by Amalric to "kill them all, God will know his own," whether accurate or not, reflects the ruthlessness of the attack, with claims of nearly 20,000 casualties. The aftermath saw many settlements surrendering or evacuating without resistance as the Crusaders advanced unopposed to Carcassonne. Don't know if you can hear, but it's raining rather heavily outside. I love days like this. Anyway, following the devastating massacre at Béziers, Carcassonne became the Crusaders' subsequent major objective. Despite its strong fortifications, the city was at a disadvantage, as it was overwhelmed by refugees seeking sanctuary. The Crusaders covered the distance from Béziers to Carcassonne in 6 days, initiating the siege on August the 1st, 1209. The siege swiftly intensified as the Crusaders severed the city's water supply by August the 7th. And in a bid for peace, Raymond Roger Tranquil, the Viscount of Carcassonne, entered negotiations, but was captured under the flag of a truce. The city, on August 15th, capitulated, and while its inhabitants were spared death, they were expelled, made to leave with minimal clothing, as described by differing accounts from Peter of Vaudesernay and Guillaume de Pellerans. Now, Raymond Roger's subsequent death in captivity, officially attributed to dysentery, sparked more than a few suspicions of foul play. I mean, it seems a bit dodgy, don't you think? In the aftermath of this, the leadership of the Crusader forces was conferred upon Simon de Montfort, a decision that also saw him gain control over territories including Carcassonne, Albi, and Béziers. The capitulation of Carcassonne led to a series of unopposed surrenders across the region, with Albi, Castelnaudary, Castres, Fanjeaux, Limoux, Lombers, and Montreal all falling to the Crusaders by autumn. The conflict then shifted to Les Tours and Cabaret, with an unsuccessful attack on the latter in December 1209 by the Crusaders. The harsh winter conditions and limited troop numbers led Simon de Montfort to focus on consolidating his gains rather than launching new offences. With the arrival of reinforcements, Bram fell to the Crusaders in the March of 1210, followed by the siege of Minerve in June. Despite its lack of strategic significance, Minerve was targeted due to the presence of numerous Khazar prefects. Perfects, rather. After a prolonged siege that culminated in the destruction of the city's main water supply, Minerve surrendered on the 22nd of July. While Simon favored leniency, Arnaud Amalric insisted on harsh treatment for the Cathar perfects, leading to the execution of them who refused to renounce their faith. All 140 of them brought out into the public and dealt with harshly, in a show of force, made an example of, it seems. The crusade continued to Termes in August, enduring despite interventions from Pierre-Roger de Cabaret. The defenders' situation became dire due to water shortages, but they were momentarily relieved by a rainstorm, delaying their surrender. Ultimately, the defenders escaped on November the 22nd. By 1211, dissatisfaction with the Crusaders' tactics had alienated many of the key lords, including Raymond of Toulouse. Les Tours capitulated in March, and the siege of Le Var began in April. Crusader reinforcements were then decimated in an ambush at Monguet by forces from Toulouse led by the Count of Foix. Following the recapture of Aymery de Montreal's castle, numerous Cathars faced execution. The Crusaders' campaign proceeded with the fall of Casses and the siege of Montferrand, leading Baldwin to defect to the Crusaders. Efforts to besiege Toulouse faltered due to logistical challenges, prompting de Montfort's withdrawal. Raymond de Toulouse's counterattack at Castelnaudary saw the Crusaders narrowly averting defeat. Throughout early 1212, Simon de Montfort effectively isolated Toulouse, undermining Raymond's support and resources. Now seeking to counter the Crusaders, the Cathars enlisted the help of Peter II of Aragon, who, after notable victories against the Moors and an alliance through marriage to Raymond VI, possessed considerable influence. Utilizing his victories and diplomatic efforts in Rome, Peter persuaded Pope Innocent III to attempt halting the Albigensian Crusade. Motivated by the Pope's desire to focus on the Middle East and ongoing conflicts with the Moors. By January of 1213, Innocent III had called for peace in the Languedoc, instructing Arnaud Aumery and Simon de Montfort to cease their aggressive campaigns, and proposing a council to reconcile differences under Peter's guidance. Hold on a moment. Wasn't this your idea in the first place, Mr. Pope Innocent III? Well, either way, the cat was out of the bag now, wasn't it? Who would have thought that initiating the Holy War would have become so violent? Well, despite Peter's efforts at the Council of Levar to secure a peaceful resolution and restore the lands to Raymond VI, his propositions were dismissed, maintaining the excommunication of Raymond and the seizure of lands that were deemed heretical. Peter's rejection of this decision and concern over Simon de Montfort's growing power led him to support Toulouse actively. This alliance alarmed Innocent III, who, misled by Simon's delegation, denounced Peter and called for the renewal of the crusade against him. The conflict culminated in the Battle of Muret in the September of 1213, where, despite numerical disadvantages, Simon's tactical maneuvers led to Peter II's death and a retreat of the coalition forces. This defeat severely weakened the resistance against the Crusaders, forcing Raymond VI and his son to flee all the way back to England, where they found limited support from King John, who was cautious of the Crusade's implications. The Crusaders' momentum continued through 1214, with significant victories and territorial gains, including strategic castles in Perigord. By 1215, with the capture of Toulouse and its subsequent handover to Simon de Montfort, recognized officially by the Fourth Council of the Lateran, Crusader control was all but solidified. The Council's decisions not only cemented Simon's authority over conquered lands, but also aimed to secure the Church's influence over yet unconquered territories. Amidst all of this, the call for a new crusade in the Middle East by Innocent III redirected potential reinforcements from the Albigensian Crusade, leading Simon to increasingly depend on mercenaries to maintain some form of control. In the April of 1216, Raymond VI and his son Raymond VII rallied a considerable force from towns who were disillusioned with the Crusaders, and by May they had laid siege to Beaucaire, successfully negotiating its surrender after 3 months due to their dwindling supplies. Despite efforts by Montfort to intervene, he was repelled. Pope Innocent III's death in July of 1216 left the crusade somewhat directionless, with leadership passing to a more hesitant Philip II of France, who was preoccupied with conflicts elsewhere. Montfort then quelled a rebellion in Toulouse, before attempting to recapture Bigorre, facing defeat at Lourdes in December of 1216. And Raymond VI recaptured Toulouse in the September of 1217, exploiting Montfort's engagement in Foix. Now, despite Montfort's return, he couldn't retake the city, and operations ground to a halt, at least for a little while. In 1218, at Pope Honorius III's urging, Montfort resumed the siege of Toulouse, but in June, Montfort died from a stone that was thrown from the city's defenses, marking a significant setback for the Crusaders. But what a throw! Honorius III's subsequent call for renewed action failed to regain momentum, with Prince Louis's 1219 campaign to retake Jerusalem faltering after a mere 6 weeks. Now, Raymond VI and Raymond VII regained significant territories by 1222, with the 6th passing and the 7th succeeding him. Philip II's death in 1223 saw Louis VIII inherit the throne, leading a large force against the Cathars in 1226, capturing key towns with minimal resistance. Avignon's siege ended in September after agreeing to pay a fine and dismantle its defenses. Louis VIII died in 1226, and it led to a continuation of the crusade under the Queen Regent Blanche of Castile and Humbert I of Beaujeu, capturing more territories. And by 1228 a besieged Toulouse succumbed to the Crusaders' systematic devastation of the surrounding area. The Treaty of Paris in 1229 ended Raymond VII's resistance, recognizing his rule over Toulouse in exchange for concessions to the crown and a marital alliance with Alphonse of Poitiers, ensuring the region's return to royal control upon Raymond's death. Following the conclusion to the military campaigns against the Cathars, the Inquisition was initiated by Pope Gregory IX in 1234 to eradicate heretical movements, including the remnants of Catharism from the Languedoc region. Operating throughout Toulouse, Albi, Carcassonne, and other towns into the 14th century, the Inquisition effectively suppressed Catharism as a widespread movement, pushing its adherents into secrecy. Punishments for those identified as Cathars ranged from wearing yellow crosses for penance to imprisonment and the forfeiture of property, with the most unrepentant being executed by burning. Nonetheless, this was very, very rare, and the majority simply faced lesser penalties. Dominican friars were pivotal in the Inquisition's efforts, preaching Orthodox Church doctrines and participating in the identification and prosecution of Cathars. But despite all these measures, Catharism persisted in some areas, largely out in the countryside where no one really likes to look. Now, Raymond VII of Toulouse, allied now with England's King Henry III, mounted a failed revolt against French authority between 1242 and 43, which included the assassination of 2 inquisitors. The subsequent siege of Montsegur from 1243 to 44 culminated in the execution of over 200 Cathar perfects in the March of 1244, a direct response to the earlier killings of inquisitors. And it was this event that marked a significant blow to the Cathar community, though notably, it did not extinguish the practice entirely. The Inquisition's relentless pursuit of Cathars continued, employing various methods including torture to extract confessions, though capturing only a fraction of those practicing in secret. Following Raymond's death in 1249 and Alphonse's in 1271, the county of Toulouse was absorbed into the French kingdom, with the Inquisition thereafter benefiting from French royal support. King Philip IV curtailed his support in the 1290s among his dispute with Pope Boniface VIII, but reversed these limitations some 13 years later in 1303, after witnessing anti-monarchical attitudes in southern France, particularly in Carcassonne, thus revitalizing the Inquisition's efforts. Now, Pope Clement V later implemented reforms to safeguard the accused rights. Bernard Guay, serving as the Inquisitor of Toulouse from 1308 to 1323, composed a manual outlining the practices of various non-Catholic groups, including detailed descriptions of Cathar customs, and provided guidance for inquisitors on handling heresy allegations. His policies included the posthumous condemnation of unrepentant heretics, either by burning their exhumed remains or simply unearthing them based on their confessional status at death. Under Guay's tenure, a concerted effort to eradicate the remnants of Catharism was launched, successfully eliminating the movement, at least on paper, by 1350. Well, the Albigensian Crusade, characterized by its brutality, diverged quite significantly from Pope Innocent III's envisioned reforms, which rather emphasized confession, clerical and lay reform, and pastoral teachings as a means to counteract heresy. The escalation of violence was largely attributed to the crusade being commandeered by unruly mobs, minor rulers, and local bishops, all of whom deviated from Innocent's principles. The rampant, indiscriminate violence perpetrated by these groups and the secular courts against the alleged heretics prompted the papacy to seek enhanced control over heresy prosecutions, leading to the establishment of a more formalized legal process for handling such cases, which of course wasn't perfect, but baby steps first. The immediate aftermath of the Albigensian Crusade saw a diminished number of French participants in the subsequent Fifth and Sixth Crusades. The cultural impact of the Albigensian Crusade is clearly evident in the surviving works of troubadour poet-composers, many of whom were also knights. Notable examples include Raymond de Miravel, who appealed through his songs for Peter II's assistance in reclaiming his castles seized by Simon de Montfort, and the collaboration between Thomier and Paleazzi, whom criticized Raymond VI's treatment and encouraged resistance. The crusade and its fallout marked the beginning of the decline of the troubadour tradition, once flourishing under the patronage of Occitan courts. They faced decline as these courts were simply destroyed. Consequently, many troubadours migrated from southern France to royal courts across Italy, Spain, and Hungary, seeking new patrons and audiences for their art. But their story is one for another video. Founded by Saint Dominic in the year 1216, the Dominican Order, officially known as the Order of Preachers, OP for short, it emerged as a response to the need for informed preaching against heresy and the salvation of souls. Characterized by their commitment to scholarship, education, and theological innovation, the Dominicans played a crucial role in the intellectual life of the Church, contributing significantly to the development of medieval theology and philosophy. The order's emphasis on poverty, preaching, and communal life underpinned its rapid growth all across Europe, where it established famous universities and became very influential in ecclesiastical and secular affairs. Hello there, welcome to the channel. Are you new here? If you are, good to meet you. And if you are coming back, it's great to have you back here again for another video. If you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, we're trying to hit 6,000 subscribers, so a like, comment, and subscribe would definitely help us get there. Now, without further ado, please make yourself relaxed, and we can learn all about the Dominican order. Let's go back to medieval times together, shall we? Dominic, a man deeply committed to his faith, took the decisive step of establishing the Dominican order in the year 1215. But the true groundwork for this monumental endeavor was laid earlier, in the year 1214, when Dominic founded a religious community in Toulouse, France. The community was to operate under the guidance of the teachings of St. Augustine, where a set of rules and statutes, including the primitive constitution, to regulate the lives of its members. At its core, Dominic envisioned this order as serving two fundamental purposes. One, preaching the gospel, and two, aiding in the salvation of souls. The influence of Dominic's vision extended beyond his immediate community. Henri Dominique Lacordaire, a scholar of the order's history, pointed out striking similarities between Dominic's statutes and the reformist principles of the Premonstratensians, suggesting that Dominic drew inspiration from these earlier movements. Dominic's initiatives gained official recognition in the July of the year 1215, when Bishop Folquez of Toulouse sanctioned his followers into an institutionalized form of religious life. This marked a significant departure from traditional pastoral practices within the Catholic Church. Now, Dominic's priests, his team of soldiers for God, if it will, were well educated in matters of theology, and they were to be organized and focused on the revolutionary task of preaching to the masses. Basically, go forth and spread the word. Dominic understood the necessity of a structured framework to guide their endeavors, and found that the rule of St. Augustine to be a fitting choice, given its emphasis on preaching for the salvation of souls. If you want to know more about St. Augustine, check out the biographies playlist. I did an hour-long video on him. Quite interesting. Now, by adopting this rule, Dominic's followers positioned themselves as canons regular, distinct from the traditional monastic model. This designation allowed them to engage in active ministry while embracing a life of individual poverty. The formal approval of the Order of Preachers, remember that's the other name for the Dominican order, came in December 1216, and January 1217 through papal bulls issued by Pope Honorius III, granting them the universal authority to preach, a privilege previously limited to local bishops. Central to the identity of the Dominican order was its commitment to study, and I don't just mean a few hours once every Tuesday and Thursday night. No, they were serious. They wanted to build a kind of ecclesiastical, intellectual aristocracy, but without all the coin. Dominic firmly believed that effective preaching required a profound understanding of theology and scripture, and he made sure that anybody who was going out to do this task really knew their stuff. In August of 1217, he dispatched 7 of his finest followers to establish a priory in Paris, focused on scholarly pursuits and preaching. This marked the beginning of the order's tradition of establishing centers of learning across Europe, with additional foundations in Bologna, Valencia, Montpellier, and even as far as Oxford in England. Despite their primary focus on preaching and study, the Dominicans found themselves confronting new challenges with the advent of the Renaissance. While some members, like Dominici and Savonarola, resisted the secular influences of the age, others, like Francesco Colonna and Matteo Bandello, engaged with humanistic endeavors. Similarly, Dominican friars like Fra Angelico and Fra Bartolomeo made significant contributions to the artistic achievements of the Renaissance period. Dominic's vision for the Dominican order extended beyond the realm of male brethren. By 1227, he and his followers had established female Dominican houses, such as the one at Brolay and other locations. These houses, dedicated to the religious lives of women, quickly gained popularity across Europe, and by the 14th century, there were a staggering 157 nunneries affiliated with the order. 157 of them. Well, these nunneries were scattered throughout Europe, in countries like Italy, France, Spain, Germany, Bohemia, Hungary, and Poland. Now, in particular, in Germany, many of these houses had previously been inhabited by communities of women known as beguines. Upon encountering the teachings of the Dominican friars, these communities embraced the Dominican way of life, contributing to the rapid expansion of the female Dominican houses. Over time, several of these houses evolved into centers of study and mystical spirituality, producing notable works like the Sister Books. In regions beyond Germany, convents were often established as havens for women of the upper classes who were seeking refuge from the world. These projects were typically funded by wealthy patrons, such as the Countess Margaret of Flanders and Adelaide of Burgundy, who founded the monastery of Lille and Val Duchesse at Orgadem near Brussels, respectively. Unlike their male counterparts, female Dominican houses operated under very strict enclosure. The nuns within these houses adhered to the divine office and observed monastic rituals. They lived under the authority of the orders general and provincial chapters, and enjoyed the same privileges as their male counterparts. The friars offered spiritual guidance, serving as confessors, priests, teachers, and mentors to the sisters. Women could join the Dominican religious life as young as the age of 13. The profession of these nuns, outlined in the work Constitutions of Montargis Priory, involved pledging obedience to God, the Blessed Virgin, their priories, and the Order's Institute, in accordance with the rule of St. Augustine. Their attire consisted of a white tunic and scapular, a leather belt, a black mantle, and a black veil. You know, you've seen it before. the penguin outfit. Candidates underwent rigorous questioning and intellectual testing before being admitted, however. It wasn't the fact that you would just show up and they would let you in. You had to prove that you had at least a pretty solid base knowledge of what you were getting into. And you had to be somewhat morally sound. Not perfect, because no one is, but at least willing to take on the role of a nun in a serious capacity. In addition to their spiritual duties, the nuns engaged in intellectual pursuits, such as reading and discussing religious texts. Some, like those at Strasbourg Monastery of St. Margaret, even conversed fluently in Latin. Learning held a significant place in their lives, reflecting a broader commitment to scholarship within the Dominican tradition. The establishment of the English and Hungarian provinces within the Dominican order traces back to the pivotal Second General Chapter held in Bologna during the spring of 1221. Under the leadership of Dominic, 12 friars were dispatched to England, guided by their English prior, Gilbert of Fresney. Landing in Dover on August 5, 1221, these friars laid the groundwork for what would become the English province, officially recognized at its first provincial chapter in the year 1230, some 9 years after the landing. The English province operated within the broader framework of the International Dominican Order, drawing upon its laws, direction, and instructions. However, it also maintained its distinct English identity. The leadership was English, and the members of the province resided and worked within typical English communities, interacting with both European and local influences. The first Dominican site was established at Oxford, where the friars constructed an oratory dedicated to the Blessed Virgin Mary. By 1265, they had initiated the development of a school, reflecting their commitment to scholarly pursuits. Although limited information exists about the schools of the English province, records from visitations provide insights into their curriculum. Dominican students were typically required to study grammar, logic, natural philosophy, and of course theology, which held the particular importance. Dartford Priory, founded later than other monastic institutions in England, followed the model of European monasteries, particularly those in France and Germany. The first nuns at Dartford were sent from the Priory of Poissy in France. Even as the dissolution of the monasteries loomed, Dartford Priory maintained its commitment to strict discipline and simple living. And yes, I will be doing a full video on the dissolution of the monasteries. Bartholomew de las Casas, a settler in the New World during the era of Spanish colonization, was deeply moved by the atrocities inflicted upon the Native Americans by his fellow colonists. His first-hand witnesses of their brutal torture and genocide spurred him into advocacy for the rights of indigenous people. Las Casas gained renown for his meticulous descriptions of Native American cultures, particularly those in the Caribbean region, making him a very famous member of the order, certainly breaking from a little bit of tradition. Here's another one. Gaspar de Cruz, active across the Portuguese colonial empire in Asia during the 16th century, holds the distinction of being the first Christian missionary to preach in Cambodia. albeit rather unsuccessfully. He also attempted missionary work in Guangzhou, China, though he had similar outcomes. Upon his return to Portugal, Gaspar de Cruz became the first European to publish a book solely dedicated to China in 1569. So you can see how even just these two characters are certainly leaving an interesting legacy for the Dominican order. Now, on to the onset of the 16th century, which brought its own significant challenges, particularly with the advent of the Reformation. The spread of Protestantism resulted in the loss of 6 or 7 provinces in the numerous convents. However, the discovery of the New World, well, that provided a new frontier for the Dominican order's activities. The 18th century witnessed several reform attempts within the order, albeit accompanied by a decline in membership. The upheavals of the French Revolution also dealt a severe blow to the order in France, leading to the dissolution or decline of many provinces. Despite all these challenges, the 19th century saw a steady number of Dominican friars, with figures never dropping below 3,500. By 1910, the order boasted over 4,000 members actively engaged in various activities. A significant revival moment occurred in France, spearheaded by figures like Jean-Baptiste Henri Lacordaire. The French province of the order was formally established in 1850, giving rise to a succession of prominent preachers and scholars. Now, during this period, the Dominican order's doctrinal development flourished, with various institutions contributing to its intellectual pursuits. The establishment of schools and publications, such as the École biblique and archéologie française de Jerusalem, I believe it's study of biblical archaeology of Jerusalem. My French isn't so good. Now, that played a pivotal role in advancing biblical research and theological studies, and indeed the birth of archaeology was effectively a confirmation bias movement surrounded around the Old Testament. That's why everybody went to Egypt. They were looking for remnants of the people Moses led through the desert and all those Old Testament stories. Now, despite facing challenges during the Protestant Reformation, many Dominican convents managed to survive, and some of them even thrived. St. Ursula's in Augsburg, for example, founded numerous new houses during the upheaval. In the 19th century, after Napoleon's closure of the European convents, King Louis I of Bavaria restored religious orders of women within his realm, leading to the establishment of several third-order regular congregations of Dominican sisters. So it wasn't just like they had nowhere to go. Furthermore, the influence of the Dominican order extended beyond the Catholic Church, influencing the formation of other orders, such as the Anglican order of preachers within the Anglican Communion. That's the English side of things. Now, these orders, while inspired by the Dominican tradition and taking a lot of inspiration from it, certainly operated with their own distinct structures and also affiliations. Now, that's how it ended up, but let's rewind it a little bit. During the 13th and 14th centuries, in a period known as the Pax Mongolica, the Mongolian Peace, which brought relative peace and stability to vast regions of Europe and Asia, facilitated a movement of missionaries from the west to the east. Dominican friars, empowered by this newfound ease of travel, began spreading the gospel in lands they'd never even dreamed of. As early as the year 1225, Dominican friars were active on the Volga steppes, following the establishment of the Kipchak Khanate by Batu Khan. Pope Gregory IX furthered these efforts by dispatching missionaries to Persia and Armenia in 1240. Among the notable Dominicans engaged in these missions was Jordanus de Severac, who journeyed to Persia and later to India in 1321. His writings, including 2 letters to the friars of Armenia and a book titled Mirabilia, The Wonders of the East, provide valuable insights into his work and observations. And it's often overlooked because we have other characters like Marco Polo and Ibn Battuta who take up all of the cultural shelf space. But it's certainly worth a read. Go and have a look at his book, Wonders of the East, if you can find it. Ricold of Montecros, another Dominican missionary, traveled extensively in Syria and Persia during this period. His journeys took him from Acre to Tabriz and Baghdad, where he engaged in many theological debates with Nestorian Christians. Despite the challenges posed by the growing influence of Islam, Ricold and other missionaries persisted in their efforts to spread Christianity throughout the region. However, their endeavors were eventually thwarted with the expulsion of all Christian missionaries following the death of Timur in 1405. Well, by the 1850s, the Dominican order had gained a significant presence in the Philippines, boasting 500,000 followers and establishing thriving missions in the Chinese province of Fujian and even in Tonkin, Vietnam. These missions saw thousands of baptisms each year, contributing to the spread of Christianity in the region. Of course, if you've watched my video on the Taiping Rebellion, you'll know that this isn't always a good thing, especially when it results in the death of 30 million people because one lad had misinterpreted scripture and thought he was Jesus' brother and started a rebellion. But go look up the video on that Chinese history playlist. Well, yes, they saw so many thousands of baptisms and support each year, and the influence of Christianity was spreading for better or worse. Moreover, the Dominicans played a key role in promoting education in the Philippines, exemplified by the establishment of Colegio de San Juan in Letran, which became a leading educational institution of the country. Are you wondering why so many Filipinos are Christians to this very day? Well, that's because of the Dominicans. Now, let's talk a little bit about the general structure of how the order was composed. Who are the people, and what do they do? You know what I mean. Well, the order of preachers, comprising friars, nuns, and third orders along with priestly fraternities of St. Dominic, Dominican laity, and Dominican youths, collectively form the Dominican family. At the helm of the order of preachers stands the general chapter, the highest authority empowered to develop legislation governing all branches of the Dominican umbrella, and enforce it. Comprising these two bodies, the chapter of provincials and the chapter of divinators, the structure is unique within the Catholic Church. The provincials consist of the superiors of individual Dominican provinces, while the divinators are grassroots representatives from each province, ensuring balanced representation and efficient governance. The enactment of new legislation within the order requires approval from 3 successive general chapter meetings, ensuring stability and consensus. The first general chapters were convened at Pentecost in 1220 and 1221, marking the beginning of this institutional tradition. Recent general chapters have been held in various locations worldwide, including Bologna, Krakow, and Rome, each serving to articulate the mission mandates of the order and address matters of importance. The general chapter also elects the master of the order, who wields broad and direct authority over every other member, convent, province, nun, and monastery. This office, envisioned by Dominic himself in the early days as one of service to the community, holds significant responsibility. The master is elected for a 9-year term and is supported by the general curia of the order, with authority subjected only to the general chapter. Together with the chapter, the master assigns memberships, appoints or removes superiors, and makes decisions for the general welfare of the order. Dominican nuns trace their roots back to the very origins of the order itself, predating the establishment of the friars themselves by Dominic. These devoted women lead a contemplative life within the cloister, celebrating their 800th anniversary in 2006, and that's quite a legacy. Some of their monasteries support themselves by crafting religious articles like priestly vestments, or even baking communion wafers. Friars, on the other hand, encompass the male members of the order, including ordained priests and non-ordained corporator brothers, engaging in a diverse array of ministries such as preaching, parish assignments, education, and social work. Both priests and cooperators actively contribute to the overall Dominican mission. The life of a Dominican is structured around 4 pillars: prayer, study, community, and preaching, forming the essence of the order's mission. Renowned for their intellectual rigor, Dominicans employ scholarly insights to inform their preaching and engage in academic discourse with contemporaries. Prior to taking final vows, members undergo a significant period of academic study, underscoring the importance of intellectual engagement within the order. Of course, since its inception, women have been a part of this, but distinct active congregations of Dominican sisters, as we recognize them today, emerged primarily in the 19th century and beyond. The origins can be traced back to the Dominican nuns and communities of lay women tertiaries, who lived in their homes and gathered for prayer and study together. Among these, the Mantellates associated with St. Dominic's Church in Siena, which counted Catherine of Siena among its members, were particularly renowned. In the 17th century, some European Dominican monasteries, like St. Ursula's in Augsburg, temporarily abandoned their enclosed lifestyle to engage in teaching, nursing, and other charitable works. However, any daughter houses they established operated independently. By the 19th century, responding to heightened missionary fervor, monasteries were tasked with sending groups of women to establish schools and medical clinics worldwide. Large numbers of Catholic women traveled to regions like Africa, the Americas, and the East to educate and support new communities of Catholics, both settlers and converts. Given the vast distances involved, these groups needed to be self-governing, leading to the establishment of new self-governing congregations in adjacent mission areas to better meet pastoral needs. Following the 19th century growth, another surge in membership was in the 1950s, and there are currently 24,600 sisters belonging to 150 Dominican religious congregations spread across 109 countries affiliated with Dominican Sisters International. Similar to the friars, Dominican sisters adhere to 4 core values, known as the four pillars of Dominican life, that being community life, common prayer, study, and service. The founder, Dominic, termed this fourfold pattern of life holy preaching. Notably, the renowned artist Henri Matisse was deeply moved by the care he received from the Dominican sisters, leading him to collaborate on the design and interior decoration of their Chapelle du Sainte-Marie du Rosaire in Vence, France. The priestly fraternities of St. Dominic are composed of diocesan priests who are formally affiliated with and considered the true members of the Dominican order. These priests adhere to a rule of life that they profess, and they strive for evangelical perfection under the overall guidance of the Dominican friars. The origins of the priestly fraternities can be traced back to the Dominican Third Order Secular, which historically included both priests and laypersons as members. However, the priestly fraternities now exist as a distinct association from the laity, with their own unique rule to follow. Despite this separation, they continue to be guided by the Dominican order in embracing the spirituality of St. Dominic within the specific context of the diocesan priesthood. In addition to the grace conferred by the sacrament of holy orders, which enables them to carry out the sacred ministry effectively, members of the priestly fraternities also receive spiritual support from their affiliation with the Dominican family. By professing the rule of the fraternities, they become part of the Dominican tradition and share in the grace and mission of the order. While the Dominican order provides them with spiritual assistance and directs them towards their own sanctification, members of the priestly fraternities remain under the jurisdiction of their local bishop, allowing them to fully serve the needs of the local church. This balance allows them to integrate their Dominican spirituality with their ministry within the diocese. Lay Dominicans, also known as the Dominican laity, are governed by their own rule, the rule of the lay fraternities of St. Dominic, which was promulgated by the Master in 1987, so quite recent. This rule is the 5th in a series, with the first being issued in 1285. In addition to the rule, the lay Dominicans are guided by the fundamental constitution of the Dominican laity, along with general directories and statutes provided by their respective provinces. According to their fundamental constitution, Lay Dominicans have a distinctive character in both their spirituality and their service to God and neighbor. As members of the Dominican order, they participate in its apostolic mission through prayer, study, and preaching, adapting these activities to the state of the laity. Pope Pius XII, in his address to the Third Order of St. Dominic of 1958, emphasized the importance of lay Dominicans seeking a deeper knowledge of God and his works, as well as the refinement of Christian attitudes derived from this knowledge, beyond simply accepting the Catholic faith and observing the commandments. Two prominent saints among lay Dominicans are Catherine of Siena and Rose of Lima, who lived ascetic lives in their family homes, but exerted significant influence within their societies. In addition to lay Dominicans, there is a growing number of associates who share the Dominican charism. Dominican associates include Christian men and women from various backgrounds and life situations, such as married, single, divorced, and widowed individuals, as well as clergy members and laypersons. Associates are drawn to and called to live out the charism and mission of the Dominican order without taking vows. Instead, they make a commitment to be partners with vowed members and to share mission and charism of the Dominican family in their own lives, families, churches, neighborhoods, workplaces, and cities. Associates are often associated with a particular apostolic work of a congregation of active Dominican sisters. The Dominican emphasis on learning and charity sets it apart from other monastic and mendicant orders. As the order expanded through Europe, these values remained central to the identity of both friars and nuns. However, when the order reached England, additional specialized characteristics were added, influenced by figures like Humbert of Romans. Humbert of Romans, who served as the Master General of the order from 1254 to 63, was known for his administrative skills, preaching prowess, and literary contributions. Under his leadership, the nuns of the order were given a new constitution, and he emphasized the importance of excellence in preaching, leaving a lasting impact on the order. Humbert's writings also focused on asceticism and mysticism, advising young Dominicans to prioritize doing good and having a sincere will over seeking visions and miracles. He encouraged them to remain steadfast in their faith, even if they did not experience divine consolations or mystical phenomena, emphasizing the importance of moral integrity and spiritual discipline. Well, the Dominican order was actually deeply influenced by mysticism, which emphasized the believer's potential to experience God's love and seek union with the divine. While some members of the order, particularly in Europe, embraced ecstatic mysticism and sought union with God through intense spiritual experiences, the English Dominicans had a markedly different approach. They focused less on the ecstatic phenomena and more on simply emulating the morality of Christ, striving for moral perfection and spiritual growth. The Dartford nuns, surrounded by these diverse traditions within the Dominican influence, developed their own unique expression of spirituality, drawing from the mysticism and learning of the order while emphasizing moral integrity and spiritual discipline in their own unique pursuit of union with God. Well, by the year 1300, the fervor for preaching and conversion within the Dominican order had waned a little bit, giving way to this growing interest in mysticism. This mysticism, as advocated by figures like Albertus Magnus, became a central focus for many within the order, serving as a powerful tool for personal and theological transformation. The roots of mysticism in the Dominican tradition can be traced back to the Hebrew Bible, where the idea of encountering God indirectly or through a dark cloud was prevalent. This concept of unknowing permeated Jewish and early Christian writings and laid the foundation for the mystical spirituality embraced by the Dominican community. English Dominican mysticism of the late medieval period differed from its European counterparts in its emphasis on a deep personal relationship with God, centered around the moral emulation of Christ. Instead of seeking ecstatic experiences or union with the divine, English Dominican mysticism focused on the essence of Christ's morality and the transformation of humanity's nature into an actual image of divinity. Well, this mystical tradition emphasized four key elements: moral emulation of Christ, the connection between moral emulation and humanity's divine nature, an embodied spirituality rooted in love for others, and the aspiration for union with God. For English Dominican mystics, the mystical journey was a process of faith leading to experiential knowledge of divinity, rather than simply a single moment of divine revelation. While visions and voices were not necessary for a mystical experience, the ultimate goal remained a deep understanding of Christ and a profound love for God and humanity. Central to this mystical experience was, of course, the main character, Christ himself, with English Dominican mystics seeking to emulate his values and actions. The focus was all about spiritual growth and the reflection of Christ's love in one's own life, rather than seeking physical manifestations such as stigmata. You know, stigmata, if you don't know, is it's kind of they call it a miracle. I'm not sure if that's the correct word, but effectively what happens is you will start getting wounds and holes in your wrists, reminiscent of where Christ was nailed to the cross, if you believe that. But effectively the interesting thing is some people who have claimed stigmata have shown up with the wounds in the middle of their palms. Now this is incorrect, because they never used to crucify people by the palms. It was always through the wrists, because if you crucified someone by the palms, the pressure and the weight of the body would simply rip the hands off. They wouldn't be able to hang there for days on end. So it was always through the wrists. Many of the images of Christ you see with him, the nails through the palms, are actually incorrect. A little fun fact for you right there. Well, love as exemplified by Christ's sacrifice was seen as the key to spiritual growth and the ultimate expression of one's image-bearing nature. English Dominican spirituality, therefore, emphasized the moral implications of being made in the image of God, and sought to cultivate love for God and humanity as the only path to real spiritual fulfillment. Charlemagne, or Charles the Great, ruled as the king of the Franks from 768 and later as emperor of the Carolingian Empire until his death in 814. His reign marked a pivotal moment in the history of Europe, often regarded as the founding of both the French and German monarchies, and the beginning of the Carolingian Renaissance. His expansive military campaigns across Western Europe consolidated a vast realm that laid the foundation for modern Europe, promoting the spread of Christianity, unifying various Germanic peoples under one rule, and fostering an intellectual renaissance that would influence the continent for centuries to come. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, good to meet you, and if you're coming back for more, it's good to see you again. If you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreons are in the description. Otherwise, like, comment and subscribe certainly helps YouTube push my videos out to a broader audience. Did you like? Good job, thank you in advance. So now, without further ado, let's get on with the topic of the day. A biography of Charlemagne. Get yourself comfortable. Let's start from the beginning. By the 6th century, the Franks, a Western Germanic tribe, had already embraced Christianity, largely due to the conversion of their king, Clovis I, to Catholicism. Following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, the Franks established the Kingdom of Francia in Gaul. This kingdom expanded to encompass most of modern France and Switzerland, as well as smaller parts of Germany and the Low Countries under the rule of the Merovingian dynasty. However, Francia often experienced division under different Merovingian kings due to the Frankish practice of partible inheritance. In the late 7th century, Francia faced internal turmoil following the assassination of King Childeric II, leading to factional struggles among the Frankish aristocracy. In 687, Pepin of Herstal, the mayor of the Palace of Austrasia, brought an end to the conflict with his victory at the Battle of Tertry. Pepin, who was the grandson of Arnulf of Metz and Pepin of Landen, emerged as a prominent figure in Austrasian politics. But upon Pepin's death, his son, Charles, succeeded him, and became known as Charles Martel. Now Charles did not support a Merovingian successor after the death of King Theodoric IV in 737, and left the throne vacant. Instead, he had the plan to divide the kingdom between his sons, Carloman and Pepin the Short, who succeeded him after his death in 741. The brothers later placed the Merovingian Childeric III on the throne in 743. Several years later, in 747, Carloman abdicated and retired to a monastery close by to Rome, leaving his son, Drogo, to succeed him. Charlemagne, also known as Charles the Great, was born as the eldest son of Pepin the Short and his wife Berthada. Berthada hailed from an influential noble family in Austrasia. However, the exact date of Charlemagne's birth remains a little uncertain, with different sources proposing various years. And this isn't anything strange. Records from that time are a little bit spotty. One tradition influenced by the 9th century biographer Einhard, suggests that Charlemagne was born in 742, based on Einhard's report that Charlemagne was 72 years old at the time of his death. However, Einhard's knowledge of Charlemagne's life in the early years was limited, and he may have provided an approximate date following the model of Roman imperial biographies. There is another view, however, and it points to a near contemporary addition to the Annales Bataviani, which records Charlemagne's birth in 747. Lorsch Abbey commemorated Charlemagne's birth on April 2nd from the mid-9th century onwards, and this date is likely considered to be genuine. Considering that the annalists had marked the start of the year from Easter rather than January 1st, some historians have argued that April 2nd in the recorded year would have corresponded to 748. Consequently, April the 2nd, 748, is generally accepted as Charlemagne's likely birth date. Now, there is some speculation regarding concerns around the legitimacy of Charlemagne, due to uncertainties surrounding the marriage date of Pepin and Berthada. If Pepin and Berthada did not marry until 749, Charlemagne may have been considered illegitimate. Additionally, the precise place of Charlemagne's birth also remains unknown, although scholars have suggested various Frankish places, including those in Vere-sur-Marne and Kiersny, as possible locations, but we're yet to come to a complete consensus on it. Now, Einhard, in his writings, mentions Charlemagne's Patrius Sermo, which translates to native tongue. Most scholars interpret this as a form of Old High German, likely a Rhenish Franconian dialect. However, due to the spread of the evolving of Old French language in Francia, Charlemagne most likely grew up bilingual, speaking both Germanic and Romance dialects. In addition to his vernacular languages, it's reported that Charlemagne was proficient in Latin and possibly had some understanding of Greek. Of course, Greek was little by little falling out of fashion. While Charlemagne's father, Pepin, received education at the Abbey of St. Denis, the extent of Charlemagne's formal schooling is another matter of uncertainty. It is likely that he received training in military matters during his youth at his father's court, which traveled frequently. Charlemagne emphasized the importance of liberal arts education, encouraging its study among his children and others. However, it's once again unclear whether he pursued formal education in his youth or took it up later on at his life in the court. Which brings us to the manner of his literacy. While some believe that he could read, based on some circumstantial evidence, others argue that there's very little direct evidence to support the claim. Charlemagne typically had texts read aloud to him and dictated responses and decrees, which was pretty much common practice for literate rulers of the time anyway. While it's likely that he attempted to learn writing in later life, Einhard, our main source on his early life, does not explicitly mention Charlemagne's ability to read. So, While it is possible that he could, it remains a bit of a mystery. Now, during the reign of Pepin, there are only occasional references to Charlemagne in the Frankish annals. By 751 or 52, Pepin had deposed Childeric and replaced him as king. Early Carolingian-influenced sources claim that Pepin's seizure of the throne was sanctioned beforehand by Pope Stephen II, but modern historians somewhat dispute this for the most part. It is likely, however, that papal approval came only when Stephen travelled to Francia in 754, apparently to request Pepin's aid against the Lombards. And on this trip, he anointed Pepin as king, thus legitimizing his rule. Charlemagne, along with his brother Carloman, was anointed along with their father during this event, and at the same time, or around there so, Pepin sidelined his son Drogo, sending him and his brother away to a monastery. Charlemagne began issuing charters in his own name in 760, and joined his father's campaign against Aquitaine in the following year. After Pepin's death in 768, Charlemagne and Carloman succeeded their fathers as joint rulers. They had separate coronations, and while they maintained separate palaces and spheres of influence, they were considered joint rulers of the Frankish kingdom. The immediate concern for the brothers was the ongoing rebellion in Aquitaine, which Charlemagne ultimately subdued after Carloman withdrew from the campaign. Now, Carloman's refusal to participate in the war against Aquitaine caused a pretty large rift between the brothers, quite a conflict of interest. And while the reasons for Carloman's abandonment of the campaign are a bit of a mystery, it probably stemmed from disagreements over territorial control, or perhaps Carlemagne's focus on securing his rule in the northern part of Francia. Well, whichever way it was, despite their differences, Charlemagne and Carloman maintained a joint rule for practical reasons mainly, and they sought support from the clergy and local elites to further solidify their positions. Which brings us to 771, where Carloman suddenly passed away. And this, of course, left Charlemagne as the sole king of the Franks. While Charlemagne moved quickly to secure his brother's territory, forcing Carloman's widow and children to flee to Desiderius's court in Lombardy. In response, Charlemagne ended his marriage to Desiderius's daughter and got a new wife, Hildegard, the daughter of Count Gerold, to strengthen his hold on Carloman's kingdom and gain support from Gerold himself. Now, Charlemagne's first campaign as the sole king of the Franks was against the Saxons on the eastern frontier. The Saxons had been raiding the Frankish border, prompting Charlemagne to respond by destroying the pagan shrine at Eresburg and seizing their treasures. This victory not only enhanced Charlemagne's reputation, but it also provided desperately needed funds for further military actions, and it marked the beginning of over 30 years of continuous warfare against the Saxons. In 722, Pope Adrian I sought Charlemagne's support in recovering territories captured by Desiderius, the Lombard king. Concerned about the presence of Carloman's sons in the Lombard court, Charlemagne gathered his forces to intervene, and despite attempts at diplomacy, including offering gold to Desiderius, Charlemagne's army crossed the Alps to besiege Pavia, the Lombard capital, in late 773. During the siege, Charlemagne's wife Hildegard gave birth to a daughter, Adelaide. Charlemagne left part of his army under the command of his uncle Bernard to continue the siege while he captured Verona, where Desiderius's son had taken Carloman's sons captive. However, the fate of Carloman's sons and wife remains unknown. Another mystery that we've yet to figure out. Well, after celebrating Easter in Rome in April 774, the break was over, and Charlemagne continued the siege at Pavia. And he got a little bit lucky, because disease had actually struck the besieged Lombards. Tends to happen when you're all crowded in so close together, and it led to their surrender by June. Charlemagne then deposed Desiderius and proclaimed himself the king of the Lombards. The subsequent annexation of the Lombard kingdom by Charlemagne was unprecedented, but he was able to secure support from Lombard nobles and urban elites, which made the takeover mostly peaceful. Desiderius and his family were confined to a monastery for the rest of their lives. How boring. And Charlemagne returned to Francia with the Lombard royal treasury. In Charlemagne's absence in Italy, the Saxons took advantage and raided the Frankish borderlands. Well, they weren't going to stand for that. So in response, the Franks launched a counter-raid in the autumn of 774 and initiated a full campaign against the Saxons in 775. Charlemagne was then compelled to return to Italy when Duke Hrogord of Friuli rebelled against him. Charlemagne swiftly crushed this rebellion, redistributing Hrogord's lands to Franks to solidify his rule in Lombardy. He then spent the winter in Italy, issuing charters and legislations to further consolidate his power, as well as taking a few Lombard hostages for good measure. Amidst these campaigns, his other daughter, Rotrud, was born back in Francia. Upon returning to the north, Charlemagne conducted another campaign against the Saxons in 776, resulting in the submission of many Saxons who surrendered captives, lands, and converted to Christianity. In the following year of 777, Charlemagne convened an assembly at Paderborn, attended by the Frankish and Saxon representatives. Many of the Saxons in attendance pledged allegiance to Charlemagne, but the Saxon leader Widukind fled to Denmark to prepare for a brand new rebellion. During the Paderborn assembly, Charlemagne also received representatives from Al-Andalus, or Muslim Spain. They sought Charlemagne's support for the restoration of Yusuf ibn Ad al-Rahman al-Fihri, the ousted governor of Cordoba. Sorry about that. The Islamic names are a little difficult. Additionally, Suleiman al-Arabi, governor of Barcelona and Girona, expressed his desire to join the Frankish kingdom and seek Charlemagne's protection against Cordoban rule. seeking an opportunity to strengthen his southern frontier and expand influence further, Charlemagne agreed to intervene. Crossing the Pyrenees, Charlemagne's army encountered very little resistance, until they faced an ambush by Basque forces at the Battle of Roncevaux Pass in 778. The Franks suffered defeat in the battle and withdrew from the campaign, albeit with most of their army intact. Upon his return to Francia, Charlemagne was greeted by the birth of his twin sons, Louis and Lothair, born while he was away in Spain. Tragically, Lothair passed away in infancy. Meanwhile, the Saxons had taken advantage of Charlemagne's absence to once again launch another raid. In response, Charlemagne dispatched an army to Saxony in 779, while he addressed domestic matters, such as holding assemblies, legislating, and a rather pressing famine in Francia. During this time, Hildegard gave birth to another daughter, Bertha. Charlemagne's certainly attacking on all fronts, isn't he? Now, he himself returned to Saxony in 780, overseeing assemblies where he received hostages from Saxon nobles and supervised their baptisms. In the spring of 781, Charlemagne and Hildegard traveled with their younger children to Rome, fulfilling a request made by Pope Adrian in 775. During their visit, Adrian baptized Carloman, Charlemagne's son from Hildegard, and renamed him Pepin. Louis and the newly named Pepin were anointed and crowned, with Pepin appointed as King of the Lombards and Louis as King of Aquitaine. Both young kings were sent to reside in their respective kingdoms under the guidance of regents and advisors. Now, during this trip, Hildegard, guess what, gave birth to her 8th child, Gisela. Tragically, upon the family's return to Francia, Hildegard passed away, mainly due to complications from childbirth, followed shortly by her newborn daughter. Charlemagne arranged for epitaphs for both his wife and daughter, and ensured that daily masses were held at Hildegard's tomb. Shortly after, his mum, Bertrada, also passed away. And by the end of the year, Charlemagne remarried to Fastrada, the daughter of the East Frankish Count Radolf, so he can't have been too upset about it. Well, in the summer of 782, Widukind returned from Denmark and launched an attack on the Frankish positions in Saxony, managing to defeat a Frankish army, possibly due to internal rivalry among the Frankish counts that were leading it. Upon learning of this defeat, Charlemagne hurried to Verden, but Widukind had already fled before his arrival. Charlemagne then summoned the Saxon magnates to an assembly and compelled them to surrender prisoners to him, viewing their previous actions as treachery. The annals report that Charlemagne ordered the execution of 4,500 Saxon prisoners in what is known as the Massacre of Verden. He shed the blood of the Saxon men. While the exact number might be exaggerated, historians do agree on the basic truth of the event, with some regarding it as a significant stain on Charlemagne's reputation. Now, in the aftermath of this massacre, Charlemagne issued the Capitulatio de Partibus Saxoniae legal code, which included harsh laws penalizing pagan practices with death. Can't get more harsh than that, can't you? This legal code aimed at forcibly converting Saxons to Christianity, but also suppressing their cultural identity. And it certainly seemed to do its intended purpose. For the next several years, Charlemagne focused on completing the subjugation of the Saxons. He concentrated his efforts in Westphalia in 783 and pushed into Thuringia in 784, while his son, Charles the Younger, continued operations in the west. Throughout these campaigns, the Frankish armies seized wealth and enslaved Saxon captives. Notably, Charlemagne continued campaigning through the winter months instead of resting his army. By 785, Charlemagne had effectively subdued Saxon resistance and gained full control of Westphalia. And in the summer of that year, he met once again with Widukind and persuaded him to surrender. He also convinced him to get baptized with Charlemagne as his godfather. And with that, it marked the end of the last phase of the Saxon Wars. Well, almost. In 786, Charlemagne traveled to Italy with the aim of extending his influence further into the south. Upon his arrival, he marched into the Duchy of Benevento, where Duke Arecus initially fled to a fortified position at Salerno before eventually offering Charlemagne his fealty. Charlemagne accepted the submission, along with hostages, including Arecus's son, Grimoald. During his time in Italy, Charlemagne also met with envoys from Constantinople. However, Empress Irene's exclusion of Charlemagne and Frankish bishops from the 787 Second Council of Nicaea led to Charlemagne breaking the betrothal between his daughter Rotrude and Constantine VI. Following Charlemagne's departure from Italy, Duke Arecus sent envoys to Empress Irene to promise an allegiance against the Franks. However, before finalizing his plans, both Arecus and his elder son Romuald died of illness within weeks of each other. It's pretty convenient, don't you think? Well, Charlemagne then sent Grimoald back to Benevento to serve as duke and return it to Frankish suzerainty. Although a Byzantine army invaded Lombardy as part of the planned alliance, they were repulsed by the combined forces of the Franks and Lombards. Meanwhile, Charlemagne turned his attention to Bavaria, ruled by his first cousin, Duke Tassilo. Tensions between the two rulers escalated, leading to Charlemagne's invasion of Bavaria in 787. Tassilo ultimately surrendered and recognized Charlemagne as his overlord. However, in the following year of 788, Tassilo was accused of plotting with the Avars against Charlemagne, and was subsequently deposed and sent to a monastery. Charlemagne spent the following years consolidating his rule in Bavaria and warring against the Avars. In 789 he granted rule over Maine and Neustria to his son, Charles the Younger, leaving his other son, Pepin the Hunchback, Very unfortunate title, without any lands at all. Well, Pepin's marginalization in the succession led to a failed conspiracy in 792, where he attempted to assassinate Charlemagne and his brothers. The plot was discovered, and then Pepin got sent to a monastery as well. And this monastery must be getting pretty full. During the early 790s, Charlemagne focused on mainly ecclesiastical affairs, convening councils at Regensburg in 792 and Frankfurt in 794 to address theological controversies and enact reforms. Following the council at Frankfurt, Charlemagne's wife, Fastrada, fell ill and passed away, leading him to simply just find another wife, and he married Luitgard shortly after. During the 790s, Charlemagne intensified his efforts to subdue the ongoing Saxon resistance, launching a series of annual campaigns that lasted until 799. These campaigns were characterized by their brutality, with Charlemagne's forces systematically devastating Saxon lands and forcibly relocating many Saxons to Francia, where Frankish elites and soldiers were installed in their place. The prolonged conflict prompted Charlemagne to establish his court at Aachen, strategically located near the frontier. At Aachen he constructed a grand palace, including a chapel that would eventually become part of the Aachen Cathedral. It was during this period that Einhard, that aforementioned scholar and biographer, joined Charlemagne's court. Meanwhile, in the south, Pepin of Italy continued to engage in warfare against the Avars, contributing to the collapse of their kingdom and the expansion of the Frankish rule eastward. In addition to military campaigns, Charlemagne pursued diplomatic efforts to expand his influence further, particularly in the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of Britain. Although negotiations for a marriage alliance between Charles the Younger and the daughter of King Offa of Mercia failed due to Offa's insistence on reciprocal marriages, Charlemagne and Offa did manage to establish a formal peace treaty in 796. This treaty safeguarded trade and ensured the rights of English pilgrims traveling through Francia to Rome. Charlemagne also provided refuge and support to deposed English rulers, including Egbert of Kent, Egbert of Wessex, and Eardwulf of Northumbria, treating the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms as quasi-satellite states and establishing direct relations with English bishops. Additionally, Charlemagne formed an alliance with Alfonso II of Asturias, although Einhard characterized Alfonso as being dependent on Charlemagne. In 795, Leo III became pope and faced more than a little bit of political opposition from his accession. In 799, his adversaries accused him of various offenses and attempted to physically harm him by gouging out his eyes and cutting out his tongue. That'll do it. Leo managed to escape and sought refuge in the north, eventually reaching Charlemagne's court to seek assistance. Charlemagne, who was engaged in his campaign against the Saxons at the time, interrupted his military operations to meet with Leo at Paderborn in September. After hearing from both the Pope and his accusers, Charlemagne decided to send Leo back to Rome with loyal legates to reinstate him as Pope and conduct further investigations into the allegations. Charlemagne himself did not immediately travel to Rome, but he made plans to do so after completing an extensive tour of his Neustrian lands. Finally, in November near Mentiana, Charlemagne convened an assembly to examine the charges against Leo. However, instead of passing judgment on the Pope, Charlemagne allowed Leo to swear an oath of innocence on December 23rd. The oath was accepted, and on the 25th of the year 800, during a Mass in St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, Pope Leo III unexpectedly proclaimed Charlemagne as emperor and crowned him. Merry Christmas. This coronation marked Charlemagne as the first reigning emperor in the West since the deposition of Romulus Augustulus in 476. So it was a very big deal. And concurrently, Charlemagne's son, Charles the Younger, was anointed as king by Leo at the same time, so all around, the family is making victories wherever you look. Now, historians have debated the intentions behind the imperial coronation. Charlemagne's level of awareness or involvement in its planning is also up for debate, and its significance at both the time and for Charlemagne's reign. Some contemporary sources suggest that Charlemagne may have been somewhat surprised by the coronation, while others argue that it was a carefully orchestrated event, planned entirely by Charlemagne himself. Either way, the coronation had profound implications for the relationship between the Frankish kingdom and the papacy, but also for the concept of imperial authority in the Christian West. The significance of the Roman Empire in European politics during the time of Leo III and Charlemagne cannot be overstated, particularly in Italy, where the Byzantine Empire held considerable territory. Irene's ascent to the throne in Constantinople in 797, as the first reigning Byzantine empress, faced opposition due to both her gender and her method of accession, having deposed her blinded son, Constantine VI. I bet he didn't see that coming. The presence of a female ruler in Constantinople was seen by some contemporary sources, like the Annals of Loge, as a justification for Leo III to crown Charlemagne as emperor. However, this assertion is also debated, with some arguing that the coronation was not directly related to Irene's reign. Now, the decision of Charlemagne to assume the imperial title had various implications. Some argue that it was aimed at incorporating the Saxons into the Frankish realm, while others just say it was intended to enhance Charlemagne's influence in Italy by appealing to the traditional authority recognized by Italian elites. Either way, becoming emperor gave Charlemagne the right to impose his rule over Italy, but it also posed political and military risks, including the opposition from the Byzantine Empire and potential backlash from the Frankish elite. Certainly a big sword in Charlemagne's hand, but a massive target on his back. Well, either way, the coronation led to a long-standing ideological conflict with Constantinople, as it challenged the Byzantine emperor's claim to universal Christian rulership. While Charlemagne may have viewed his role more narrowly as dominion over the lands he ruled, the imperial title bestowed upon him enhanced his prestige and ideological authority. His careful formulation of his titles in official documents, avoiding direct claim to Roman emperorship, may have been a sort of underhanded way of improving relations with the Byzantine, but while also asserting his authority over the Roman Empire in the West. After his departure from Italy in the summer of 801, he shifted towards a more sedentary style of rule from Aachen, marking a distinct phase in his reign. While conflicts persisted, particularly on the frontiers, this relative peace of this period allowed for increased attention to internal governance. The Franks shifted their military focus toward defending and securing the empire's borders, with Charlemagne himself rarely leading armies personally. One significant expansion during this time was the enlargement of the Spanish March counties, achieved through campaigns led by Louis against the Emirate of Cordoba, culminating in the capture of Barcelona in 801. In terms of legislation, the Capitulare Missorum Generale, issued in 802, was a comprehensive piece of legislation aimed at governing the conduct of royal officials and assuring loyalty from all free men to Charlemagne. It reformed the institution of missi dominici, who were now assigned in pairs to administer justice and oversee governance in specific territories. Additionally, Charlemagne ordered the revision of Lombard and Frankish law codes. He also delegated authority to his sons as sub-kings, with Pepin and Louis having devolved authority as kings in Italy and Aquitaine respectively. However, Charlemagne retained ultimate authority and intervened directly in matters when necessary. Charles, the eldest son, was given rule over Francia proper, Saxony, Nordgau, and parts of Alemannia. Pepin and Louis were confined in their kingdoms and granted additional territories. Now, following his coronation, Charlemagne sought recognition of his imperial title from Constantinople, initiating diplomatic exchanges with Empress Irene. However, Irene's subsequent deposition and replacement by Nikephoros I led to tension between the two empires, particularly over control of the Adriatic Sea. Charlemagne eventually sent envoys to Constantinople in 810 to attempt to negotiate peace, relinquishing his claims to Veneto. Despite Nikephoros' death in battle before the envoys could leave Constantinople, his successor, Michael I, confirmed the peace and recognized Charlemagne as emperor and basileus. This acknowledgement prompted Charlemagne to issue the first Frankish coins that specifically mentioned his imperial title. Additionally, Charlemagne established diplomatic ties with the Abbasid Caliph, Harun al-Rashid, in the 790s, particularly due to their mutual interests in Spain. Harun presented Charlemagne with an elephant named Abul Abbas as a gesture of friendship. Although the Byzantines initially maintained cordial relations with the Abbasids, Charlemagne's outreach to Harun contributed to strained relations between the Frankish Empire and Constantinople. His involvement in religious matters extended to a dispute over the recitation of the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed. This disagreement arose when Frankish monks in Bethlehem were accused of heresy for using the Filioque form of the creed, which asserted that the Holy Spirit proceeded from the Father and the Son. Charlemagne convened a council at Aachen in 809 to defend the use of the Filioque, leading to a compromise with Pope Leo III, who consented to the Franks maintaining their tradition, while affirming that the canonical creed did not include Filioque. Leo commissioned 2 silver shields with the creed in Latin and Greek, omitting Filioque, which were hung in St. Peter's Basilica. Scandinavia came into contact with the Frankish world primarily through Charlemagne's prolonged conflicts with the Saxons. Raids by Danes on Charlemagne's territories commenced around the year 800. In 804, Charlemagne conducted his final campaign in Saxony, seizing control of the territory east of the Elbe and resettling it with his Obertrite allies. During this campaign, King Gudfred of Denmark, concerned about the expansion of Frankish influence, proposed peace talks with Charlemagne to potentially hand over Saxon refugees. But these negotiations did not succeed, and we don't know why. We simply just know that they didn't happen. The northern frontier remained relatively calm until 808, when Gudfred, along with allied Slavic tribes, launched an incursion into Obertrite lands, extracting tribute from significant portions of the territory. Charles the Younger led a Frankish army in response, targeting some of Gudfred's Slavic allies. Gudfred attempted diplomatic overtures again in 809, but peace was not achieved. Later on in 810, Danish pirates raided Frisia, although their connection to Gudfred remains a little uncertain. In response, Charlemagne dispatched an army to secure Frisia, while leading a force against Gudfred himself, who had reportedly challenged Charlemagne to battle. However, before Charlemagne's arrival, Gudfred was assassinated by 2 of his own men, nonetheless. Well, following Gudfred's death, his nephew and successor, Hemming, promptly sought peace, leading to a final settlement negotiated by Charlemagne's cousin Wala in 811. While the Danes did not pose a significant threat for the remainder of Charlemagne's reign, the consequences of these conflicts, along with Charlemagne's earlier expansions in Saxony, contributed to the conditions that would later fuel the intense Viking raids across Europe in the 9th century. And yes, I'll get to them eventually, don't worry. Now, the Carolingian dynasty faced multiple losses in the years of 810 and 811, with Charlemagne experiencing the deaths of his sister Gisela, his daughter Rotrud, and his sons Pepin the Hunchback, Pepin of Italy, and Charles the Younger. These losses disrupted Charlemagne's earlier plans for succession, leading him to declare Pepin of Italy's son Bernard as ruler of Italy, and designating his only surviving son Louis as heir to the entire empire. To ensure the orderly transfer of power, Charlemagne completed a new will, detailing the disposition of his property, including bequests to the church and all of his children and grandchildren. Now Einhard, possibly drawing on literary conventions from works like Suetonius's The 12 Caesars, recounts that Charlemagne interpreted the deaths of his family members along with an accident he suffered falling off a horse, celestial phenomena, and structural collapses in his palace, as omens of his impending death. Nevertheless, he continued to govern, and quite energetically, in his final year, convening bishops for ecclesiastical councils and ultimately organizing a large assembly at Aachen. In this assembly, held on the 11th of September 813, Charlemagne formally crowned Louis as his co-emperor and Bernard as king. It was from here that Charlemagne's health began to decline, around the autumn of 813, and he spent his last months engaged in prayer, fasting, and studying the Gospels. He ultimately succumbed to pleurisy and became bedridden for several days before passing away on the morning of the 28th of January 814. Now, according to a biographer of Louis, namely Thegan, Charlemagne's last words were a quote from the book of Luke 23:46. "Into your hands, Lord, I commend my spirit." His body was prepared and buried in the chapel at Aachen on the same day by his daughters and palace officials. Louis arrived at Aachen 30 days after his father's death to assume control of the palace and the empire, which formally marked his accession. Charlemagne's remains were later exhumed and reinterred into a new casket by the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa in 1165, and then again finally laid to rest in 1215 by Frederick II. Frederick Barbarossa, or Frederick I, the Holy Roman Emperor from 1155 until his death in 1190. A member of the Hohenstaufen dynasty, he is one of the most famous and charismatic rulers of medieval Germany, known for his ambitious attempts to consolidate and expand imperial power in the German territories and Italy. His reign was one marked by a series of military campaigns into Italy as part of the long-standing conflict between the Guelphs and the Ghibellines, which were factions supporting the papal party and the empire respectively. His efforts to assert control over the Italian city-states often brought him into conflict with the papacy and the Lombard League, a coalition of northern Italian cities. And if you want to learn all about him, you are in the right place. Hello and welcome to the channel. If this is your first time here, then it's a great thing to meet you, and if you are returning, it's good to see you again. As always, if you would like to support the channel and help keep me going, links to the Patreon are down below, or if you want to tell YouTube that you want more people to see this video, putting a like and leaving your comments down below certainly helps push them in the right direction. Now, without further ado, I would like you to make yourself very comfortable as we begin our full biography of Frederick Barbarossa. Frederick was born in mid-December 1122 in Haguenau into a union of two of the most influential families in German history. His father, Frederick II, Duke of Swabia, belonged to the Hohenstaufen family, and his mother, Judith of Bavaria, came from the Welf family. These families were so influential in Italian politics that their names were Italianized into Ghibellines from Waiblingen, the Hohenstaufen castle, and Guelphs, respectively. Frederick's lineage connected him to significant imperial bloodlines. Through his paternal grandmother, Agnes, Frederick was a descendant of the Salian dynasty, and that was a big deal as she was the daughter of Emperor Henry IV. Similarly, his maternal lineage traced back to Emperor Otto II and his wife Theophanu, connecting him to the prestigious Ottonian dynasty. These connections made Frederick a direct descendant of Emperor Otto the Great. Now, from a young age, Frederick was trained in the knightly arts of riding, hunting, and weaponry, although his formal education did not include reading, writing, or Latin, but these were skills that he acquired later on in life. His upbringing was marked by his participation in the Hoftag, informal and irregular assemblies of nobles that were a staple of political life in the Holy Roman Empire. These meetings were crucial in the political landscape of the time, providing young Frederick with essential exposure to the workings of imperial politics and governance. Notable Hoftag he attended during the reign of his uncle King Conrad III, including those of Strasbourg in 1141, Ulm in 1143, followed by Wurzburg and Worms in the following years of 1144 and 45. Now each time he went to one of these, it contributed to his deeper understanding of the empire's complex feudal structure. Kind of like when your dad takes you to the golf club and you hear how all the other grown-ups talk. Maybe a little simplified, but that's kind of how I imagine it. Either way, after all of these events and sort of listening more than speaking, he gained this understanding of that delicate balance of power that existed among the German nobility. In the early days of 1147, Frederick of Swabia made a significant decision. That decision was to join the Second Crusade, an undertaking initiated by his uncle. Rather after his uncle, Conrad III of Germany, publicly took the Crusader vow on the 28th of December, 1146. This decision came against the wishes of his father, Duke Frederick II of Swabia, who was terminally ill and disapproved of his son's participation in the crusade. Duke Frederick II was concerned about the responsibilities Frederick would need to shoulder after his death, particularly the care of his widow and young half-brother. Despite his father's concerns, Frederick proceeded with his plans, influenced perhaps by his impending responsibilities and the desire to establish his own legacy. Well, before his departure, Frederick married Adelaide of Vohburg, solidifying his position and alliances within the realm. His father passed away on April 4th or perhaps April 6th of 1147, leaving Frederick to succeed him as the Duke of Swabia. Within mere weeks of his succession, Frederick set out with the German Crusader army from Regensburg. Of course, if you know anything about the Second Crusade, which you'd know a lot if you watched my video on it, the Crusade journey was fraught with challenges from the very onset. While crossing the Byzantine Empire, an incident involving the murder of an ill crusader at a monastery outside Adrianople prompted King Conrad to order Frederick to take revenge. The subsequent actions taken by Frederick against the monastery and the perpetrators of the crime heightened tensions, but they were quickly contained through the intervention of the Byzantine general Prosuch, preventing a larger conflict. Well, it wasn't over for the German crusaders as they faced further adversary when a flash flood struck their main camp in September of 1147, and it resulted in significant casualties. Fortunately, Frederick and Welf VI had encamped separately on a hill, sparing them from the disaster. The survivors regrouped and continued on to Constantinople. The journey across Anatolia proved perilous, mainly due to being constantly attacked by the Turkish, forcing Conrad to reconsider their route. After a disastrous engagement near Dorylaeum, Conrad, falling ill and recognizing the untenable situation, retreated to Constantinople with a small retinue that included Frederick. Meanwhile, Frederick was tasked with seeking assistance from King Louis VII of France, leading to a brief coordination between the French and German forces. The Crusaders eventually regrouped and departed Constantinople again in the March of 1148, and they arrived in Acre in April of the same year. Visits to Jerusalem and participation in the Council of Acre followed, where plans were made to attack Damascus, and that's a very tall order, mainly because of the very intimidating walls that Damascus had. However, the subsequent siege of Damascus ended in failure, despite Frederick's rather notable performance, which was later recorded by Gilbert of Mons. Well, following the unsuccessful siege, Frederick and Conrad made their way back to Europe. In Thessaloniki, they reaffirmed a treaty with the Byzantine Emperor Manuel I Komnenos to cooperate against King Roger II of Sicily. Frederick then returned to Germany, passing through Bulgaria and Hungary, and arrived back home in April of 1149, having gained considerable experience and recognition for his efforts during the Crusade, albeit amid significant challenges and setbacks. When Conrad III of Germany was on his deathbed in February of 1152, only Frederick, his nephew, and the Prince Bishop of Bamberg were present. At this critical juncture, both witnesses later claimed that Conrad, fully lucid, passed the royal insignia to Frederick, effectively bypassing his own son, Frederick IV, Duke of Swabia, and designating his nephew as successor to the throne. How convenient. Of course, this move was seen as strategic, prioritizing the stability and continuity of leadership over dynastic succession. Now, following Conrad's death, Frederick acted swiftly to secure his position. Not Frederick IV, Frederick I. I know, it's all a little confusing. There's too many Fredericks. Well, at a gathering in Frankfurt on March the 4th, 1152, the kingdom's princely electors, recognizing both his lineage and leadership capabilities, chose him, Frederick, as the next German king. And just days later, on the 9th of March, 1152, Frederick was crowned King of the Romans at Aachen, marking the official beginning of his reign. Well, the German Empire before Frederick's accession was in quite a sorry state, significantly weakened by the investiture controversy and the ineffective reigns of Henry IV and Henry V. Since Henry V's death in 1125, the German monarchy had largely become a nominal title, without any real power behind it. As the royal authority had been continuously undermined, and the crown was passed around from person to person to prevent any single family from establishing a dynasty. Consequently, when Frederick came to the throne in 1152, the German monarchy had been lacking effective leadership for over 25 years, and the real power, if there was any of it, had been fragmented for more than 80 years. Well, one of Frederick's primary challenges from the outset was the fragmented nature of Germany itself. It wasn't just one country. It comprised of more than 1,600 individual states, at least at the time of his accession. That's a lot, by the way. Well, while a few states like Bavaria and Saxony were relatively large, many others were so small as to be nearly insignificant on a map. The titles that came with the German crown, Caesar, Augustus, and Emperor of the Romans, had become more symbolic than practical, reflecting a grandeur that the monarchy no longer possessed in reality. Well, unlike his predecessors, Frederick approached the complexities of his empire not through attempts to dismantle the feudal system, but by seeking to restore and stabilize it. He recognized that his power base was limited, mainly comprising his own personal territories of Swabia and Franconia, and his forceful personality, of course. Thus, he engaged with the German princes, not by confronting them, but by aligning with their interests, fostering mutual benefits to secure their loyalty and cooperation. He even passed every single one of them out a little piece of candy and gave them all a kiss on the cheek. I'm just joking. I'm just seeing if you're still listening. Back to the video. The backdrop of Frederick's reign was also shaped by ongoing feuds between the Welfs and the Hohenstaufens. Frederick's Welf connections through his mother initially presented an opportunity to mend this long-standing division. However, figures like Henry the Lion, the Welf Duke of Saxony, remained staunch adversaries, completely unwilling to reconcile with the Hohenstaufen monarchy. This internal discord continued to complicate Frederick's efforts to consolidate his rule and strengthen the empire. But when the going gets tough, the tough get going, don't they? Thus, his reign began under these complex and challenging circumstances, with the overarching task of navigating the treacherous waters of imperial politics, regional loyalties, and of course the overarching ambitions of the papacy and other regional powers. And of course, the papacy had to always put their 2 cents in. You know, it's kind of like when you're in school sitting down doing your work, and the teacher comes behind you and looks over your shoulders with one hand on the desk either side of you. That's kind of what the papacy was like. Anyway, in addition to these domestic policies, Frederick looked outward, engaging in international affairs that underscored the empire's role on the European stage. He intervened in the Danish Civil War, supporting Svend III against Valdemar I, which illustrated his readiness to project imperial influence beyond the German borders. He also initiated negotiations with Manuel I Comnenus, the Byzantine emperor, reflecting his interest in the political dynamics of Eastern Europe and the broader Mediterranean. Frederick's personal life and its intersection with his political maneuvers also came to fore early in his reign. He sought the annulment of his marriage to Adelaide of Vohburg, which was childless and thus politically inconvenient. Poor girl. Claiming consanguinity based on distant shared ancestry, Frederick aimed to free himself from this union, to possibly forge a more advantageous marital alliance through his attempt to secure a bride from the Byzantine court, which initially failed. His relationships with the papacy was another critical aspect of his rule. Upon his election, Frederick had informed Pope Eugene III of his new position, but had notably left out requesting the papal confirmation traditionally sought by German kings. This oversight was addressed in March of 1153, when Frederick secured the Treaty of Constance with Pope Eugene. The treaty was a significant diplomatic achievement, as Frederick promised to defend the papacy and to consult the Pope before making peace with common enemies like King Roger II of Sicily. In return, he received papal approval for his coronation as the Holy Roman Emperor. The agreement also included a commitment to assist in reasserting papal control over Rome. Barbarossa initiated his reign with ambitious campaigns into Italy, marking his intent to restore imperial influence over the entire Italian peninsula. His first expedition in October of 1154 aimed to subdue the Norman king William I of Sicily, whose power was perceived as a threat to imperial authority. As Frederick marched through Italy, he quickly took Milan and then decisively destroyed Tortona for defying his rule. Do as you're told. Now he continued his campaign southward, and in either Pavia or Monza, one of the two, he was ceremonially crowned King of Italy, solidifying his authority in the region, regardless of what the other Italians thought of it. Well, the big prize, of course, was Rome, and upon approaching the city, Frederick found Pope Adrian IV contending with Arnold of Brescia, leader of a communal revolt. In a display of loyalty to the papacy, Frederick assisted in suppressing the revolt and ensuring Arnold's execution. However, his relationship with Adrian was tested when Frederick initially refused to perform the humble act of holding the Pope's stirrup, which led to a brief standoff. The situation was, however, resolved when Frederick relented, symbolizing his submission and respect towards papal authority. Sometimes you've just got to do what you can at the moment and get 'em back later. Well, this act allowed his subsequent coronation as Holy Roman Emperor by Adrian IV in June 1155, amidst tumultuous conditions, as his coronation actually sparked riots in Rome, and rather angry ones, which he had to suppress with brute force. The Italian campaign, however, wasn't all good news. It strained resources and exposed Frederick to the complexities of Italian politics, including the challenge of managing relations with the Byzantine Empire, and, of course, the internal strife within the German territories that he had left behind. His brief return to Germany was marked by efforts to consolidate power, including the transfer of the Duchy of Bavaria from Henry II Jasamirgott to his cousin Henry the Lion, a maneuver that stabilized the region, but also set the stage for conflicts down the line. And finally, Frederick found a new wife. Congratulations. His marriage to Beatrice of Burgundy in June of 1156 was not just a union of love, but also a strategic alliance that expanded his influence further into Western Europe. His declaration as the sole Augustus of the Roman world was a bold statement, asserting the Holy Roman Empire's supremacy over the Byzantine Empire. I'm sure the Byzantines really enjoyed hearing that. And it also indicated his imperial ambitions were not simply confined to Germany and Italy alone. Frederick was going after the world. These early actions of Frederick highlight his skill as a military leader and diplomat, his commitment to restoring the glory of the Holy Roman Empire, and his complex relationship with the papacy. They effectively set the tone for a reign that would be characterized by both brilliant success and formidable challenges, together hand in hand. Well, the failure of Frederick's initial Italian campaign and the subsequent peace terms that Pope Adrian IV negotiated with William I of Sicily left Frederick feeling somewhat slighted, particularly by the Pope's implication that the imperial crown was merely a papal gift. This strained the relationship between Frederick and the papacy, setting the stage for another conflict. In June 1158, seeking to assert his dominance and driven by a desire to subdue the Norman influence in southern Italy, Frederick embarked on his second Italian campaign. This expedition proved significant, culminating in the capture of Milan and the instigation of the Diet of Roncaglia. This assembly reasserted imperial control over northern Italy and initiated ecclesiastical reforms, marking the start of a prolonged conflict with the new Pope, Alexander III. Following the death of Adrian IV in 1159, the papal election resulted in a schism, producing two rival popes, that being Alexander III and the anti-pope Victor IV. The imperial support was crucial for legitimacy, and while Frederick was preoccupied with military operations, including the siege of Crema, he demanded that Alexander III submit to his authority, a demand which, after a little bit of confusion, Alexander staunchly refused. Subsequently, Victor went to the other guy and recognized Victor IV as the legitimate pope in 1160. This, of course, led Alexander to excommunicate both Frederick and Victor, but I'm fairly sure they saw this coming. The conflict with Alexander III significantly impacted the politics of the region, aligning the Norman king of Sicily with Alexander against Frederick. The struggle for papal recognition continued with an attempted council in 1162, which ultimately faltered when King Louis VII of France withdrew, upon realizing that Frederick had manipulated the proceedings, of course in favor of Victor and against Alexander. Not fair. While amidst all the ecclesiastical disputes, Frederick faced repeated rebellions in Milan, leading to its surrender and subsequent destruction in 1162. This harsh treatment of Milan coerced other northern Italian cities into submission as well, further solidifying imperial control, but also fostering a kind of resentment. In the summer of 1162, Frederick's entry into Turin and the coronation that followed were meant to cement his status in Italy. And upon returning to Germany, Frederick managed internal disputes, notably curbing the ambitions of Henry the Lion and punishing the citizens of Mainz for their insurrection. His third Italian expedition in 1163, aimed at conquering Sicily, was thwarted by a coalition of cities opposed to his rule, largely provoked by his imposition of imperial taxes. A significant, yet controversial act of Frederick during this period was the removal of the relics of the biblical Magi from Milan in 1164, which he then gifted to the Archbishop of Cologne. Now this move not only endowed Cologne with valuable religious attraction, but also demonstrated Frederick's use of sacred symbols to bolster his political and spiritual authority. Now back in the Rhineland, during a period of relative peace, Frederick organized the canonization of Charlemagne at Aachen, an event presided over by the anti-pope Pascal III. This event was significant not only for its religious implications, but also as a demonstration of Frederick's influence over the Church through his support of Pascal, who was not, of course, recognized by the mainstream Catholic Church, which was still led by Pope Alexander III, and who was still very, very annoyed with Frederick. By October 1166, amid concerns about a potential alliance between Alexander III and the Byzantine Emperor Manuel I, Frederick embarked on his fourth Italian campaign. This campaign was crucial for securing the position of Pascal III, and also aimed at having his wife, Beatrice, crowned as Holy Roman Empress. However, his longtime ally and powerful vassal, Henry the Lion, opted out of the campaign to focus on his own territorial disputes and expansion efforts into Slavic lands in northeastern Germany. Well, Frederick's campaign initially focused on Ancona, which had pledged allegiance to the Byzantine Emperor, underscoring the broader conflict between the Holy Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire over influence in Italy. However, after achieving a significant victory at the Battle of Monteporzio against Roman forces loyal to Pope Alexander III, Frederick abandoned the siege of Ancona and moved swiftly to Rome. It was there that Beatrice was crowned empress, and Frederick received a second coronation from Pascal III, reaffirming his claim and authority as the emperor. This campaign, however, took a dire turn when a sudden epidemic, which was probably malaria or the plague, struck the imperial army, causing significant casualties and forcing Frederick to run back to Germany. The epidemic marked a significant setback. It halted his progress into Italy and forced him to shift his focus back to northern Europe, and not temporarily either, but for the next 6 years. Putting plans on hold, it seems. Well, you can't keep a good man down, can't you? During this period in Germany, Frederick engaged in consolidating his rule and settling various ecclesiastical disputes, and there were plenty of them. He asserted imperial authority over the regions of Bohemia, Poland, and Hungary, and sought to improve diplomatic relations with other European powers, including Manuel of Byzantium, Henry II of England, and Louis VII of France. This time also saw internal reorganization within the empire, especially after the death of many Swabian counts and nobles in the 1167 epidemic, including his cousin, the young Duke of Swabia. Frederick managed to reorganize this territory, installing his younger son, Frederick V, as the new Duke of Swabia. In 1169, among all of these internal and external challenges, Frederick took a significant step by having his eldest son, Henry, crowned King of the Romans, a title indicating the heir to the empire, while he himself retained the title of emperor. The act was aimed at securing succession and stability within the empire. Well, Frederick wanted to go back to Italy, and he certainly did in 1174, and it marked a crucial juncture in his reign. Reflecting the growing power and autonomy of the northern Italian cities, which at this time had begun to really prosper through their trade. This economic prosperity contributed to a shift away from medieval feudalism, at least in its traditional political form. In a practical sense it remained, but it also helped fuel the increasing anti-German sentiment throughout Lombardy. This sentiment culminated in the restoration of Milan in 1169, a city that was previously razed by Frederick, which became a symbol of the resistance of the Lombards. By 1174, this resistance coalesced into the Lombard League, a coalition including not just Lombard cities, but also external powers such as Venice, Sicily, and the Byzantine Empire, all united together against Frederick. Divided by race, united by hatred. Well, this broad alliance reflected the shifting power dynamics in Italy and the broader Mediterranean region as a whole. Frederick had worked up quite a reputation. During this expedition, Frederick aimed to assert his control, but he was of course met with stiff resistance, leading to the stunning defeat at the Battle of Alessandria in 1175, which shocked the European continent due to the emperor's loss to city-states. Indeed, this is the emperor. He's not meant to lose. It would be like the United States losing against, I don't know, the Republic of the Congo and Gabon. Throw in Benin for good measure, and perhaps Equatorial Guinea. Well, the conflict reached a critical point at the Battle of Legnano on the 29th of May 1176, where Frederick was not only defeated, but also wounded, and a rumor began to spread that he had fallen in battle, for a time at least. Either way, the battle decisively weakened Frederick's position in Italy and forced him into peace negotiations, not only with the Pope, but the Lombard League as well. The subsequent Peace of Anagni in 1176 and the Peace of Venice in 1177 marked significant concessions by Frederick, including the formal recognition of Alexander III as Pope, effectively nullifying the decisions of the anti-Pope Pascal III, and ending Beatrice's tenure as Empress. Heartbreaking. These agreements echoed the resolution of the investiture controversy, seen a century earlier between Pope Gregory VII and Henry IV. The core issue, whether the Holy Roman Emperor could appoint popes and bishops, had been tentatively resolved in the Concordat of Worms, and was revised during Frederick's conflicts. The Peace of Venice symbolized Frederick's acknowledgement of papal authority over the papal states, while Alexander recognized imperial authority over the imperial church. Further reconciliation with the Italian city-states was solidified in the Peace of Constance in 1183. Frederick granted the Lombard cities the right to elect their own magistrates freely, which effectively conceded some of his control, but did secure his nominal overlordship over Italy, providing a basis to exert pressure on the papacy. To reinforce his rule after these setbacks in Italy, Frederick was crowned King of Burgundy in Arles on the 30th of June 1178. Although the German kings traditionally held this title since Conrad II, Frederick sought an official coronation by the Archbishop of Arles, underscoring his desire to strengthen his legitimacy and consolidate his reign following the tumultuous events in Italy. This act also reflected his ongoing efforts to stabilize his authority across the realm, addressing both internal challenges and the many complexities of Italian politics. Now back to Barbarossa's long-standing conflict with Henry the Lion, one of the most powerful German princes, and the Duke of Saxony and Bavaria, reached its climax after Henry failed to support Frederick's Italian campaign earlier in 1176. By 1180, Frederick capitalized on the enmity that the other German princes felt towards Henry to orchestrate his downfall. Henry was tried in absentia at a court convened by Frederick, comprising bishops and princes, where he was stripped of his lands and declared an outlaw under the assertion that imperial law superseded traditional German law. Frederick then led an army into Saxony to enforce this judgment, leading to Henry's ultimate submission in Erfurt in November of 1181, after his allies abandoned him. Henry was then exiled for 3 years to Normandy, under the protection of his father-in-law Henry II of England, and upon his return to Germany, he was confined to a much reduced Duchy of Brunswick, leading a quieter life and engaging in arts and architectural patronage. Despite Frederick's official victory over Henry, the feudal structure in Germany meant that Frederick's control over Henry's former vassals was somewhat limited, as German feudal allegiance was owed directly to one's immediate lord and not to the emperor. This structural divergence significantly diluted the practical impact of Frederick's victory compared to what it might have been under the more centralized English feudal system. The Italian campaigns and ongoing conflicts left Frederick facing a disordered situation in the new German states, with ongoing civil wars among the princes who aspired to independence, or even the crown itself. German hegemony in Italy at this point was nominal at its best, with the Pope remaining the dominant force there. After his defeats in Italy, Frederick had returned to Germany rather bitter and disheartened. No daylights nor heel taps. Facing princes who were consolidating their power and wealth, thereby entrenching their autonomous control. In 1184, in an attempt to consolidate his position and display his influence, Frederick hosted the Diet of Pentecost, a grand chivalric ceremony where he knighted his two eldest sons and celebrated with thousands of knights from across Germany. It was a night to remember. All right, I'll stop. This event, however, did not yield significant financial gains as it might have in other feudal systems like England or France, where substantial fees were expected on such occasions. Well, continuing his efforts to assert control in Italy, Frederick embarked on another Italian expedition in 1184, allying with local rural nobility against the Tuscan cities. In a strategic move to secure his family's future and strengthen his own position in Italy, he arranged the marriage of his son Henry to Constance of Sicily in 1186, despite opposition from Pope Urban III. This marriage aimed at securing the inheritance of the Kingdom of Sicily for the Hohenstaufen dynasty. The death of Pope Urban III later that year brought Gregory VIII to the papacy, who was more inclined towards a conciliatory approach with Frederick, and focused on the more dire reports from the Holy Land than on continuing the contentious power struggles with the emperor. In the late 1187, Frederick received urgent appeals from the Crusader states, urging him to assist them in the aftermath of significant Muslim victories. In early December, he was publicly supportive of a crusade at a sermon in Strasbourg, but he had hesitated to commit fully due to ongoing conflicts with the Archbishop Philip of Cologne. By Christmas, he had engaged King Philip II of France to join the crusade efforts. The 27th of March, 1188, at the Diet of Mainz. After resolving his conflict with the Archbishop of Cologne, Frederick finally took the Crusader vow, spurred by unanimous support from the assembly. His son, the Duke of Swabia, also took up the cross, while his elder son was designated as a regent in Germany, hold down the fort, so to speak. Frederick then announced a crusade against the pagans and planned an extensive preparation period before the Crusaders would assemble in Regensburg the following April. In Strasbourg, Frederick had implemented a tax on the Jewish community to finance the crusade, but he also took measures to protect them, preventing potential massacres similar to those during the previous crusades. And it all sounds very nice, but perhaps he was just trying to protect the highest tax bracket people. Maybe, my own speculation. After disturbances in Mainz, Frederick intervened to ensure the safety of the Jewish community, reinforcing his commitment with a public display alongside Rabbi Moses. who was also paying a lot of tax. Now, Frederick had previously established a treaty with Saladin in 1175, but his new commitment to a crusade, he formally notified Saladin of the termination of their alliance. As the preparations continued, Frederick engaged with various Eastern European and Byzantine officials to ensure safe passage and support for his crusading army. On the 15th of April, 1189, Frederick ceremonially began his crusade from Hagenau, embarking on a well-organized journey that was unprecedented in scale and planning. Despite historical claims of his army's size reaching 100,000, which are frankly laughable, modern estimates suggest a more modest number of 12 to 15,000, including around 3,000 to 4,000 knights. This is probably a bit more realistic. Now, Frederick's route took him through the lands of Hungary, Serbia, and Bulgaria, engaging with local rulers to secure their support or at least their neutrality. In Hungary, he managed to secure the cooperation of Prince Geza, who provided an escort through the lands of 2,000 Hungarian troops. By late 1189, Frederick had reached Byzantine territory, where he spent the winter to avoid the harsh Anatolian climate. In the spring of 1190, he moved to Gallipoli, preparing to cross into Asia Minor. His progress through Anatolia was marked by strategic victories at Philomelium and Iconium, significantly alarming Saladin, who had to adjust his deployments in response to the advancing wave of angry Germans. While on the Third Crusade, Frederick met his end in a tragic manner near Silifke Castle by the Salef River on June 10, 1190. How did he meet his end? Well, we've got a few different accounts, and I'll quickly go through them. According to a chronicler named Ansbert, despite warnings from his advisors, Frederick chose to go for a little swim across the river. It doesn't really mention why he chose to go for a little swim, just that he did. But unfortunately for him, he was overcome by a strong current, and he drowned. Now, there is another narrative that's more of an alternate version, as suggests while attempting to cross the river on his horse, he was thrown off. And of course, he was wearing his heavy armor, which caused him to sink, and he drowned as a result. There is another account from a Muslim historian named Ibn al-Athir that offers a different perspective, stating that Frederick went into the river to take a bath. Despite the water being shallow, he unexpectedly drowned anyway, which Ibn al-Athir interprets as divine intervention. Another account, a letter from a churchman present with the crusading forces, detailed that after enduring the rigors of the campaign, Frederick sought relief by taking a bath in the river. Unfortunately, he drowned, described as a sorrowful event by God's inscrutable judgment of him. This account suggests exhaustion and the intense heat may have contributed to his death. And finally, the account of Jacques de Vitry, who was chronicling the Crusades and noted that Frederick's military campaign had been quite formidable, capturing several cities and causing Saladin to order the dismantlement of fortifications in anticipation of his approach. Vitry states that during a spell of intense heat, Frederick drowned while bathing in the river, an event he describes as a calamitous loss for Christendom. Well, of course, all of these have the same sort of event in common, that he drowned in a river. I would say that we can fairly easily conclude that that's how it happened. Whether or not it was divine intervention, that is a matter of opinion. Well, regardless, following Frederick's death, the morale and structure of the German crusading army were severely affected. Everyone knows it's very hard to win the battle after the general has been slain. Thousands of German soldiers abandoned the campaign and simply just began walking home. The force that remained, along with the Hungarian contingent led by Prince Geza, was further weakened by disease near Antioch, something else that the Muslim chroniclers thought was another little piece of divine intervention. Frederick's body could unfortunately not be preserved for transport back to Germany. Thus it was divided according to the medieval custom for royal burials. His flesh was buried in Antioch, his bones in Tyre, and his heart and organs in Tarsus. The leadership void left by Frederick's death complicated the Crusader state's political dynamic. The command fell immediately to his son, Frederick VI of Swabia, and the diminished forces struggled to maintain their objectives. The overall command of the Crusader forces saw increased rivalry between King Philip II of France and King Richard I of England, both of whom had arrived by sea. Ultimately, Richard signed the Treaty of Ramler in 1192, which concluded his crusading efforts. The treaty wasn't a bad deal. It allowed Christians to visit Jerusalem as pilgrims in complete safety, although the city did remain under Muslim control. The Latin kingdom was left with only a narrow coastal strip extending from Tyre to Jaffa. And that is it for our life of Frederick Barbarossa. I hope you enjoyed it. Well, what do you think? Is he a good guy, or is he a bad guy? Of course, it's always a little bit more complicated than that, isn't it? Always the villain in someone's story, no matter who you are. Well, if you talk of villains, you must mention the heroes. And of course, the heroes of this channel are my top-tier patrons, which help keep me going. That is Stark Factory, JC, and Jeffrey. Thank you very much, lads. Appreciate your contribution, and if you, my friend, would like to make a contribution, I don't have to explain in great detail how you do it. Follow that link and away you go. But until next time, I'm very happy that you've made it this far. And wherever you are out there, take care of yourself and those around you. Until next time, good night everyone.